Day 2 of this second test began with the West Indies bowlers looking to take early wickets in order to fight their way back into the game. Unfortunately for them, they were met with rock-solid resistance from Kusal Mendes and Sunal Dhanusha, who batted for more than a session together. Sri Lanka eventually declared on 5:49 for 9 and set about the task of dismantling the home team batting lineup. The opening bowlers delivered the goods with unerring precision, but day 2 ended with just the 1 wicket taken, as John Campbell and Kavim Hodge somehow survived to stumps.
If it doesn't go too well. But you heard me? Hello. I said I'm just trying something a little bit different today. If it doesn't work, we'll just do it over, okay? Yeah, just presenting a case against the pitch here, basically. Sure, sure. No worries, yeah. Yeah. Members of the jury, I'm here today to present a case. They accused the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium pitch. The charge, conspiracy with the batters. The evidence is overwhelming. Over 600 runs scored, just 10 wickets falling across 2 days. The defendant lay here for the past 2 days, flat, hard, and quite docile. And despite all of the bowlers trying, very few had any element of success. The prosecution concedes that something is changing. There are a few footmarks developing and maybe will present some assistance for the bowlers. But again, overwhelming evidence to suggest that it's going to be a case for the batters enjoying themselves even more on day 3. We'll wait more to get some further evidence before we can lay a further charge. But again, very good batting conditions. I have alongside me here the West Indian assistant coach in charge with bowling responsibility, Ravi Rampal. How do you assess the state of play from what you've seen over the past 2 days?
Definitely yesterday with the new ball and the shine of grass that it had, we expected more from the pitch. It didn't happen, and we saw as the game go along, it gotten a lot flatter and a lot batting friendly. But having said that, there wasn't much for the bowlers. They toiled for 5 sessions, and there was not much offering from the pitch.
We lodge your statement along with the evidence. In terms of what happened post-lunch on both days and even before, West Indies seem to be bleeding runs in that session. Is that a concern for you?
Yeah, definitely. I spoke about it in the last press conference that even throughout the Australia series, that post-lunch sessions has been a problem for us. Leaking runs over 100 runs scoring on both. It's something that I'll have to look at with the analysts as well to figure out why we leak so much runs, why we go at such high economy rates in those periods, and try to figure out a best solution for that.
Not your area of specialty, but you guys are batting now. What has been some of the discussions in the dressing room?
Definitely, we see that the pitch isn't doing much from when we bowl and how hard it is for our bowlers to get wickets on this surface. And basically, our plan is just to bat. We know that we have to first avoid the follow-on and then continue to pile runs. So basically, the message from the camp is just to bat and bat for long as possible.
The trend in this test match has been low productivity in terms of run scoring in session 1, and things pick up in sessions 2 and 3. Do you see that first hour, first session being a little bit of the same?
Yeah, definitely, because we have to come and assess as a batting group again, and with the covers now coming off, there might be a little bit of assistance with the newer ball that they present. But once we see out that first hour and continue to bat into the day, it becomes easier as a batting group.
Thank you very much for your time, Ravi. All the best.
Thank you.
Moving day.
On, check 1 2, 1 2 3 4. Not, nothing heard. 1 1 2 3 4 4. Nice, 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 nice. 1 2 3. pitch check. Backup pitch check. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Backup in vision check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
ஒரு முறை வந்து பார்த்தாயா தோம் 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 மபசனி தப மசச சமம மத
What a start. That is top class.
That's power. Pure power.
That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Day 2 of this second test began with the West Indies bowlers looking to take early wickets in order to fight their way back into the game. Unfortunately for them, they were met with rock-solid resistance from Kusal Mendes and Sunal Dhanusha, who batted for more than a session together. Sri Lanka eventually declared on 5:49 for 9 and set about the task of dismantling the home team batting lineup. The opening bowlers delivered the goods with unerring precision, but day 2 ended with just the 1 wicket taken as John Campbell and Kavim Hodge somehow survived.
Sri Lanka in firm control and will want to keep that ascendancy. As we reflect on this test match, of course, Sri Lanka batting first, got to 5:49 for 9 declared. West Indies in their 24 overs at the crease, 58 for 1, still trailing by 491 runs. Nice and sunny here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's also very windy, so those are conditions that both teams will want to factor in, and that wind plays a big part. If you're a fielder, if you're a batter, if you're a bowler, it's 42 kilometers per hour. Something so significant as we start day 3 and as this second test match unfolds. We have wind, we have beauty in Stacey and Adams, and we've got brains with Jimmy Adams too. Jimmy, I'll start with you and your experience. You looked at 2 days of test match cricket.
Yeah.
Assess where this game is poised and which team has the ascendancy.
Yeah, so listen, after 2 days, brilliant first innings knocked by Sri Lanka. They, for me, are in the driving seat right now. Everything from a West Indian standpoint now is potential. They potentially, with an informed and a confident batting lineup and a good pitch, could score a lot of runs today. But facing 500 and nearly 550 is a mammoth task, and it's going to take a lot of good batting today from the West Indies. So Sri Lanka in front at the minute.
Stacey, and what will be the mindset of the West Indian batters starting day 3?
I think their mindset is simple, just bat, just keep batting. What they need to think about is the fact that they're 1 up in the series already, so just look beyond winning the test match perhaps. Yes, ultimately you want to do that, but if you just continue batting, maybe batting to day 4, just get ahead of what Sri Lanka has currently and then see whatever could happen remaining on day 5.
Well, an important part of today's proceedings will be how both teams use the conditions. Samuel Badri was looking at the conditions earlier alongside Ravi Rampal. And preparing for this day's play, we saw a little bit of struggle with John Campbell and Kavim Hodge. Again, that information from day 2 will inform how the West Indies batters go on day 3, Jimmy.
Well, without a doubt, without a doubt. They were tested yesterday. Good lines. Kavim had to bat through until close of play, both himself and John Campbell. They did so, but not without a few scares. Milan Ratnaika really troubled Kavim Hodge and had him working really hard for the runs he got before close of play. And John Campbell still not quite at his fluent best, but still looking for opportunities to score.
Stacey, and you saw any sort of rough there that will encourage Prabhat Jayasuriya?
Yeah, certainly. That's what they've been playing for. That's what they talked about heading into this test match. That's why they decided to win the toss and have a bat first. Hopefully those cracks would open up and there's some rough, particularly outside the left-hander side, that will certainly encourage the spin bowlers and Jayasuriya.
Yeah, well, Brandon King wouldn't have the chance to bat on day 3. He struggled a bit with those deliveries, Jimmy. We spoke about his misjudgment of lengths when he's trying to drive the ball. A similar situation yesterday?
Slightly, but it was a really good string that got him out. A series of deliveries just short of a length, maybe a little bit wide, and then the wicket-taking delivery being the one that actually was a little bit fuller and inducing the drive. And again, caught playing a drive where maybe he shouldn't have, or maybe should have had a softer hand going into that drive.
Yeah, I've looked at Brandon King. He's a wonderful stroke maker when he's on the front foot. Maybe a little more balance in his game required to play off the back foot. I also compare him to a player like Mikel Louis, who I've seen play for the West Indies, who is an overly dependent front foot player. Stacey-Ann, how you view him technically and what sort of adjustments you think Brandon King has to make to open the button for West Indies in Test match cricket?
Yeah, certainly it's very hard for him to repress his natural instincts to drive. He loves that shot, but certainly a bit more balanced approach. You know, can't be camping on the front foot, because teams are going to find you out and they're going to bowl according to that, set their fields according to that plan. So just be a bit more balanced in his approach and more selective in his shots.
Yeah, we did talk about Brandon King. He's a wonderful talent, make no bones about that. He is dominated in white ball cricket. One of the things that the West Indies will be happy for coming out of day 2 is the reprieves that they received in terms of the drop catches from Sri Lanka, Jimmy.
Certainly, three clear chances yesterday in yesterday's play. Both John Campbell and Kevin Hodge going for hooks that went high, and the men at fine leg, the respective men at fine leg, had time to get around, but I don't think they factored in this wind, Darren. On one occasion, John Campbell, the fine leg, the ball's running away from him, and with Kevin Hodge, I think the wind held it up, so the fielder had to end up diving forwards. And then the one that slipped off Hodge, good bowling, but I think the wicket-keeper would have shadowed his first slip. First slip ended up looking to almost take evasive action, but really 3 big moments for Sri Lanka and the West Indies. The West Indies would be hoping to cash in on those.
Yeah, again, as we mentioned, the wind factor very significant here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Right, Samuel Badri is ready for us now with his assessment of the pitch. He was there with Ravi Rampal earlier.
Members of the jury, I'm here today to present a case. They accused the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium pitch. The charge: conspiracy with the batters. The evidence is overwhelming. Over 600 runs scored, just 10 wickets falling across 2 days. The defendant lay here for the past 2 days, flat, hard, and quite docile. And despite all of the bowlers trying, very few had any element of success. The prosecution concedes that something is changing. There are a few footmarks developing and maybe will present some assistance for the bowlers. But again, overwhelming evidence to suggest that it's going to be a case for the batters enjoying themselves even more on day 3. We'll wait more to get some further evidence before we can lay a further charge. But again, very good batting conditions. I have alongside me here the West Indian assistant coach in charge with bowling responsibility, Ravi Rampal. How do you assess the state of play from what you've seen over the past 2 days?
Definitely yesterday, with the new ball and the shine of grass that it had, we expected more from the pitch. It didn't happen, and we saw as the game go along, it gotten a lot flatter and a lot batting friendly. But having said that, there wasn't much for the bowlers. They toiled for 5 sessions, and there was not much offering from the pitch.
We lodge your statement along with the evidence. In terms of what happened post-lunch on both days and even before, West Indies seem to be bleeding runs in that session. Is that a concern for you?
Yeah, definitely. I spoke about it in the last press conference that even throughout the Australia series, that post-lunch sessions has been a problem for us. Leaking runs over 100 runs scoring on both. It's something that I'll have to look at with the analysts as well to figure out why we leak so much runs, why we go at such high economy rates in those periods, and try to figure out our best solution for that.
Not your area of specialty, but you guys are batting now. What has been some of the discussions in the dressing room?
Definitely, we see that the pitch isn't doing much from when we bowl and how hard it is for our bowlers to get wickets on this surface. And basically, our plan is just to bat. We know that we have to first avoid the follow-on and then continue to pile runs. So basically, the message from the camp is just to bat and bat for long as possible.
The trend in this test match has been low productivity in terms of run scoring in session 1, and things pick up in sessions 2 and 3. Do you see that first hour, first session being a little bit of the same?
Yeah, definitely, because we have to come and assess as a batting group again, and with the covers now coming off, there might be a little bit of assistance with the newer ball that they present. But once we see out that first hour and continue to bat into the day, it becomes easier as a batting group.
Thank you very much for your time, Ravi. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuel Badri. His assessment of the pitch and conditions alongside Ravi Rampal. Coming quickly to you, Jimmy, you had a chance to look at the pitch. Given what you heard there, if you had to prepare to bat on that surface, what would that preparation be like?
Well, I think the key is the business areas, good links just outside off stump are still in really, really good condition. There is a little bit of rough outside the left-handers off stump for the spinner, okay? So that might be a factor. It means that somebody like a John Campbell will have to be very circumspect when defending balls in that area from somebody like Jayasuriya. But all in all, it's still a very, very good surface. And if batters get in, bowlers could have their work cut out for them.
Right, so let's stay with what will be thrown at the West Indian batters for day 3. We'll look at the seamers and the Sri Lankan seamers, what they achieve with their lengths on day 2. Stacyan, your thoughts? A lot of those deliveries in the good length and full length areas.
Yeah, and that's basically been the difference between the Sri Lankan bowlers and the West Indian bowlers. A little bit shorter, the West Indian bowlers, but the Sri Lankans, clearly they have a structure, they have a plan in terms of how they want to get these batters out. A number of deliveries as well, straight down in the middle, and that fuller length as well, which basically that delivery that got Brandon King and Milan as well. He hits the deck harder, a few of those short deliveries, but I see the attempt from him to pitch it up and get some swing also.
Jimmy, 19 overs of seam out of the 24 thrown to the West Indies last evening. They created quite a few opportunities for wicket taking.
Yes.
Significantly from that pitch map, it's a big adjustment to what we have seen from the West Indian bowlers. They're more on the short side, on the good length.
Yeah.
You look at Kavim Hodge and how they've attacked him.
Yeah.
What should his plan be starting day 3, Hodge?
Well, I think for somebody like Kavim, they're really targeting that 5th stump line. A lot of deliveries leaving him, but Ratnaika has the ability, and he has gotten balls to straighten. So he's bowling, when he's bowling well, Ratnaika, it's a good tight line. But Kavim just has to be careful of the one coming back in. He's put bat and ball on a couple of occasions, gotten some runs as well. But he is aware that Ratnaika especially has both those deliveries, and he's not somebody to take a big stride when defending, but the key for him is just to wait, let the ball come to him.
Yeah, great advice there from Jimmy Adams, former West Indies left-handed batter. Well, the West Indies will be comfortable and confident with their batting because since that Australia series in 2005, they've chalked up just about 700+ scores from their individual batters. Plaudits must be given to Floyd Reefer, their batting coach. We heard from him.
When we first get together as a unit, you know, when you bring guys together for the first time, it takes a while for everything to click. You know, I think what is happening now, the batting synergy is there. It's getting much better. The preparation that the guys put in, we put in a lot of work, the guys leading up to this test series. So it only goes to show that, you know, with good preparation, that you see results. But kudos to the guys, you know, they've been working hard, the commitment has been good, the work ethic has been excellent. obviously, you will start to see results as the synergy, comes together. Guys are having more conversations, the partnership conversations that we spoke about, in the middle is important. So all those things are happening now. You can hear the conversations in the dressing room about batting and how each person approach different situations. So a lot of good things are happening. So we did a lot of technical stuff with Rossan as well. So it's only a matter of time, that he got that section. That for Rossan, he's a very strong individual, very strong character. So I just think that this 100 that he scored was more of his mindset, positive mindset to go there and do well and put the team on the spot. Every game we want to score hundreds, so scoring hundreds is a habit. So once we get into that habit where guys are going out there and batting for the team and living the bat for long periods of time. In red ball cricket, you got to do the right things for long periods of time. And in the discussions that we had, we're aiming for 100 every game.
Plenty of work behind the scenes by Floyd Reefer, the batting coach for the West Indies. Stacey Ann, 2 changes for the West Indies team to this second test match. One of those 2, Shea Hope, where will he bat?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think something that we all thought about after that first match, given the performance of Django. So I think he'll probably just settle at 5, given that Django performed so well at 4. It's a conversation definitely that the team would have had. So probably we'll see him at 5 today.
Jimmy, do you maintain that left-hand, right-hand combination and wait and see to determine where Shea bats?
For me, my opinion, I would put him at 5. He's done a hell of a lot of hard work behind the stumps over the better part of 2 days, and he is a key factor in that batting lineup with his experience, and I would recognize the work he has done as a wicketkeeper. Django in really good form. Stick Django at 4, Shea 5.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Stacey Ann. Well, the scene is set here for the start of day 3, the second test match. Test match cricket action coming your way after the break. Stay tuned.
That is absolutely perfect. a start. That is top class.
That's power. Pure power.
That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Day 2 of this second test began with the West Indies bowlers looking to take early wickets in order to fight their way back into the game. Unfortunately for them, they were met with rock-solid resistance from Kusal Mendes and Sunal Dhanusha, who batted for more than a session together. Sri Lanka eventually declared on 5:49 for 9 and set about the task of dismantling the home team batting lineup. The opening bowlers delivered the goods with unerring precision, but day 2 ended with just the 1 wicket taken, as John Campbell and Kavim Hodge somehow survived to stumps. Can Sri Lanka bowl themselves closer to Sri
in North Sound, Antigua, West Indies up against Sri Lanka. Lots of runs and very few wickets, just to reflect then on where things currently stand. 549 for 9 declared. First time that they've broached 500 in these shores, Sri Lanka. West Indies 24 overs for their 58 for 1, still trailing by a handsome 491 runs. In case you missed any of the action, we want to encapsulate it quite nicely with our man on the ground, Gerard.
Test cricket has a funny way of evening the score. 1 week, you're the team making the opposition chase leather. The next, you're the ones waiting for the day to end. Sri Lanka arrived with one mission: build and keep building. So now Dhanusha and Kusal Mendes never rushed. They never chased the spectacular. They simply refused to leave. Every over they survived was another over West Indies had to spend in the field. Every run made, the next one felt a little harder. They never got bored of making West Indies bored. And that's one of Test cricket's greatest weapons. Pressure creates fatigue. Fatigue creates mistakes. The chances came and they went down. Sri Lanka didn't need to force the errors. They simply stayed long enough for them to arrive. Eventually, West Indies had to think differently. Innovation replaced convention. And just as he's done so often before, Kavim Hodge broke another stubborn partnership. A breakthrough born from persistence rather than pace. By then, Sri Lanka had already done enough. More than 500 runs, a declaration, and the feeling that they had finally returned the favor to the home side. West Indies survived the stumps with one falter on the way. Now comes a different examination, not with the ball, but with the bat. Day 3 isn't about chasing the game. It's about trusting the process, playing their tempo, and showing to the rest of the cricketing world that no matter the situation, this West Indies team is prepared for the challenge. Because in Test cricket, the hardest days often produce the greatest stories.
Thanks, Gerard. Now that we're fully updated, let's have a look at what transpired on day 3. It was all Sri Lanka in that first session. These two, Kusal Mendes and Sunal Dhanusha, batting unperturbed in the main. West Indian bowlers, they were disciplined. They made them work for their runs. An opportunity created. John Campbell, the guilty party of the bowling of Shamar Joseph, so no loss of wicket in session 1. Couple streaky edges for Sunal Dhanusha down to that third area. And then a little bit more enterprise shown in this period, a period that leaked to some runs for the West Indies. That remains an area of concern for them. We saw some real enterprise from Kushal Mendes. An opportunity again there, Shea Hope this time. And then he looked to open up his arms. Got to a half century. Well deserved and much needed for him. Quite deliberate in his stroke play thereafter. Down the ground on a couple of occasions of the bowling of Ruston Chase. That one all the way for 6. And you can see a real intent. There is the moment though that Anderson Phillip picked up his first wicket of the test match. And then came Kavem Hodge, greeted with a 4, and then another as he got closer to the 100, but on 92. And this is what happened. Hodge with the breakthrough. Innocuous delivery, but exceptional innings nonetheless from Dinusha. And after tea, they were looking to pile on the runs. Ruston Chase with a wicket here. They got past 500 and they were really looking to push on to get up to 550 as quickly as they could. John Campbell with a catch in the outfield this time. And that's when Dhananjaya De Silva said he had enough. He wanted to have a bowl. Out came Brandon King and John Campbell. And they looked quite resolute in the main, unperturbed. As we so often see from Brandon King, those languid shots through the offside. But that edge came, and what a catch in the slip region. And that went all the way for 6, and they had an opportunity late in the day's play, not taken. West Indies remained unscathed. Further on, another opportunity down in the deep. Kavem Hodge, the lucky recipient, and that one really should have been taken. So opportunities produced but not taken. West Indies will remain with 9 wickets intact as they head into day 3. West Indies home season schedule, this multi-format tour against Sri Lanka about to be wrapped up. And then we head to the 5 ODIs against New Zealand. 3 matches in Guyana, a couple in Barbados. The helm, some new names, some familiar names in that squad as well. Mohammad Rizwan, we are very familiar with him in these parts. Imamul Haq, Shan Masood, and then the bowlers. We have some new ones. Salman Ali Aga is also there, familiarity with him. Mohammad Abbas, very consistent and steady. So it would be a wonderful test series down in Trinidad and Tobago. West Indies, no doubt, after this test match, they'll assess where their players are at, and then they'll name their squad. No doubt, prior to the start of that series, they don't no rush for that from their standpoint. Kavem Hodge full of concentration, and John Campbell will make their way out to the middle. Marley Richards has slotted in alongside me. Good morning, Marley. What's in store for us today?
Good morning, Sammy B. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm expecting another good day of batting conditions here for the West Indies. Will they make use of these batting conditions is the next question. But I expect another good day. We saw what Sri Lanka did on this pitch. The way they wore down the West Indian bowlers, who I think must get a little bit of credit for how they came back after day 1. But Johnny Campbell, he'll be looking to get started here again, get acclimatized to conditions. It's a new day. Hopefully he's had a good rest alongside Kavem Hodge, who's put down twice yesterday, so he's lived quite a charmed life so far, but he'll want to take this opportunity. Asita Fernando, he was really good, outstanding. You heard Gary Kirsten in the post-match show speak about just how outstanding he thought Asita Fernando was. with new ball. He was a constant threat, getting that movement through the air back into the left-handers, away from the right-handers. And he's got a stiff breeze once again here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 58-1, the West Indies resume. Asita Fernando from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's the only wicket taker so far. Remember, Sri Lanka put down a few chances yesterday evening.
And all set for the first ball of day 3. Asita Fernando. First run of the day. Always quite windy at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in the main due to that open eastern side, but also the western side being open as well. So there's that free flow of air across the ground. Continue to be thankful for wonderful weather as well. 2 slips and a gully for Asita Fernando to Kavem Hodge. I spoke to Ravi Rampal earlier today, Mali and viewers. And as you can imagine, the discussions were about batting as long as they possibly can in the field for such a long time, the most part of 2 days. And so they'll want to stay out there. They have that, I suppose, total of 349 that they want to get to firstly as a target to avoid the follow-on. Everyone having a little bit of a late breakfast, it seems. So that would be the first target, to get to that score to prevent the follow-on, but I'm sure they're thinking much more than that. Remember, they're 1-0 up in the series.
Yeah, they don't necessarily have to force the issue to get a positive result here, West Indies. As we said, just need to bat time. Kavem Hodge, he's already faced 43 deliveries, but he doesn't want to get bogged down too much. Needs to rotate strike, find a way to get to the other end.
He likes that shot. We'll just bring him a single this time, but he's very quick to get onto the back foot for anything that's short. No ball signal. Another extra added to the total. And comfortably over.
Hasn't quite hit his length just yet, Asita. He's been a little short here in his first 3 deliveries.
Yeah, Fuller there. Does that length change, Mali, as that ball gets a little bit older, as you get a little bit tired as well? I know it's the first over of the 3rd morning, but just projecting, does that length change? And what are some of the considerations?
I think a lot of that depends on the batter. That's in the strengths and the weaknesses. If we think back to Asita Fernando versus Brandon King yesterday evening, tended to be back of a length, and then he went with the fuller delivery, just slightly catching Brandon King on the crease. Just there. That's a good length regardless. Whether it's an older ball, new ball in hand here, that length on this pitch has proven to be a bit difficult. We've seen a bit of extra bounce. And with Asita Fernando possessing the ability to move the ball, he's posing a real challenge for the left-handed John Campbell. Not sure what to play and what to leave.
Yeah, generally, it's been coming back into him. That one just went across. That was a peach of a delivery. Doesn't produce a wicket, though.
No run.
Can you repeat that consistently? 61 for 1. Double century and Amir Django slated to come in next. Chase ahead of Graves on that batting card anyway. We'll see how that goes. Hope is in there. And that run rate just around 2.4, so they've shown discipline, and it's something that you expect from the Sri Lankans. Not too much pace, so one of the things with that is greater accuracy. Vijay Sundara still looking for his first wicket in Test match cricket. You had a look at him yesterday, Mali. I want you to tell me what you've seen about him. What are some of the tenets that he possesses? And first ball from him today. A little bit of confusion there. Cavem wanted it, Campbell didn't.
As you see there, Vijay Sundara, 126 Ks. So I agree with you, Sammy. They don't possess express pace. What I saw from Sundara yesterday is that upright seam. He looks to present an upright seam more often than not. Gets movement through the air. Bit of outswing as well to the right-hander, but he can also bring it back off the pitch. Slightly open action. Seems to be quite wily as well. You'll see him throw in a funky action as well, something a little different for the batters to really look at. But I think he really depends on the new ball. I think it's where he's at his best with a new ball in hand. Have a look at that. That front foot just splays slightly. Finishes quite strongly over the top.
It is a strong action, isn't it? He will be put under scrutiny. There's so much to like about what you see here, and he can only improve. A really good approach, has a nice bound, a nice leap. Just there, so he gets nice and high. Just look at that front foot as well. Comes over nicely. It's pretty well braced. And the more he plays at this level, the more he will improve. No doubt there would have been a lot of nerves for him. Always a special moment playing for your country. Can he get his first Test wicket, though? That's what he's searching for. All of his family members, his clubmates, teammates, they'll be so proud of this achievement.
Yeah, he's had to wait a long time for this opportunity. 29 years old now. Played 58 first-class games, 152 wickets. Best of 7 for 34. But as you see there, quite a balanced approach. Very long delivery stride as well. Have a look at that. Brace front leg finishes strong over the top. Presents an upright seam.
Single to end the over, 62 for 1. The roving camera, that cameraman finds himself in some unique places across this venue, from one end to the next, every nook and cranny, bringing behind the scenes footage for you viewers. Fernando continues. Seem to have found his rhythm here, Mali.
Yeah, that's the first thing that just came to mind after that delivery. He's starting to hone in on his areas here. That was a good leave by Kavem Hodge. Quite a plucky type, Kavem. He's going to look to bat time. He's lucky to really still be at the crease. He's put down twice yesterday. But he's got to fight here. He's got to fight. We've seen batting just get a little easier as this ball gets older. He's got to see off this new ball.
Yeah, the last time they were here in 2021, 5 years ago, Mali, they had one Suranga Lakmal in their ranks. A very consistent seam bowler. I think he got a 5-wicket haul in one of the innings at this very venue, based on his ability to just be consistent and a little nibble here and there. And that is what his game was built on. Not express pace, but high skill, patience, and consistency. Early morning snacks all around. I saw you having a snack just before we came on air too, Mali. I won't name the snack. High in calories, that's all I'll say. I just heard in my ear, no one knows where those calories go. Every time I see Mali, he's snacking on something, and he still remains quite lean. The minute I eat something, it's just pounds being added on. Some of us are just naturally gifted with that metabolism.
That's what I like to call it, a high metabolism. But I do have a bit of a sweet tooth, Sammy B, and the snacks that are on show every morning, so tempting.
Gets a single. Very good of John Campbell, just to rotate the strike. You don't want the same bowler bowling to you too many deliveries, especially when he seemed to have found his rhythm. That might have made contact with the pad as well. There were two songs. Sri Lankans weren't interested in the event that it was pad first. I don't think so either. But good range here from Asita Fernando.
Very good range, and Johnny Campbell has to be mindful of that ball coming back in, mindful of not planting that front foot, being able to access the ball, presenting a full face. Been good stuff this from the Sri Lankans here. They've backed up a decent performance with the ball yesterday. They've been very accurate. They've been in control. It's that control that have them in this position. They haven't presented too many boundary balls. West Indies were really good for the first 40 minutes or so in that Sri Lankan first innings. But Sri Lanka have stayed patient.
Good disciplines on display. 64 for 1.
Come on, guys. Dot ball after dot ball.
What a reveal of the stadium. Watchful start by the West Indians this morning, as you'd expect, round the wicket Vijay to Campbell. Tempting, really tempting.
You can see him itching almost. Johnny Campbell loves a bit of width. You saw him hit that 6-over extra cover yesterday. Similar delivery, maybe slightly fuller. But they're playing on the patience of the West Indian batters here. I think Hodge 9 off 54. He's got to find a way to rotating strike. Can't afford to get stuck. Allow one bowler to just bowl at him, work him out. Once again, just hanging that outside the off stump. No real pace, 124 Ks.
Yeah, this is good from Vijay and Sri Lanka. This is exactly what they wanted to do this morning, not give any sort of free runs to the Sri Lankan, to the West Indians rather. Let them work for anything. And so far they've been spot on.
Every now and again, Vijay Sundara, his bowling action just slightly changes. Not that delivery that he bowled, but the previous one, third delivery of the over. There's a bit of a double pump. Just giving the batters something a little different to look at. That delivery had a bit of extra bounce as well.
Yeah, I did notice that double pump at times from him. It did look a little bit unusual. Right, there's a change in field. The forward square in position now. He's been consistent in that line, just tempting John Campbell. And so far he's resisted.
He's got fantastic wrist position, Vijay Sundara. Have a look at that. Beautiful wrist position, beautiful seam position. Gives the ball every opportunity in which to swing.
What an over. Really well constructed over. Maiden, 64 for 1. Just the 6 runs being scored this morning in 4 overs speaks to the discipline of the Sri Lankans to start day 3. West Indians, they've shown patience as well, so it's a good attritional battle at the moment.
A real top-class start this from the Sri Lankan bowlers, both Asitha and Vijay Sundara. But have a look at Vijay Sundara here. That final delivery, just beating the outside edge. Good wrist position, stands tall, finishes right over the top of that front leg. Gets a bit of extra bounce. And he's just dragging Johnny Campbell across his stumps here, getting closer and closer with each delivery. It's good, accurate stuff from the debutant.
Couple Josephs in the West Indies team. No doubt which one that's in reference to. Number 8 and the hometown hero, Alzari. So impressed with that last over, Mali and viewers, the way Vijay Sundara was able to stitch that together. I want to have a closer look at how those deliveries came down incrementally closer to that off stump. The first one was wide and full. And John Campbell was almost tempted to drive at it. Had a thought, a little bit shorter, but look at the lines. Just wearing down John Campbell's patience, and incrementally he was getting a little bit fuller and a little bit closer. And that was the final one. It was a good conglomeration of 6 deliveries from the debutant. Can you do that consistently? That's the great challenge of this sport, whether as a bowler or a batter. Stifle appeal, looking to get closer to that stump as well, Asita Fernando.
Yeah, just opting to go for the innie there, did Asita. Very skillful once again. He's been in great control here on day 3. He's played such a crucial role in this Sri Lankan team, especially with new ball in hand. No Rajita, no Lahiru Kumara. So much expected of them coming into this series. Showing his ability here, Asita, his wicket-taking ability. Just a little shot there. Just allowed Kavim Hodge that split second. 9 off 59, another top over here. Sammy B, 1 delivery remaining. So run scoring very difficult for the West Indies. Sri Lankans have responded well to that performance in the first test. Can he finish with a maiden?
Quick single to end the over, but Fuller looking for that Yorker. Hodge was up to the task, 65 for 1. Still trailed by 484 runs, the West Indies. Still got 9 wickets intact. And they still got Vijay Sundara to contend with. Now to the right-hander.
Yeah, it's where Sri Lanka have been really good. They've been patient. They've been in the good areas. If you think back to the West Indian bowling performance, especially on day 1, just a little inconsistent in their areas, a bit too short at times.
There's some bat involved. Good probing, testing stuff here from Vijay Sundara. He's worked diligently searching for his first, but he'll realize it's test match cricket. Nothing comes easily.
Building nicely into this spell. Probably his quickest delivery of the spell so far. 131 Ks. Once again, good wrist position, good seam. Just angling in. Inside edge there. Thick inside edge from Hodge. He's in the good areas, the debutant. This time maybe just a little too straight. Hodge gets to the other end. It's been real tough stuff for him, making his return to the West Indies team in this series. So he's under a bit of pressure. We spoke about him not being in the best of form in the regional 4-day championship. But he's a plucky cricketer, Sammy B.
Challenging period here for John Campbell as well in the 30s. Moves on to 37 now with that boundary. That's a shot of authority.
Yeah, the first boundary of the morning so far for the Windies. Slightly different action once again, that double pump on show. Standing tall was Johnny Campbell. That's his area. Loves anything short and wide. Kept his eye on it. Played with good authority. So he's into the 30s, as you said, Sammy B. A dangerous time for him. The amount of times he's been dismissed between 10 and 39. Spoken at length about the concentration levels.
And I think it's something that management should recognize, something that his non-striker should recognize as well, because it's a high percentage. 29 times in his test match career he's been dismissed between 10 and 39. That's 51% of the times. That's a huge percentage. So it tells a story that his concentration wanes during this little phase here, and someone potentially can help him through. 70 for 1. Scoring at 2 runs and over in this session so far in the 6 overs bowled. Indicative of the control that the Sri Lankans have displayed. Did have a lengthy spell yesterday, Asita Fernando with the new ball. Continues again. Real test of your mental fortitude here, your character. Hodge, 10 runs of 64 deliveries. Has always shown the tendency to occupy the crease and to show application. And that's what his game is built on.
A lot better. You take a lot of confidence from that stroke. Solid forward defensive. Everything looked in order. Solid base as well. Sometimes it doesn't have to be a 4, Sammy B. could be a forward defensive. It gets you going, a defensive stroke. That looked really good. The footwork was in order. Just needs to spend time at the crease, Kavem Hodge. As you said, he's shown that ability to concentrate for long periods. It's the issue for Johnny Campbell. Just at times, a few too many mental lapses.
Shot again that he likes. Oppish not totally in control. That's a single for it. Some might say he's compulsive with it.
Similar to how they used the short ball against him yesterday, very sparingly. But when it was used, it was a good, accurate short ball. Got it high enough. As you said, he's almost compulsive on the hook. And Jimmy was speaking about it yesterday. He's not trying to keep it down, Kavem Hodge. He's actually hooking up. Luckily for him, didn't find the fine leg fielder. Cheers, boys. I wonder if there's a rum and coke in there or a vodka tonic.
Communion. It's Sunday. That they're just having their communion. Good again from Asita Fernando. Game of attrition continues.
Funny you mentioned communion, Sammy, because as a child I had to go to confirmation and stuff. And the only reason I really wanted to get confirmed was to taste the blood of Jesus, which was actually red wine in the cup. So I had an alcoholic beverage on a Sunday. Nice shot of red wine at Sunday school.
That's in there. There is a fielder there, but he watches it sail over his head. That's with the win for John Campbell. Confident strike.
Very confident indeed. Was quick on that shot delivery. Asita Fernando doesn't possess express pace. When he opts to go short, that didn't get high enough. Similar to the West Indian bowlers yesterday, when they bowled the short deliveries, they weren't high enough. It was comfortable. Or comfortably played. Well in front of square as well. Tells you how quick he was onto that short delivery.
And moves on to the 40s. Also shows the value of being patient as a batter. You're going to get loose deliveries at some point. You just have to be there. Finds the outside edge. Finds 4. Fortuitous for Campbell. Expensive, over 11 coming from it. 81 for 1.
Yeah. 81 for 1. West Indies still trailing by 468. .48 the partnership between Hodge and Campbell. Remember, West Indies started the day's play on 58 for 1. Last delivery of the previous over. Nice soft hands from Campbell. Adjusting because of that length being pulled back. Wasn't drivable. And he's very unlike Brandon King. John Campbell doesn't go searching for a drive.
Happy to wait to judge length, judge line. Well, a man who judged length and lines for a long time for the West Indies is alongside me. Jimmy Adams, good morning to you.
Morning, Darren. Really interesting passage of play under process here as we see the West Indies trying to build a partnership, second wicket partnership. It's approaching 50. This first hour going to be very critical for both teams. Wuji Sundara now pushing his square leg deep for Kavem Hodge. And an attempted bouncer just nowhere near the target. No chance for wicketkeeper Kusal Mendes. And that brings up the 50 partnership between these two.
A real positive for the West Indies early on day 3. This partnership, exactly what they would have spoken about before the start of the day's play. Something we heard the batting coach impress upon the West Indies team, Floyd Reefer. We'll want to take this partnership to lunch.
Kavem Hodge, who has been the quieter of the two, 70 deliveries for his 11 runs. You'd be hoping to build on his 2 test centuries to date.
Vijay Sundara and Asita Fernando. 2 bowlers operating in this first session on day 3. Operating in the wind, the strong wind that grows across this venue, and it has picked up 2. Not quite sure, going short to Kavem Hodge. Hitting to leg is the right option. Hitting with that wind will favor Kavem. 85 for 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, training
Campbell on the cusp of another half-century in Test match cricket. First change with the ball in this session by Sri Lanka. Milan Ratnaika. Milan is a handful. Proved to be the most successful Sri Lankan bowler in the first test. Picked up 5 wickets.
Interesting watching John Campbell's first delivery from Milan Ratnaika around the wicket, angled into the left-handed batter. John Campbell electing to walk down the wicket, first delivery. Interesting option. Always a good sign if you're a bowler, if without even having a look, you're getting a batsman to do something different. No, I wouldn't know how John Campbell views Milan Ratnaika, but he wouldn't be bothered having seen John Campbell take that option. It tells him that maybe there I'm living between his ears at the moment.
No run.
Pick up the bowlers yesterday with the new ball. Ratnaika troubled everyone, bowling really good lines. And in that first test match, up top of the wickets that he got, he showed a propensity for hard work. He shouldered a lot of overs. And really at times when things weren't going well for Sri Lanka,
No run.
A lot of those challenges for West Indian batters can be attributed towards his great degree of control with his lines and lengths, and then his skill too as a bowler. We'll talk more about that later on. Pulled in front of square. And that's 50, a fourth test match half century for John Campbell. Good aggression, good defense. And he's batting like a man in full control.
just erring on length, Ratnaika, and John Campbell quickly on it, pulling it in front of square, which meant that he had all the time in the world. Not the quickest, Ratnaika, and just erring on length. And John Campbell moves to his fourth half century in international test cricket, facing exactly 100 deliveries. 89 for 1.
Hodge on 11 from 72 deliveries. Very, very watchful. Don't want to be digging himself into a hole. I expect that that scoring rate will increase with time. Had a fine century against New Zealand in the last test tour. Kavem Hodge, 123 not out. But beyond that, he only had one half century in the first class competition in 3 matches. So maybe he's just spending some time out in the middle trying to rekindle batting form, which one could understand. Out in the middle is the place to gain form if you're searching for it. First sign of spin in day 3.
Bowling into a fairly stiff wind is Jayasuriya, which will help bring the ball into the right-hander, a bit of drift.
I like this feel from Sri Lanka. There is a slip, there is a silly mid on. An umbrella feel you can say, because it allows Jayasuriya to get straight, finish on the wicket, and also if he wants, flight a few deliveries outside the off stump. There is that man catching at extra cover too. The fumble allows for the single, not ideal.
Come, Papi!
Always irritates any bowler, but more so spinners who thrive on getting an opportunity to string balls together to batters. But now, a change now bowling to the left-handed John Campbell, electing to go over the wicket. He does have foot marks that are starting to wear outside of Campbell's off stump. Still with a slip on the forward short leg. Campbell straight away sweeping. John Campbell going to be we look at the foot marks that John Campbell will have to negotiate while batting Jayasuriya.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Wouldn't be much of an issue for Kavem Hodge, the right-hander. 2 from Jayasuriya's first over, 91 for 1. Another brilliant day for Test match cricket here at North Sound in Antigua. Went for the pull, mindful of that deep fielder in front of square. He goes behind square now and finds the gap perfectly. Too short on that occasion from Milan.
Well, they seem to be persisting with a short ball ploy to the left-handed Campbell. But on this occasion, Campbell equal to the task. Keeping it down and perfectly bisecting the deep square leg and the man at fine leg. So 4 more for Campbell.
A piece too from Ratnaika. Won't worry Campbell. I've been talking about Milan Ratnaika and his skill. So subtle, his variations. If you look at left of screen, the upright seam that will swing into the left-handed Campbell. And then right of screen is the wobble seam, the thumb, the difference in the grip and release. Thumb under the seam, left of screen, and thumb to the side of the ball, right of seam for the seam to wobble. Very hard for a batter to pick that up.
For those of us who aren't too clued in on fast bowling, what's the benefit of having a wobble seam, Darren?
Well, the wobble seam allows for the ball to just shift in an opposite direction because it don't necessarily hit the seam itself. So you tend to get a little more lateral movement. Many bowlers use that to make the ball go in an unconventional direction. So Ratnaika, his stock delivery is away from the right-hander into the left-hander. The wobble seam will come into the right-hander, away from the lefty.
I really appreciate that lesson. I've heard about this wobble seam for a while, and I've always tried to fathom why you'd want the seam to wobble. Generation of fast bowlers in my time were told to keep that seam upright and get it to swing in relation to where the shiny side is in relation to the seam. I know Jimmy Anderson from England, great English fast bowler, now just recently retired, was someone who used that wobble seam a lot in the second half of his career.
Pat Cummings as well, a wonderful exponent of the wobble seam. And if you look at the trajectory, that's the upright seam, blue tracking lines, then the red, the wobble seam, which allows the ball to go straight on, unconventional to his stock delivery.
Four runs off the over, 95 for 1.
.37 runs in this session, run rate of 3.3. Sri Lanka will be happy with that economy rate. Haven't really created a wicket-taking opportunity though, so that will be the major concern.
Another dot ball, Bobby. Oh yes, oh yes. One more dot
Jimmy,
ball.
when I did introduce you, I spoke about the importance of judging line and length as a batter and doing it very early to give yourself time to get in position, to play your strokes.
Only defense, Bobby. Yes.
Just feel Kavem Hodge has to be very aware of his scoring rate and his scoring opportunities. What he doesn't want to do is to bat himself into a hole, not rotate strike, not score.
Oh yes, boy! Oh yes, boy!
I think Kavem has built his career around batting time for sure. He knows how to bat session. But he must be alive to scoring opportunities. You don't want the game to meander along and it's not looking for somebody to be reckless. Just keep your intent. Listen, if you're in the middle of a good spell, then you're in the middle of a good spell. Negotiate that, come out at the other end. But just stay alive to your scoring opportunities.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
At the moment, his strike rate is just over 14. 95 for 1. John Campbell leading the way, 56 from 108. He's looked more and more in control of his innings. Very comfortable against seam. Yesterday he had his struggles, Jimmy and viewers, and he's gone past that hurdle.
Well, a lot has been highlighted about the number of times he's been dismissed between 10 and 40 in Test match cricket. He's comfortably past that particular hurdle, but he's still being tested. Milan Ratnaika is still asking questions. He's been severe on anything short, John Campbell. That's been his release shot so far in his innings. Anyone who has been slightly short, he's jumped on it for a few boundaries. Ratnaika still showing that the ball is still hard enough. There's still enough happening. If you keep asking those questions, it can make batting difficult. But yeah, you were talking about Kavim Hodge. It's going to be very important as a partnership that maybe they work together to help each other through what could be happening out there. Kavim Hodge normally have more fluent free-scoring batsmen than we've seen today. John Campbell having his challenges, sometimes outside off stump. Maybe this is where just a little conversation every now and again to motivate and help to build confidence. It helps to know that somebody's out there with you while the battle is ongoing.
Quite a number of dots in his innings so far.
Another dot ball. This is what Sri Lanka wants. Sri Lanka want to start putting together over after over where they know a wicket will come eventually. But with the amount of time left in this game, as long as the West Indies aren't closing that gap first to the follow-on target and then to the overall target, they won't mind. They won't mind. They realize it might not be a wicket where you can run through batting lineups, but they're happy to sit and wait and ask questions, see what happens.
Wait, no.
The other good thing that Sri Lanka has done in this bowling effort is restricted the 4 balls. Much better than what we saw from the West Indies when they bowled. And that's another way of building pressure against the opposition.
Single will keep John Campbell on strike. It's 96 for 1.
Run scoring quite difficult for the West Indies, but still 9 wickets intact. Jayasuriya bowled 5 overs yesterday with an economy of 1. So here is another Sri Lankan bowler who will restrict run scoring, who will build pressure, and who will attempt to create wicket-taking opportunities. He's quite patient too. Doesn't generate a lot of energy with his walk-up, I'd say.
I was just going to make the point that he really doesn't have much of an approach, a run-up, and it really speaks to having very strong wrists and a quick arm. Different approach than other spinners, but effective nonetheless. He's been very accurate. If you compare this to his energy when he's batting, it's almost like 2 different persons. Very animated when he was at the crease yesterday. Yeah, a very staid approach.
Oh, yes, boy.
quick arm,
Oh, yes, boy.
uses his wrists, probably has strong fingers as well. Would have to have strong fingers. But the key, his control has been excellent since he started yesterday.
Oh, yes, boy. Oh, yes.
486 wickets in his first-class career. That's a lot of bowling, a lot of wickets to his name.
Oh!
Just one from the over, 97 for one. And we'll have a drink.
86 balls, 12 runs. Come on, Poppy. Come on, Poppy. All test cricket, all test cricket. Come on, Poppy.
John Campbell with that half century looks quite transformed this morning after yesterday. He was under some heavy pressure. Yeah, today, after weathering the storm yesterday, driving well, pulling excellently also throughout the day's play. Some really good shots all around the ground from him. Bit of fortune there, but anything short, he's been brutal on it. John Campbell getting to that half century that would have certainly boosted his confidence. Just that one wicket for Sita Fernando, picking up Brandon King yesterday. But West Indies, though, very good start this morning, something they would have certainly craved. 97 for one. That one wicket we spoke of. Good setup there by Sita Fernando. Driving there Brandon King and caught by Kamindu Mendes at second slip. Very good catch, low down as well. Hard hands from Brandon King resulting in that wicket. And again, some very smart bowling to get the angle. Had to play at it in the end. So Sri Lanka, 549 for 9. Declared. West Indies in response, 97 for 1. Still trailed by 452. Yeah, so far so good for West Indies, you'll say, because there's no wickets this morning just yet. That first hour unscathed. 14 overs bowled, 39 runs. Won't worry too much about that run rate. Mali Richards alongside me. Good morning to you again, Mali.
Morning, Stacey, and morning, everyone. Yeah, it's been good Test cricket all around. I think the West Indies have batted quite well here on the third morning. Under a bit of pressure, as he said yesterday evening, Johnny Campbell making a lot better decisions in this half century. But he's got to go big. He's done all the hard work. As he said early, the Sri Lankans were very accurate. They've stayed accurate throughout. But run scoring has just become a little easier as time has progressed.
Thank you.
Milan Rathanayake looked good yesterday, troubled Kevin Hodge quite a lot. Good battle between those two, I think. He picked him up in that first match. A ball into John Campbell, who has looked to have transformed himself this morning. We spoke at length about him being dismissed a number of times in the 30s. So good to see him get into 50, and hopefully West Indies will be hoping that he can convert.
Yes, it's just a 100 for Johnny Campbell so far in his Test career, coming against India last year in Delhi. This is also a danger period for him. He's been dismissed between 40 and 70 10 times as well. So he's got to find a way, get through these periods. So far, he's made a very good fist of it. The decision-making has looked a lot better today, the footwork as well. And we know anything just short or wide, he looked to pounce.
Yeah, I think his shot selection has stood out today. And his decision as well. When he's pulling, he's leaving very well outside the half stump. Not being tempted into playing there. They've peppered him in that area, John Campbell. Just prepared to continue to leave. And also, that bit of problem solving I spoke about yesterday, advancing a little bit down the track. I think his pulling was great also, not pulling uppishly. Still trying to keep it down. So really good from him so far today.
Yeah, he's left really well outside the off stump. Earlier in his career, he'd have a little flirt. The outside edge, he'd have been dismissed quite a few times, taken in the slips or by the wicketkeeper. It's a very important shot, especially for an opening batter. Just knowing where that off stump is. But as you said, he's pounced on anything that's been in his scoring areas. I think Hodges played well as well, a supporting role. Just 12 of 87 deliveries, but in the partnership, 65. Have a look at him here. This was his struggles yesterday against a good length. Milan Rathanayake honing in on a good length. And that was the edge taken. But in fact, the edge found but not taken. He's played and missed on quite a few occasions, but he's still here, Stacey Ann. And from a West Indian perspective, that's exactly what you want to see. He's still fighting.
He did struggle with that length, whether to leave or play at it at times, Kavem Hodge. But as you mentioned, the important thing is that he's still there, 98 for 1. Still trailed by 451, but the back of their minds, West Indies, they'll just be thinking about batting for as long as possible. They are already one up in the series. Pravat Jayasuriya, I suspect he has a heavy workload today. They've always been a team that rely on their spin bowling attack. Sri Lanka, Jayasuriya, we've already mentioned the good record that he has throughout his career. Still, not a lot on offer for him, for him so far.
But he's been very accurate. And you heard Coach Gary Kirsten yesterday evening speak about what he can bring to this attack. Looks to give the ball a lot of overspin. It's not really getting much turn, but he's giving the ball a lot of revs here. And he's been very accurate, as you can see. Have a look at that. Just conceded 9 in his 8.2 overs so far. Still got the close catches in. Looks like he just switched the bails around there. Was it Udara in that leg slip position?
Perhaps a switch of the bail to bring some luck for Kavim Hodge. A well-connected sweep. The 100 up as well for West Indies.
Yeah, good stuff in this partnership. 67. As we said, Kavim Hodge, he hasn't necessarily gotten away in terms of his run scoring, but he's playing a valuable role here in helping to wear down these Sri Lankan bowlers so that possibly later on he can cash in. This is Test cricket. It's not all about scoring at a great rate. We saw the Sri Lankans do that from long periods on day one. But I thought it's because the West Indies bowled badly at times.
Yeah, certainly. You're gonna have different periods in the contest. Right now, Kavim Hodge respecting what the opposition is putting out. So the longer he stays there, it will benefit him and the team. Single to finish, 101 for 1. For 1 West Indies. Very good start this morning. I think discussions in that changing room yesterday, Mali, you are the coach in there. What would have been your instructions to these two this morning?
Well, obviously we're 1 up in the series. It's a 2-match series, so we don't have to force the issue. It's all down to Sri Lanka to force the issue to get a positive result. For me, just good old-fashioned, as you would say, just normal test batting in these conditions should be good enough.
Yeah, change of end for Isita Vijay Sundara. Vijay Sundara, just a false start for him. The first time he'll be operating from the Sir Andy Roberts end. What do you think we can expect from him at this end?
It'll be interesting to see what movement he gets starting around the wicket to the left-handed Johnny Campbell. There. Inside edge, probably 2 sounds. 2 sounds. I think a thick inside edge on that one, but honing in on the pads from the Sir Andy Roberts end, using the breeze to good effect, Stace.
Yeah. Thought about it for a while. The Silver asked the question, but no one is interested. Perhaps an inside edge as you. Yeah, definitely an inside edge. Pleading with the umpire. And there you go, confirmation.
Umpire Hassan Raza there. I think the umpires have been quite good, especially throughout the series. The decision-making has been sound. Hassan Raza, the standing umpire. And that's Paul Rifle, former Australian fast bowler. Standing at square leg. I think they've been really good, Stace.
Yeah, added to that, they've controlled the game really well. Timing as well. Not wasting any time. They come out quickly. Yeah, they've been spot on in this contest. Not a lot of poor decisions, I would say. I haven't seen any, in fact.
None that really come to mind. No howlers.
No run.
Also, no wickets for the Sri Lankans just yet here. The first session on day 3. As they say, moving day. And a lot will be determined at the end of this day, Stacey Ann. From a West Indian perspective, they'll be hoping that at least Johnny Campbell and a couple other batters can really go big. Kavem Hodge as well. He's done all the hard work here, Kavem Hodge. 13 from 90, but he's still got a lot more to do.
No run.
Made a good start from the Sandy Roberts end, Vijay Sundara on debut. He's found a good area once again around the wicket. He's got a slip and a gully. The close catches on both sides, extra cover and mid-wicket.
Driven firmly, but there's protection there. It was just a single to end the 102 for 1. Dominican flag. There I've noticed lots of Dominican flags since I've been here, Mali, in the stadium. Kevin Hodge is a Dominican. There's some good support for him there in the stand. There's another Dominican shirt in the back as well.
Quite a few Dominicans have migrated to Antigua since that hurricane a couple years ago. We're big fans of Asa Banton as well. Big soca artist out of Dominica. Moving day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, day 3. So far, it's been a war of attrition between this pair. What a beautiful sight that is. The Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in all its glory.
He's picked that line very well, Hodge. Very good execution from him.
Yeah, this is good batting, as we were saying earlier, Stacey, and he's really soaked up a lot of pressure. But here he gets one, which he likes in his area. Good sweep, gets low. No real threat of that extra bounce. Gets right on top of that one, right to the pitch. Dispatches it.
Goes again. Not quite where he would have wanted it to go. Actually, it hit the man at short square leg.
Papi! Oh! Come Papi, come Papi! Wait.
I like this option being taken by Kavem Hodge, especially with Jaya Surya tossing the ball up just on that leg stump or outside, looking to hit the foot marks.
Yeah, he's sweeping on line. So five runs coming from that over. 107. Look, yeah. It's confirmed to be finished now. 107 for 1.
Very visible. Yeah.
Yeah, John Campbell, that big 100 in India. His only 100 to date. His third highest score now here. A real opportunity for him to convert.
No run!
So interesting to me that Johnny Campbell has just got the 2 half centuries here in the Caribbean. He's got 100, 2 other 50s away from home. He's performed slightly better away from home. Slightly surprising. Have a look at that. 115 in Delhi. Half century in New Zealand as well. But Vijay Sundar is finding a good area here once again. 128 Ks, so no real pace for Johnny Campbell to worry about. But there's movement, and when that ball moves, doesn't matter how quick it is, Stacey Ann, if you find the right length, it will pose problems for even the best batters.
Yeah, they're still looking to use that length, or rather line to him straighter. Doesn't have that big stride, John Campbell. I think he's handled himself really well so far. His judgment has been quite sound. There's a loud appeal. He's on his knees now. He's on his knees. And Azan Raza raises his finger. He agrees with him, but Kavem Hodge wants to have another look.
If he got a little tickle on this one, Stacey Ann. Decided to go
TV
upstairs.
umpire to
though.
director, we have a
Kavem
player
Hodge.
review for LBW. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Can I have a look at the front and first, please? Ball passes close to the bat. Need to check that with ultra edge. Yeah, roll it once again for me. Yeah, do you have any other angle to show that the ball has hit the bat? Yes, he's standing by. Yeah, I can see the ball has hit the bat first before it's hitting the pad. There's a clear spike as the ball is next to the bat. Asan, you need to change your decision from out to not out. Stand by on screen. Signal now.
The decision will be overturned, but you have a look at how close it was. Why the umpire decided to make that decision, that fuller length. Kevin Hodge lucky enough to get some bat on it, barely. Yeah, he seemed very certain as well. He didn't have any conversation, I believe, with John Campbell. I think he went up straight away. Hodge.
Yeah, it was so close. Umpire really had a good look, took his time. Look at Vijay Sundara there. He thought that was his first test wicket. Wasn't to be.
Yeah, he was pleading for a long time. He went down on his knees. Yeah, but so close. Decision in the end had to be overturned. She's happy about that. So Kevin Hodge surviving again. Some close calls in this test match for the debutant.
Just speaking about the umpires, probably the first decision we've seen from him be overturned.
Still, I wouldn't call it a poor decision because of how close everything was there together. You can sort of understand why he raised his finger. It looked dead to us on real life, and you know, these umpires, they're making these decisions in real life. We have the benefit of the replay.
Couldn't agree more, Stacey Ann. Did have a good hard look at that one. The thin edge in the end came to the aid of Hodge.
So Hodge surviving, and that's over 108 for 1. This partnership growing. 75 now for West Indies. Really what they required after some scary moments yesterday.
Yeah, they wouldn't be too worried about this run rate, as the skipper has brought himself on from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Stacey Ann hasn't done too much bowling in this series so far with his off spinners.
Turn in, DDS. Sorry. Bowling, DDS. Come on, DDS.
Remember, John Campbell was dismissed in that first match. Looking to take on the spinner, left-arm spinner at that time, Dinusha.
Good bowling.
Has that man up at mid-on.
Come on,
Perhaps
DDS.
asking him to try and take him on.
Especially just starting to see a bit of turn here, landing the ball in the foot marks, maybe a bit wide of that off stump. There's a bit of turn here for Dhananjaya.
Super fan, Lane Turner. But the only song I'm hearing from Kusal Mendes behind the stump is Turning, turning, turning. 108 for 1.
In the air, but importantly in the gap, another boundary. Streaky for Kavem Hodge, which is Sundara still searching for his first. Hello, Jimmy.
Hi, Samuel. Yes, just allowing his hands to leave his body for that delivery, but making enough contact. A little bit fortunate that found the gap. He was not in control, but he will take it. He's been there now for 100 deliveries, Kavem Hodge, for his 21. But the partnership, more importantly, continuing to build. The West Indies chase down this mammoth 549 made by Sri Lanka.
Yeah, just 54 runs scored in the session so far. I just felt after that first half an hour, Sri Lanka lost their disciplines slightly. And they went searching. Maybe could have held on a little bit longer, but I suppose it's human nature as a bowler coming towards the end of a spell. You want to leave with something, and hence allow the West Indians to score for that little period a little bit too freely. Yeah, some sort of lateral movement there.
It's interesting if we look at the first session yesterday when Sri Lanka were batting with Sunal Dinusha and Kusal Mendes. They only got 64 runs in that first session, but having wickets in hand meant that session number 2, they were able to go for over 100 in that second session. I'm sure at this point the West Indies, yes, they want runs on the board, but they know that they will get those runs once they keep wickets in hand. Batting will get easier for any batter who spends time at the crease. Surface still holding up, still weighted in favor of batting. We haven't really seen any terrors this morning from either pace or spin.
What a delivery. That length again. Wide of the crease, fuller in length, and just enough movement to beat the outside edge. Hodge even having faced over 100 deliveries. Look at that. At the crease, and just enough to beat that outside edge. Skillful bowling. West Indians will also know, Jimmy and viewers, that it's Sri Lanka who have to chase this game. Having a 1-0 lead. If Sri Lanka want to share the spoils, the onus is on them. Just the 4 off the first ball. 1-1-2 for 1. Yeah, he has his West Indian merchandise, that cap. Jimmy promised to get a couple for some of us in the commentary box. Still waiting. Captain continues, a couple overs behind.
So I was making the point that Sri Lanka themselves started slowly in that first session yesterday and picked up a lot in the second session after lunch. The West Indies would be really hoping that this pair can get into lunch. And I really think for most players, time on a wicket like this will make run scoring easier as time goes on. John Campbell thinking about two and changing his mind. Kavim Hodge hasn't been as fluent today as we've seen him in the past. But the key is that he's battled on. He had his chances and he's trying desperately to make them count. So a slip, a forward short leg, an extra cover on mid-wicket catching. Wicket holding up well, Samuel.
Yeah, it is. Really good batting conditions. The bowlers will no doubt be frustrated by what they've encountered. Usually a docile surface here for test smash cricket. I heard you mention in the pre-show that the areas of concern just outside off stump or in line with the stumps have held up nicely. There are some footmarks, but not in areas that will create too much challenges for the batters. So they'll have to try other means. 1-1, 5 for 1. Partnership built on patience and resilience from Campbell and Hodge. Sri Lanka trying to erode that patience, which is Sundara will continue. Solitary slip and gully in position has a few boundary riders.
No run.
All the seamers pretty much from yesterday have been inclined to use a deep backward square in addition to the fine leg for John Campbell. He has hit a few boundaries, hooking and pulling, some aerial, but whenever he has gone aerial, barring that one chance late yesterday evening, he's managed to get them over the ropes. Mid-off and mid-on, extra cover on mid-wicket, all fairly straight, which would seem that they're encouraging a straighter, fuller length from which is Sundara.
You got to admire John Campbell and the way that he's gone about his job. He'd be very disappointed from that first innings dismissal of the first test, where he did all of the hard work but wasn't able to convert. And there was that added, I suppose, responsibility on him. Might just see Asita Fernando back into the attack momentarily. Everyone's on about the football these days.
No run.
You also have Teja and Chandra Paul in their squad, another opening batter, specialist opening batter. Yeah, this is how he was dismissed in that first innings of the first test on 39. After doing all of the hard work, really a gift of a dismissal. Trying to go offside, there was a mid-off in play. Ball gripping enough to send it to long on, and you can see that disappointment from him. And those are the emotions that you remember, Jimmy, as a batter, that painful memory, and you don't want to repeat.
I've ticked that box so many times, Samuel. So many times. It's almost painful to go and re-watch it again. But yes, it does serve as a motivating factor. And he's rebounded well. He's gotten a start. He's worked hard for his runs, has John Campbell. But he's been very selective and very patient in this innings. Which is Sundara going down. But he survives. 116 for 1.
Number 77 back. Yeah.
Last ball of the previous over. A little bit of contact. Inadvertent from both players looking at the ball. Vijay Sundara, so too John Campbell couldn't prevent that. Down for the count momentarily. Yeah, good to see. Has been played in good spirits this series all the way through. Seen a few of those dives in the football as well, resulting in some penalty kicks, Jimmy. Asita Fernando from the opposite end now.
Two. Thank you.
Samuel Badri talking about football. Quickly moving on, it'll be Asita to... He's changed engines now. He's coming from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And he has, for the left hand of the wind, going from leg to off. No slip, just a straight gully. Catching. Two men back, three men back on the pull. John Campbell negotiates that comfortably. So the ploy for Campbell, it looks like, will be short and high. John Campbell having scored quite a few of his 8 boundaries off that length. Field coming in slightly for Kavem Hodge. It will be, looks like 3 slips, 2 slips and the gully. Still using a fine leg and a man deep backward square. Two slips and short mid-wicket, short extra cover, catching.
There seems to be a more regulation type feel for the right-hander, and as you mentioned, they're looking to go short at John Campbell, hitting into the wind. Like spinner Micah McKenzie in the West Indian dugout, doing some work during the intervals with the spin bowling coach, Nikita Miller. We've been working assiduously during that luncheon interval and all of the intervals. Something that West Indies have been searching for some time. A quality wrist spinner at the international level. Right, so that field for John Campbell spread far and wide. Expect short deliveries. He knows it's coming. What does he do? Does he take it on? Does he negotiate it? Can he duck under it? He backs away and he goes offside. Good batting from John Campbell.
A very proactive approach from John Campbell. 99% sure on the length, but just backing away to ensure that he had a free hit to off. Wasn't concerned about trying to keep it down, didn't have to. There was just the solitary man at mid-off. And another boundary takes him now into the 70s.
Reminds me of you on the dance floor there, Jimmy.
Moving on very quickly.
There was some disappointment from John Campbell after he played that shot straight to the fielder. I wonder if that's because he found the fielder or he played the shot. Look at him right after, if we can stay on him. Yeah, gasped with himself. In the air and straight to the field, and the plan works. Look at the emotion from Asita Fernando. This is real disappointment, and I'll have to say, not for the first time from John Campbell. Knew exactly what the plan was and still falls into the trap. They are speechless.
Again, backing away to give himself room. He was cramped on the shot, John Campbell, not managing to keep it down, and Chandimal gratefully accepting that catch that gives Sri Lanka the breakthrough. Scenes of delight from Asita Fernando. Campbell has to go 72. It's 122 for 2.
Double centurion, player of the match from the first test. Amir Jangu makes his way out to the middle. Look at that average, healthy average. Only his, what, third test now? So that no doubt will go down as time passes, but a remarkable start to his career, take nothing away from him. And they'll revert to a conventional field now that plan has worked. New batter, 2 slips and a gully. Asita Fernando, tail in the air. Wants to, should get 2 off the mark immediately. Successful over from Asita Fernando. 124 for 2. John Campbell most recently dismissed. Brandon King fell late yesterday. Hodge has been resolute and quite stoic for his innings to date. Right, a very straight, let's say, mid-wicket or very short mid-on, just where the non-striker is positioned. Jimmy, how would you describe that dismissal, though?
Oh my word, there's so much wrong with it. Where do I start? First of all, it's about 10 minutes before lunch. He backs away to make room, gets cramped, and decides to hit up instead of rolling his wrist. Just starting from the decision, just a bad decision followed by very poor execution. He won't enjoy having a look at that when he gets back in the dressing room. And as I said, at this point in time, 10 minutes to lunch, just unnecessary, but
yeah, it was inexplicable. It was telegraphed as to exactly what was coming. The field was set. It was a strange field to begin with. Two fielders in front of square leg side. There was a short fielder behind square and then another one behind him. So you knew exactly what was coming. Scored a boundary earlier in the over by giving himself room and tried to repeat it. The line wasn't there, but still carried through with the shot. A very familiar theme with John Campbell, though.
in a sort of generic sense, you tend to break down dismissals either by way of decision-making or execution. It gets interesting when you combine both, which I think is what we saw just now with Campbell. But the Sri Lankans have stuck to their task. The delivery just prior to him getting out. He gave himself room on that occasion, slashed it over mid-off, and then the one just before he got out, he was upset with himself at missing out. Going again a third time. I can't help but think that he was cramped. Asita followed him with that short ball, and he still elected to go through when at Asita's pace you'd have had time to pull out. Sri Lankans would have been happy, not just for the wicket, but whenever you get a reward on a game plan so quickly, it really encourages you as a fielding team, and that would have been a huge lift for Sri Lanka, desperate for a wicket going into the lunch period. They've gotten it.
Did really well, Jimmy, to put that so diplomatically. 126 for 2. $126 for 2. The deficit still quite large, 423. Still got 8 wickets in hand. Few minutes before that luncheon interval, 4 to be precise.
Interestingly, that 89-run partnership was the West Indies' highest for the second wicket in the last 65 Test matches. So I guess one positive is that they have broken an ongoing hoodoo, and put a performance together that the West Indies haven't had in recent time. Good shot, but the Sri Lankans have done their homework. There is a man deep backward point, restricting Jangu to a single. Three minutes now to the break. We might get another over after this one. West Indies would be keen to get into the break without losing any further wickets.
A different innings this time around for Amir Jangu. Mentioned double century in that first test. And this is the challenge for him now to back that up, because coming into that test, wasn't even sure that he was a starter. Now, though, he has sort of supplanted Joshua De Silva in the squad with the return of Shihope, and there'll be expectations of him.
That's a good point you raise. And just on the issue of pressure. Pressure comes in different forms. You have a young man not expecting to play and he gets selected. There's a pressure of trying to establish yourself in a team. But then you also have the pressure of expectation, which has buried some players in the past. So it'll be interesting to see how Jangu copes with such a magnificent performance this early in his career, and the level of expectation that certainly the entire Caribbean will be having in and around his performances going forward.
He showed a lot of patience. That's one thing that we know he has in abundance, but he has a very compact technique as well. Tries to play the ball close to him. He knows where his strengths are and where he can score, and he waits and waits and waits until the ball comes in that little zone. So his game too is built on patience and application. Century on ODI debut, a double century in your third test match innings. A brilliant start to international cricket for him. Let's see where this can take him. Down the leg side. Might be leg buys, we'll wait to see. Runs given. That's 132 for 2 after 50 overs. Might be the last activity for the first session on day 3. Players are making their way off, and that would be the end of session 1, day 3. 132 for 2 is where they will end. They're searching for a Yorker, perhaps. Going down the leg side. made contact with something deemed to be the bat by the umpire. Nothing Kushal Mendes could do there. And 4 for Django. And the Paul Rifle will be saying, keep it on the stumps. That's what I did for most of my career. Kavem Hodge batted resolutely through the session to remain unbeaten. And West Indies will close that session on 132 for 2. John Campbell, the only victim, self-inflicted, you'll have to say. On the bowling for Sri Lanka, well, there were elements of discipline and patience. Asita Fernando, the only one with success so far. And after 2 days and a session, this is where this test match sits. 400, 549 rather for 9. 132 for 2. West Indies still trail by 417 runs. Let's head pitch side where Gerard is positioned.
Thank you so much, Samuel. I have a super fan here of West Indies cricket. They always say that the fans are the 12th man, 12th woman in this case. Elaine Turner. Elaine, let's start by getting to know you a little bit. Tell us where you're from. I've seen you at all these games. Where do you come from originally?
Originally, I'm born in England, but I've been in the Caribbean for about 40 years now.
What is it that you love so much about cricket?
Oh, everything. Everything. Sitting here in the sun, I know everybody says I'm crazy, but just being around the atmosphere, and it's just a really cool, easygoing game.
Yeah, I see that you are draped in your West Indies flag. You have on your West Indies hat. Where does that love for West Indies cricket ignite from?
I don't know. It's just over the years, just coming here and meeting all the boys. I know a lot of the players, and I love them a lot. So just being here to support them for me, is very important.
You know, you could have been doing anything else every day of your life, but as long as there's cricket here, you are present.
You've got it.
I want to know, though, why West Indies cricket? Why a team that has such heritage? Obviously, you come from England, but to be here as a big fan, that must be something very special to your heart.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I really got to know it in the Stanford 2020. That was a huge tournament for me to really get to know and understand cricket. And then I built up my love, and now my favorite, obviously, is Test cricket. I do love a good Test game.
I mean, you're even here for the regional first class.
Oh, yes.
I saw you at the final. So is it important for you to show your support no matter the level?
Oh, absolutely. I'll be at the under-19 next week, and every game supporting them. That's how we get to know the players that are upcoming. And that's why I know all the guys that are on the team.
Yeah. You've been here now for many, many, many years, almost 40, you said. You've seen a lot of cricket, especially here in Antigua. Which moment for you would be the most unforgettable?
Oh, there's so many. But I mean, most recently, obviously, being here for Kemar Roach's 300th wicket was absolutely amazing for me, because I think the man is amazing. He's a very good player. He's a good role model for the upcoming players, and 300 wickets for him is just brilliant.
You've watched most of your cricket here, but have you been to any other venues in the Caribbean?
I have. I've been to St. Kitts, and I will be in St. Vincent for the beginning of the CPL. The 3 first games, I'll be there at St. Vincent.
I guess I don't have to ask which one is your favorite.
Well, you got it. Alzari and the Falcons. Alzari and the Falcons.
All right. I'm going to ask you a little bit about your and test you on your analytical skills.
Oh,
so we've been here now, day 3. The position of the game. What do you make of what has happened so far?
Oh, this game, yeah, this is hopefully it's going to be a draw most likely, but it's going to be good to see if the boys can come out and bat, and I'm actually looking forward to that. With all the camps that they've been having, I'm looking forward to see if the boys can actually come out and get a good score out there with the bat.
Anyone you're expecting to score runs for the Windies?
I'm actually hoping that Django can do it again. I've seen him do it in the 4-day regional, so I'm actually hoping that he can come out and do it again.
Yeah, I want to take you back to last week when you saw that victory that the West Indies was able to claim. How did it make you feel?
Oh, and to be done in 4 days, absolutely fantastic. Absolutely, of course, it's no better feeling in the world for me.
Yeah, and if you had to tell anyone else about West Indies cricket, what would you say to them?
Just come and sit down and watch it. Just come and sit, watch, have the kids come and have a couple of drinks, some lovely food. Just come and watch it. That's what people need to do, is come and watch and support the team.
And what are you hoping to see in the future when it comes to West Indies and it comes to filling the stadiums again?
That's what I want, is to see the stadiums. That's the main part. The people should be here. It's not expensive to come in. What else are you doing today? It's Sunday. There should be families here. There should be more people. There should be.
Well, I'm sure they heard you, Elaine. Thank you so much for talking to me, and enjoy the rest of the game.
Thank you, Gerard. Nice to meet you.
Even her accreditation says superfan. Elaine, thanks for your support. That's what the session has produced. 74 runs in 26 overs and just a solitary wicket, that of John Campbell. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, the team will deconstruct the morning's play.
That is top class.
Test cricket has a funny way of evening the score. 1 week, you're the team making the opposition chase leather. The next, you're the ones waiting for the day to end. Sri Lanka arrived with one mission: build and keep building. Sunal Dhanusha and Kusal Mendis never rushed. They never chased the spectacular. They simply refused to leave. Every over they survived was another over West Indies had to spend in the field. Every run made, the next one felt a little harder. They never got bored of making West Indies bored. And that's one of Test cricket's greatest weapons. Pressure creates fatigue. Fatigue creates mistakes. The chances came and they went down. Sri Lanka didn't need to force the errors. They simply stayed long enough for them to arrive. Eventually, West Indies had to think differently. Innovation replaced convention. And just as he's done so often before, Kavem Hodge broke another stubborn partnership. A breakthrough born from persistence rather than pace. By then, Sri Lanka had already done enough. More than 500 runs, a declaration, and the feeling that they had finally returned the favor to the home side. West Indies survived the stumps with one falter on the way. Now comes a different examination, not with the ball, but with the bat. Day 3 isn't about chasing the game. It's about trusting the process, playing their tempo, and showing to the rest of the cricketing world that no matter the situation, this West Indies team is prepared for the challenge. Because in Test cricket, the hardest days often produce the greatest stories.
Highlights of this first session on day 3 saw the West Indies accumulate 74 runs. John Campbell was the aggressor. He pounced on anything that was short. He was also watchful, used soft hands at times for deliveries that tested him. Batted through that first hour nicely with his partner, Kavem Hodge, who was much more watchful. And along the way, he brought up his 4th Test match half-century. John Campbell, things looked really well for the West Indies in this first session. Sri Lanka introduced spin, Prabhat Jayasuriya, but he didn't trouble the West Indian batters. There was a close call, an LBW shout that was initially given out, but then Kavem Hodge reviewed, and there was confirmation of bat. So his innings continued, and the partnership too grew in stature. Hodge at times just using his hands, boundaries were not easy to come by for the right-hander. And then Sri Lanka deployed a tactic, going short to Campbell, and Campbell falling into the trap. Sri Lanka with their 2nd wicket of the innings. Amir Jangu came in at number 4 and maintained the left-right combination for the West Indies. So the West Indies, they finished the first session on day 3 at 132 for 2, exactly 50 overs bowled by Sri Lanka. Kavem Hodge on 25. And Sri Lanka will be quite pleased with Asita Fernando, 2 for 42, their leading wicket taker, and they'll expect more wickets going deeper into day 3. So West Indies, they still trail by 417. Sri Lanka still in a dominant position here in this 2nd Test match. So at the lunch break, always very good to chat with my colleagues, Mali Richards, Jimmy Adams here. Jimmy, when you look at what we saw in that first session, let's reflect on Campbell's innings. He played really well.
He did play well. He hasn't had a half-century now for a while in Test match cricket. He's been really disciplined all along up until he got out. He's hit loose balls for boundaries. He hit 2 maximums. So it was ideal batting from John Campbell. He had a good partner at the other end supporting him. But he looked really fluent here today, and he looked set for another 100. And I think the whole Caribbean will be so disappointed that he's missed out, having looked so well, done all the hard work, the young man, and just missing out. But kudos to him. He's set the stage for a sizable total from the West Indies, and everybody will be hoping that the team then build on from this.
Just staying with the positives, he stitched together a partnership work, 89 with Kavim Hodge, and it's the highest for the West Indies in the last 65 test matches. So that is a great foundation for the West Indies. Mali, the big question that Jimmy alluded to was why play that stroke when the trap was set?
Yeah, we were speaking about just how sound his decision-making was here on day 3. As he said, he left quite well. He was very judicious in the strokes that he played. But on that wicket, I don't know what to make of this. You saw him go leg side to try and access the offside. Previously got away with it. The Sri Lankans then thought, you know what? We'll use the short ball tactic. They've got 2 men back and he's picked out mid-wicket. He's actually gone at something that he doesn't need to. If you think of the time, just about 10 minutes before lunch, you'd be hoping you go in wicketless into that period and then start again. He'll be very disappointed with that dismissal. And I'm sure you'll hear a few words from the backroom staff because it's happening a bit too often from a West Indian perspective.
Jimmy, how did that dismissal resonate with you?
Listen, yeah, there's a lot wrong there, to be honest. The timing was bad. We can go through the list. Hitting into the wind, there is a man deep. You got choked, you backed away to access the offside, and the ball, credit to Asset, he followed him with the short ball, and so he was choked when playing the shot. He couldn't extend his arms fully, didn't roll his wrist on the ball. So you're not hitting for 6 because you're choked, you're cramped. So there's really going to be only one outcome at the end of the day, unfortunately. But, oh, the timing, Darren, the timing was oh.
I'm sure there would be no words for Darren Sammy during this lunch break for John Campbell. If you reflect on what he did in that first test match, he was well set again into his 30s, played a rash stroke, lost his wicket, so he'll be ruining that missed opportunity of probably getting a second test match century.
Listen, there'll be a few averted gazes in that dressing room. I'll tell you that, no. It didn't look good. Didn't look good.
Let's switch to Kavim Hodge, Mali. 25 runs. He's spent a long time out in the middle. Batted yesterday too. He understands the 5 bowlers thrown at him already. How would you rate his innings?
Well, yesterday, as he said, he was put down a couple of times, so he's had that luck. Came out here today, once again, he's looking to bat time. He hasn't really managed to rotate strike, but I thought the role he played alongside Johnny Campbell was a very valuable role indeed. He's helping to wear down these Sri Lankan bowlers. Hot conditions here. It's going to take a long batting period from him to get the West Indies into a position of comfortability. But so far, I think he's done a very good job. Now he'll have a lunch, come back out. He's gotten acclimatized to the conditions, so hopefully you can just see him rotate strike a bit more, put pressure back onto the Sri Lankan bowlers.
Well, the West Indies have preserved a left-right combination out in the middle. Jimmy, your thoughts on Kavim Hodge? You often hear coaches and commentators talk about that spectrum of survival to run scoring.
Yeah.
And how you have to move through that spectrum as a batter out in the middle?
Well, listen, Kavim by nature is a fairly free-flowing batsman. I would class him as an attacking player in an orthodox style. I just think that he hasn't had the scores that he wanted in that first test match, and Kavim being Kavim, maybe a little bit of overthinking. But I'm going to say this, what the team needed from him more than anything else was to get to lunch. How you do it, irrelevant. Your score, literally, in terms of the amount of time left in this game, not irrelevant, but it's not a major thing. What everybody will be hoping Kavim does is build on it. He's set a foundation. He'll have to start over after lunch. But the key for him and the West Indies is if somebody in that top 4 goes deep into the innings and they still want wickets in hand at the end of today. That, I think, is ultimately what they're playing for, and he's on his way.
Well, maybe that's a sign of the West Indies batting plan, Mali. If you're following this test match, a draw or a win will ensure that the West Indies win this series after a long time.
Yeah.
Prioritizing time in approach to batting.
They don't have to go searching for a positive result here. It's all on the Sri Lankans. I think in the context of things, that plays into Kavim Hodge's style of play here today. He's looked to play time. As Jimmy said, he's gone into lunch without losing his wicket. And from a West Indian perspective, the longer they can keep the Sri Lankans out there wicketless, the easier run scoring will be.
Indeed. Well, let's now shift focus to a West Indian bowler who is a speed demon. Here's Shamar Joseph.
Describe yourself in 3 words.
Oh, professional, disciplined, intelligent.
Ball him, and he's ball him neck and crop.
Taken straight to the fielder.
Second wicket now for Shamar Joseph.
It means a lot, man. You know, every time you put on the whites, it take you back to, you know, the great players back in the days, you know. It reminds you of what they did to leave a legacy that we could able to continue. Bowling at 145 to 150 is something to smile about. You know, every fast bowler dream. You know, to get up there is quite hard. You know, fast bowling isn't easy. So it's just about what you put in and the kind of work that you put into yourself. It's all about your energy also, you know, to keep yourself up there. I mean, there's a lot to be done, you know, not to mention, not to brag, not to boast, but just to continue putting out the hard work, you know, and continue to achieve great things.
Edged and caught, 2 in and over for Shamar Joseph.
We're all looking for that W, which is important for us moving forward into the World Test Championship coming up. So we're looking for that W, and I know that we will get that W because that's our goal, that's our aim moving forward. We don't want to, you know, lose another Test match.
What an exciting fast bowler for the West Indies. What an exciting world talent. Of course, he announced himself in that West Indies tour of Australia when he led the West Indies to a Test match victory in Brisbane. We continue this lunchtime show. Mali, Jimmy, one of the things that Shamar might not have had the opportunity to do was bowl with a Kookaburra ball. Now, if you followed West Indies cricket, and Jimmy, you'd know, West Indies transitioned from the Kookaburra ball to the Duke's ball. The Duke's being used in this Test match. And for Sri Lanka, their first-class cricket and international cricket in Sri Lanka, they all use Kookaburra balls. So, Jimmy, just want to give me that history of the transition?
Yeah, so if you go back, I would say about a little over 10 years ago, there was an appreciation in the Caribbean that we'd been using the Kookaburra balls for a while. Originally, back in the day, it was Dukes, but we shifted to Kookaburras because they figured that we'd have a better chance to compete in the Southern Hemisphere countries if we had bowlers and batters who were used to the Kookaburra. Now, the Kookaburra has a lower seam, doesn't have as high a seam, so it is not as fast bowling friendly. And it was also felt that in our conditions here in the Caribbean, the Kookaburra ball would stand up better to our conditions, abrasive wickets, the heat, the dry outfields. But come about 2014, 2015, respective coaches for the West Indies believed that we had a fast bowling attack that was beginning to show signs of being the strength for the team, and they wanted a higher seam. And they figured that to assist our cricket and hopefully get better results, we needed to shift back to a ball with a higher seam, hence the Duke.
Right, Mali, just validate those comments from Jimmy Adams.
As you can see here, it's a more pronounced seam. So it aids in seam bowling, lateral movement off the pitch, but also through the air. The Kookaburra is quite nice. It swings quite nicely, but it also tended to go soft after a certain amount of overs. The Duke's ball stays harder a lot longer. It just gives more opportunity for all the cricketers to be successful. It's a much better ball from my perspective, DG.
Well, world cricket, they're accustomed to using the Duke's ball when playing against England in England. It's unfamiliar territory, you can say, to a large extent for the Sri Lankan fast bowlers and bowlers because, as I mentioned before, they use Kookaburra balls back in Sri Lanka and for international cricket. So there is that little contrast in balls, and I'm sure fast bowlers will be pleased to have the Duke's ball with that higher seam, as you mentioned, Marlies.
But just quickly as well, even the spinners, they'd really like this because of that pronounced seam. They'll be able to grip that seam a lot more, impart a lot more revolutions as well.
Well, the West Indies will hope that that is not a significant advantage for the Sri Lankan bowlers. As we go into session 2 on day 3, thank you, Jimmy Adams. Thank you, Marley Richards. We will continue to follow and track this test match. But as we go into the break, we leave you with that classic back in 2018, West Indies v Sri Lanka, day 3.
Welcome to the highlights of the 3rd day of the 2nd test between the Windies and Sri Lanka in the Cricket West Indies International Home Series 2018. So the Windies were still trailing Sri Lanka's first innings total by 135 runs.
Have an opportunity here to win the series if they can.
Lahira Kumara starts off with a fierce delivery. That's what we are talking about. He's not happy with that. Oh, well bowled, very well bowled. Good follow-up delivery.
Does it have the strength to go into the boundary line?
But it's flying off the bat. Nice and hard. Wonderful shot from Shea Hope.
Brilliant. Brilliant from Lakmal, a little bit of bounce. We saw low bounce, the delivery before outside the off stump. Now we're seeing steep bounce. Gets rid of Hope.
Pick up the big wicket of Shea Hope. Dug in short, but the line was better. Oh, he goes upstairs.
Just keep that rolling through, AJ, please. Brilliant. Keep it going. Thank you. Clearly no bat. We'll just go to ball tracking when available. Thank you. Ali, ball tracking coming up now. It's pitched a foot outside leg stump.
Hit that well enough into the wind. First boundary after the luncheon break.
That's beautifully played. Gave himself enough room, got back deep in the crease and picked his spot.
Oh, that's close, that's close. Finger goes up. It's not an unfamiliar dismissal of a Devon Smith against off spinners historically.
And not too much question about that. Have another stoppage in play. This one caused by nature.
This is safe.
Nicely played. Did not have the legs to go all the way. Over the top. He will get a boundary.
That's nicely played.
I'll tell you who didn't waste that delivery. It was Roston Chase. Over the top, good use of the feet. Dowditch showing a different side to what we saw in Port of Spain. First 6 to him.
Nicely driven by Dowditch. With the wind. Gone. New ball has struck. It'll be a soft way for Roston Chase to go caught at mid-on.
He wasn't expecting that bounce. Maybe the ball hung around a little more and didn't have the pace that he expected as well. But I didn't think his intention was to hit this in the air for so long.
So the Windies trailed at the interval by just 12 runs.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Just leant into it. Wonderful timing from Shane Dowditch.
Gets his 50. Shane Dowditch backs up his good batting in the first test match with yet another useful innings for his team.
Yeah, just squared him up. Takes the outside edge. And it will run away into the boundary. Brings up the 250 for the Windies. Scores leveled now. Edged and gone. We spoke about that length. An unplayable delivery. Looked like it was angling in and just shaped away.
Lakmal continuing to probe that line. Dowrich shuffling way across the stumps. And
Taken. Kasun Rajitha gets his second scalp. And Devendra Bishu goes quite wide, driving rather loosely. Straightforward chance to Kusal Mendes. Off the back foot behind point. With outside the off stump, that was sharp. Near 90 miles. Gone. Kasun Rajitha gets his third. Very fine delivery, bit of bounce. And the away movement, hanging his bat out.
And he's given him. Walked across his stumps. And it didn't make contact with the bat. So Kamara gets his man. Let's have a look. It's full at the stumps. And you're just seeing leg stump, a bit of leg stump when he gets hit. And it, being a full delivery.
Quite quickly. Straight past the bowler. He's been waiting for that. He's been taking on a lot of short stuff on the body. But pitch it up to him. This will be the response. He's over top edge. Someone going back. And that's taken. Dhananjay De Silva. Very good catch indeed. Never easy, I'll tell you.
So the Windies got a lead. They were ahead by 47 runs.
Very important that Sri Lanka survives this little session. With the movement. That's 4.
Sliced away.
Got him. You just felt that the opportunity was going to present itself. In these dying moments, Shannon Gabriel yet again.
So here we go. And cleanly off the outside edge, cleanly taken, and he's got to go. Kusal Perera, he goes for 20, and Sri Lanka are 32 for 1. Just a pitched outside leg. Well, they're going to send it upstairs.
Aleem pitching outside leg stump.
The umpires, they've called play on this day 3, the second test between the Windies and Sri Lanka.
So this important test match at the end of day 3 sees Sri Lanka behind by 13 runs with 9 wickets in hand in their second innings.
It's called me Mango Boy.
That is top class.
This is a tough one, eh? What should I do?
No, that's a good question. Ooh, I'd scare Jaden. Scare people.
I will stay in my room.
I will go around solving crimes.
Sleep all day. Are you invisible? Nobody can wake me up.
Hello and welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua. Day 3 of the second test. Sri Lanka still firmly in control. West Indies fighting back. 132 for 2, still adrift by 417 runs. 8 wickets in hand. Only successful bowler Asita Fernando with 2 for 42. Nothing yet for Vijay Sundara. A confirmation of that deficit of 417. Players make their way out in the middle. Left-handed Django, right-handed Kavem Hodge. He's been there for quite some time. Hodge, 114 deliveries for his 25. Nice little break for him to regroup, for them to recalibrate, reinforce their plans, which will no doubt be to bat and bat and bat. Won't he love that average to stay for a long time, Amir Django? Hodge looking to improve upon his. Right, we'll resume this session with the left-hand orthodox Prabha Jayasuriya. 26 overs for 74 runs, so some grit and application shown on both sides actually. Jayasuriya from the Andy Roberts end. slip on a silly mid-on to start against Cavem Hodge.
Yes, yes, yes.
Single straight away after lunch. Good afternoon, Stacey. Well fed, energized, and all set for this session.
Hello to you, Samuel. Yeah, certainly so. I think the West Indies more than me, though. They'll need that energy into this session. Bat long, both of these players.
Come, Papa. Come, Papa.
Right, this is where there is some level of interest. The left-handed orthodox against the left-hander with some areas of concern outside his off stump. And there is that silly mid-on lurking. Let's see if there's any sort of assistance here.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, just to the right of where that ball pitched.
Oh, yes, Papi.
The bowler's foot marks. You can get a little sighting off it. Yeah, just to the left of Kushal Mendes.
Ball in, Papi.
That's the sort of area that he'll be looking to target. Just a little bit wider. Yeah, there you go. Get a sighting of it. A decent length and a good line for the left-hander.
Bowling, bowling, bowling. Great bowling. देखो part है. Bowling, bowling, bowling.
133 for 2.
Amma, decent agenda. What datte bette? What datte bette? What about a bano? हाँ वो भी तो बहुत बड़े नौ
Nice relaxing Sunday being spent out there. Asita Fernando has worked diligently in this innings. Only one to have picked up a wicket so far. He has 2 slips in operation. This is his return so far, Stacey.
He has used conditions quite well. Knowledge of the players especially. Brandon King driving that time. He likes that shot. And then John Campbell, ill-advised just before lunch. Short ball picked out Chandamal at mid-wicket. I think that his knowledge of the players has been good so far. Asita Fernando utilizing the pitch and the conditions well to get those wickets also.
Right, he goes around the wicket now. Has that deep square leg. From a Sri Lankan perspective, Stacey, have you seen anything that they can do a little bit differently, or is it a case of just being patient and disciplined for long enough.
There is a direct hit, some interest, but Amir Django wanted that single and set off right away. But to your question, Samuel. Yeah, to your question, Samuel, it's the latter for me. Just being patient and disciplined with the plans that they have in place. Must give credit to De Silva. I think he has utilized his bowlers well in unfavorable conditions, you say, for bowling attack. The pitch being batting friendly. What I particularly like is how he has used his bowlers around from different ends as well, just trying to see which bowler can benefit most from a particular end and perhaps use, as you mentioned, that rough outside, the left-handed side, the spin bowler, now coming from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and then the plan in place for the short bowling. Balls being hit to the side where it's unfavorable for batters to hit into. So yeah, certainly I think, you know, coming into this test match, a few men down, certainly have to use what you have on offer, and I think he's done that so well so far.
Good areas. Really good from Asita Fernando. 135 for 2. Just there, that's the area given. That's the spot that we've been speaking about. And as soon as it was pitched there, he gets the wicket of Amir Django. Brilliant stuff from Prabhat Jayasuriya. A wicket in the West Indies.
That rough coming into play right away is like you telegraphed it. Samuel, you spoke about that short leg in place. Very good field setting and planning from Sri Lanka to get that wicket into that rough. Amir Django unable to keep it down. He was pressing forward but unable to keep it down. Sri Lanka elated with that wicket. Amir Django has to go back for 9. 135 now for 3.
Hope for the West Indies. Shea Hope back into the starting 11, having missed the first one. Average belies his capabilities, really. This is the reason why he's here. Good adjustment from Jayasuriya. You just saw a little fluff when that ball pitched, indicative of the pitch perhaps disintegrating enough. Good sharp catch as well. Right, so that's out of the equation now because there are two right-handers out in the middle for the West Indies, and it's a left unorthodox, so if anything it's going to turn away from him. And so they reinforce that slip cord and 2 men in weight off the mark straight away.
Yeah, he kept probing in that area to Django the previous over. Finally got one to land exactly where he wanted it. Hit high up on the bat as well. So really good take from Madushka.
It'll be interesting to see that adjustment from the first over after lunch to the first ball of that over, where he got it a little bit wider for Amir Django. Almost said he missed his run-up, but it's more of a walk-up. My word, Shea Hope. Kavem Hodge, rather. Yeah, good control, so the captain can put additional fielders in catching positions because you know exactly what you're getting from the specialist spinner. Successful over from Jayasuriya, 136 for 3. Django, the victim after lunch. Chase listed in next. We'll see if that manifests itself. And all smiles. Yep, that's what you got to use. exactly what Sri Lanka wanted after lunch, to pick up an early wicket. Started with their spinner, and then he provided the reward, repaid the faith. Now Asita is looking to target Shea Hope. Pulled away, fielder there, falls short of him though. Nervy little moment there for Shea Hope.
He opting to go with a shorter delivery, not in a comfortable position there, Shea Hope. Almost picking that fielder out on the fine leg boundary. And lots happening out there since that lunch break. In fact, just before it, the dismissal of John Campbell.
Yeah, let's have a closer look at that adjustment made by Prabhat Jayasuriya. First over after lunch, he was a little bit too close in my estimation, given that rough area outside off stump. You see all of those deliveries on a very tight line. And then he made the adjustment a little bit wider. 8.7 degrees turn. Yep, he was setting him up for that, is what he's saying. Exceptional. That's what spinners do, Stacey. All of them.
I guess including you there, Badri. But yeah, I mean, and that's the difference when you have a world-class spinner in your attack. Yes, Danusha bowled well and, you know, supported the other bowlers in that first match. And now you have a genuine wicket taker who knows how to set up a batter. You know, he didn't go searching, he wasn't too hungry at first. Then threw in that wicket-taking delivery.
One of his signature strokes to that drive from Shea Hope ends the over at 138 for 3. Just started session 2. West Indies still 411 runs adrift. Started in a similar fashion this morning for Sri Lanka, quite disciplined. 2 catches in that cover and extra cover region now. Yeah, so he'll be hanging it just on that length and line, asking him to drive. And he has protection beyond those 2 fielders as well. So a really good field set.
Yeah, quite skillful, quite accurate as well. A large percentage of his deliveries, I'm sure, attacking the stumps. It's very hard to get on top of him.
Yeah, that's the shot that they want to see. And like I mentioned, they have the protection, so a single doesn't bother them. But can it produce a wicket? Can they keep that drive down? For She-Hope, it changes. Actually, they were thinking about changing it. Now they revert and maintain the same field for him as well. Likes to drive anything uppish, couple fielders there.
Oh!
Delivery that created a lot of interest, but I think well weighted by She-Hope. Played it late and ensured that he got it in the gap. Lots of oohs and ahs around the bat when he's operating Jayasuriya.
Oh yes! Oh yes! Niyama basic.
Single to end the over. Stacey will do some translation for us in the next one. 141 for 3. Good economy from Jayasuriya, getting through his overs quite quickly. Says Stacey that I've been impressed with the work ethic from Asita Fernando. Every time he's been called upon, has produced something for his captain, whether it is that sort of holding role or wicket-taking opportunities. They are a beleaguered bunch in terms of available fast bowlers. And he's taken that mantle of responsibility in a test match where, if we're honest, they came in as serious underdogs. Yeah, they're again just creating enough of a challenge.
Yeah, he's a true professional, Asita Fernando. He is the leader of this attack by way of all those injuries the Sri Lankans have in their camp. Certainly bowling with a plan out there and executing it well also. I think back to that short ball that got John Campbell. But yeah, it doesn't just, has a number of variations as well. Can bowl the ball predominantly away and then he gets it to come back also. So certainly someone that any captain would like to have in their team. Runs in with great stamina as well, and it's amazing how well he's able to control it, ball after ball, just getting it in the areas that he wants it to.
Still able to get something from the surface. Really patient in his operation. Well, for the most part, you can just hear from the stump mic the support that he's getting from his teammates. So often you hear of batting coaches and coaches in general talking about technique and keeping your hands close to your body in that little box. We did show a little review of the Sri Lankan opening batter and his compact stance and approach. Kavem Hodge is not too dissimilar. Diminutive in stature, but he tries to keep his hands close to his body as much as possible to stay in that little box. Maiden over from Asita Fernando, 141 for 3. Humidity high, wind factor still prominent. 30 degrees Celsius. I'm sure it feels like a lot more. Jayasuriya to continue. Along the ground. You just have a look at that technique and how he keeps his hands close. It's going down the leg side. So he has to pivot and rotate to try to access the ball. Generous flight.
Only defense, papi. Yes. Yeah. One more dot ball. One more dot ball.
So much energy around the stumps. Every ball bowled by Jayasuriya seems to be an event. Fielders, they're so into what is happening out there. Very close again to that pad also. Created some interest there by Jayasuriya.
Yeah, slow, 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 and then a little bit quicker is what he's trying to do. The umpire just inquiring about keeping the ball up. Return. He's given. There was a feather, was there? Kavem Hodge will have a little discussion with Shea Hope, maybe. Yeah, he says he's not. I'm not there. That indicates that he's edged it. What a delivery from Jayasuriya. Generous flight again. Nice and slow. and twin success post-lunch.
He's done him in the flight. Kavim Hodge pressing forward, just a feather of an edge on it. Getting some turn as well, and as her umpire Azan Raza raises the finger. Sri Lanka, they are up and about here after lunch. Kavim Hodge has to go back for 31. West Indies, 144 for 4.
Justin Reeves.
This is a wicket. Kavim Hodge, his long vigil comes to an end. It's gone via, caught behind Prabhath Jayasuriya. He's showing his class away from home. This will give Sri Lanka cricket fans and the backroom staff a lot of confidence. It's bowled with great control here. 2 for 24. New batter is Justin Greaves, though. Best of 202. Remember that mammoth innings in New Zealand. He'll be hoping for something similar. He's going to have to get himself in here. Kavim Hodge faced quite a few deliveries. But in the end, he wasn't able to cash in. 139 in total. Close to the glove. Opted to go short to Shea Hope here. Sita Fernando almost picked out fine leg the previous over. I'm joined by Jimmy Adams. Good afternoon, Jimmy.
Hi, Mali. As we have a look at Shea Hope having a waft to a short ball down the leg side, I think it's fairly well accepted on the international circuit that Shea Hope isn't very comfortable against the short ball, hence Sri Lanka going to this mode of attack very early. 3 slips behind, a fine leg and a deep backward square on the leg side. Greaves at the wicket because of this. Well-flighted delivery from Jayasuriya, getting enough purchase off the wicket and confirmation that there was a little bit of a feather. Kusal Mendes doing the rest behind the stump. Straightforward catch for him. Puts West Indies now under a little bit of pressure. Losing wickets at inopportune moments, the West Indies. John Campbell going just before lunch. And twin strikes after lunch by the left-arm spinner. Jangu going caught under the bat. Hodge going caught behind.
Opting to go short to Greaves as well. Sita Fernando. So just giving him an early sighter there. Opting to go short, the Sri Lankan pace bowler. Trying to bring a bit of aggression into his bowling.
Well, I think it's also a good ploy on such a placid surface. A good bouncer. You're working with small margins, so if you can introduce just an element of indecision anywhere along the line, it could be the difference further down in the spell or in the over. So it's really good bowling from the senior fast bowler. Just following it up with a little teaser. They know Justin Greaves likes to drive. How far is he willing to go searching for a drive this early in his innings? but prefacing with a short ball. So maybe if he wants to drive, but not quite to the pitch because of the short ball, inducing a mistake. It's good bowling.
Sita Fernando hasn't bowled too many spells from this, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. The breeze going across doesn't aid his natural stock ball, that outswinger to the right-hander, but he's still managing to get that ball to move away at times. Targeting the pads there. Greaves is away. He gets off the mark. This was the wicket. Just how much turn available to Prabhat Jayasuriya. 5.9 degrees of turn. Have a look. The blue one would just go on with the natural angle. The red is the deviation. And so far, it's all going to plan in terms of what we heard Coach Gary Kirsten speaking about yesterday. He thought he'll start seeing a little bit more turns, a bit more assistance for Jayasuriya, but he's executed well. Been very controlled.
.146 for 4.
We've had 8 overs in this session so far. West Indies 14 for 2. So the Sri Lankans have started to make inroads in this West Indian batting lineup. As you see there, Jayasuriya coming to the party. He was left out in that first match. Played in the gap nicely, timed, bit of work for the fielder to do. He'll lose that race. So Greaves picks up his first 4, just over pitch slightly by Jayasuriya.
A delightful shot from Justin Greaves, walking into this on drive, not hitting it too hard, just literally caressing it through wide mid-on. Didn't hit it too hard, but timed it to perfection. Really good batting. Good start for him. Again, using a lot of wrist to get it into that vacant mid-wicket region. I want to make the comment, though, Marley, that what we're looking at is a real practitioner at work in Prabhat Jayasuriya, taking nothing away from the million overs that Sunal Dinusha bowled in that first test, but not quite the same quality as we're seeing here in terms of control, variation, and just understanding the mental side of bowling spin, settling into his innings, giving nothing away, and just using fractions of variations with immaculate control to build pressure and 2 important wickets.
Spot on, Jim. Very subtle variations indeed from Jayasuriya. As you mentioned, Dinusha bowled 56 overs in that first test.
Yeah, it wasn't quite a million, was it? I was getting carried away there. It seemed like a million.
But he's in great control, as you said. And also, he just changes his trajectory slightly, tosses one up, and the other just slightly flatter.
Quick single and safely in the end. I think what we tend to find is you have a bowler like Sunal who has a stock ball. He can land a stock ball maybe 5-6 times out of 6. But it is the levels of deception that he doesn't have, which Jayasuriya has. Same action, but the variations in point of release and amounts of turn, all the different factors are just very, very subtle. And that completes another good over from Jayasuriya, 152 for 4.
See there, just 20 runs in this session so far. 2 wickets though will give the Sri Lankans a lot of confidence going forward. So far they've created opportunities. They weren't able to take a few of them yesterday, but here today they've been disciplined. They've taken everything that's come their way. Rathnayaka, wicketless so far. I thought he also bowled well. The Sri Lankans as a whole have bowled well in this West Indies first innings. That's with one down the leg side. He's got 2 slips at deep point. Close catching, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and deep backward square alongside fine leg. So I wonder if also Milan will look to use the short ball versus Shea Hope. He's a slightly, maybe similarly paced to Asita Fernando. Owning in on an area, and his stock delivery more often than not just moves off the pitch back into the right-hander. Gets most of his movement off the pitch as opposed to Fernando through the air. No ball though, just overstriding. Signal by umpire Paul Rifle.
I like this field for Shea Hope. He likes to drive. The whole world knows that he likes to drive, and he drives well. But they do have that short cover catching, and basically they have so many runs on the board, they wouldn't mind a fuller length, see if they can get his hands away from his body. Forcing him maybe to open his blade if he wants to beat the man at cover, but an open blade with a little bit of movement could potentially bring you 2 slips into play. But it all depends on your bowler. Is he consistent enough? There we see Shea Hope punching one of his favorite shots. Plays it across all formats. Beautiful on the eye.
Slightly shorter, just got up on his toes to ride the bounce of that one. Very important partnership this for the West Indies. 2 Barbadians at the crease. Justin Graves actually plays his professional cricket for the Leeward Islands here in the Caribbean. Delivery once again threatening the outside edge. But this was Prabhat Jayasuriya to Kavem Hodge a bit earlier today. Have a look at the areas he's landing the deliveries. Just a bit of turn as well. He's looking to impart a lot of revs on these deliveries, hitting quite high up on the bat. And there it was, 5.9 degrees of turn, just starting straighter. So Lord Kavem Hodge into that stroke. Not sure he did too much wrong, to be fair. Just very good bowling, that.
That was an excellent illustration of quality spin bowling, but a good over of seam to finish the 60th over. It's 155 for 4.
Just 11 extras so far from Sri Lanka. 16 fours and 2 sixes, 2 maximums hit by Johnny Campbell earlier today. Maybe opting to find a third, perished on the mid-wicket boundary. This is good running indeed. Bit of work for the deep cover to do. And the West Indies need more of this at this stage. Sri Lanka's on top. Need to find a way to rotate strike without taking too many risks.
Chance with a direct hit, and what could have been a dangerous single being taken by the West Indies. Justin Greaves hitting it quite firmly to mid-on and calling for a single. He could have been in trouble.
Definitely. It was Vijay Sundara, the debutant there. Set off right away. Direct hit would have been close indeed. In fact, he would have been out. So a chance there for the Sri Lankans. He would have been out by a mile as well.
The last thing the West Indies can afford right now would be to lose a wicket in that fashion. Two men now short catching in the covers for Shea Hope. The value to having this kind of quality slow bowling for any captain. Dhananjaya now, he literally only has to captain one end because he has a senior bowler in Jayasuriya operating with wickets, confident. He knows that end is on lockdown to a certain degree as a measure of control, and it just takes so much pressure off captains when you're in this situation.
You got the impression when we did that interview with Coach Gary Kirsten last evening, he got that impression that he had a few regrets about not playing Jayasuriya in that first test. And here, he said maybe they read into the data a bit too much. His words, Jim, his words. But here, they've chosen to go for their most skillful practitioner, and it's reaping the benefits so far.
Sometimes the coaches get caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. They're either not using the data, or if they do use it, the data people say it wasn't me, I just provided it. They have to interpret it. 4 runs off that over, 159 for 4.
159 for 4. Windies still trail by 390 runs. Still a long way to go. Obviously, they'll be looking to avoid that follow-on first. That should be the first intention. They'll have to get to 350 West Indies in which to do so. Just get the feeling, especially when Jayasuriya's on. There's a few nerves around. Bit of apprehension from the West Indian batters. Sri Lankan's tails are up. It's got 2 slips in catching. It's the period here for the Sri Lankans to really twist the knife in, and if they can remove Shea Hope in this situation.
Yes, it's certain things haven't changed, Marley. The pitch is still a good batting wicket. And I don't think Dhananjaya is going to get carried away. It's not as if, listen, he will take wickets if they're presented. But chances are you won't roll a team over on a pitch like this. He would be asking his bowlers not to get carried away, maintain your disciplines, maintain your consistency, and that process will get us wickets. Looking further down, if you're thinking about where you want to be late day 4, day 5, whatever score the West Indies make, they want the West Indies to take as long, right? And in between the wicket-taking deliveries, they want to restrict the scoring, which is what is happening at the minute. Not because the bowlers are bowling jaffas. They've just settled into good lines, and it's a little bit of a waiting game. And the onus now is on the West Indies in this situation to really have a partnership that builds themselves out of it. Wayward, no chance for wicketkeeper Kusal Mendes. He's had a few of those. He won't be happy.
Yeah, it's all about patience here. A real waiting game being played, and he just got a little greedy, did Milan Rathnayaka. Opting to go a bit straighter, completely lost that one. Started wide, ended up going wider down that leg side. So he's just released the pressure slightly with that 4. Who will lose patience first? I think the team that holds its composure will find themselves in the strongest position at the end of day 3. It's a big innings this, important innings this for Shea Hope. Didn't play in the first test match. He's been an improved test player since coming back into the test arena.
Had a good series in New Zealand as well, his last test series before this one. Scoring a century in that series, that 3-test series. Beautifully bowled, and muted appeal from bowler and wicketkeeper. Again, Rathnayaka coming up with these deliveries in and amongst good disciplines. This odd one, just asking questions.
And it's what he does every now and again. That seam, scrambled seam, he just gets a bit of extra bounce. Milan Rathnayaka, second test match now. It's something we've seen consistently from him. Picked up 5 wickets in that first test. Wicketless so far, but every now and again just produces a delivery such as that, extra bounce. Cutting Shea Hope in half. Good finish to the over. So apart from that wide down the leg side, good stuff this from Rathnayaka. 164 for 4. Jayasuriya to continue around the wicket. Beautiful looking outfield. Few fans deep in discussion. But if they're discussing the tactics here, Jayasuriya, you'll expect him to bowl for the majority of this day. A lot of overs for him on the cards. It's into his 17th now.
A lot of vocal support for the bowler coming from his wicketkeeper and the rest of the fielders, especially those close in around the bat. Just adds a bit of theatre to what is happening. Everybody trying to play mind games. You hit the middle of the bat and you still get a reception that sounds as if it spun and bounced, and it's all part of the opposition just trying to get a little bit of indecision. That's all they're working with, small margins. Fraction of a second of indecision. Settling now to have forward short leg on the onside. Shea Hope has been positive since he's come to the crease. Hasn't been bogged down, it's been more singles, but he's been alive to the possibility of any run scoring opportunities, which is what you want. It's what you want.
Yeah, I like the body language. He's looking positive. That footwork is looking quite assured. Good batting though from Greaves. Just gets to the other end. It's a good solid block down the ground. Once again, just singles, 3 singles in this over so far. Jayasuriya has not bowled too many bad deliveries, and he gets through these overs quite quickly as well. Just this time opting to go onto the back foot. Shea Hope. Just 3 from it. 167 for 4. Beautiful sight, that the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in all its glory. Beautiful aerial view. Outfield looking superb. Milan Rathnayaka, good stiff breeze as well, still blowing across the ground. Saw him just create a little bit of uncertainty in that previous over. On the money once again. 126 Ks. But in a good area. Into his 12th over now, Rathnayaka showed good stamina in that first test as well. Good endurance. Remember, Sri Lanka were a fast bowler down. Again, honing in on the pads, well played. Good stuff this, good cricket all round. So we see the great man, the great statue. Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here. Hopefully You can see a West Indian batter raise their bat for 3 figures at some point in this match. Similar kind of pose.
What a player he was. Oh my word. Too many stories. Watching the great man when I was a child growing up. A man who inspired certainly my generation. He was the standout player in our great West Indies team. Really, all of us growing up, we were either a Vivian Richards or a Michael Holding, batting or bowling. Bit of a fumble to get Justin Graves up to the non-striker's end. So exciting as a young man. I used to skip school to go and watch Sir Vivian Richards and his team play, and rarely did he or they disappoint. Stadium named after the great man. One of the greatest players of fast bowling, genuine fast bowling that I have seen in my time. A lot of legendary tales, better spoken of by the bowlers themselves who had to bowl against him back in the day. Teasing delivery to end a good over from Milan Ratnaika. It's 168 for 4, and it looks like it's time for drinks.
Also, do not miss your chance to ride in the official West Indies merchandise to travel photos, the Unity 20 kit and training shirts, along with hats and caps. Visit the stadium shop just past the entrance to the hospitality suite. Cash and card payments are accepted. So once again, we have another trivia question on the board for you. Just scan the QR code and you will be able to answer. The answer to this one that we asked before, what would all personal decisions on you? 78% say umpire, 11% do had other answers, and I'm sure that, you know, you will learn every single day. So now we go learn just a bit more about cricket here at the Stadium between Sri Lanka and the West Indies.
Drinks 168 for 4. West Indies batting time, batting themselves to some parity in this second test. Wickets falling in this post-lunch session. And in fact, 4 for the match. Brandon King was the first. Sitter Fernando inducing the edge. Camindo Mendes making no mistake in that second slip position. Low diving catch. Opening partnership broken. Then Campbell needlessly playing that pull shot when the trap was set. Walked right into the lion's den. Second wicket for Fernando. He's been all heart. Sitter Fernando. Prabhat Surya got into the thick of things with his first wicket. Amirjango striding forward, not negotiating the turn, dropping that back leg. Maybe firm hands on the bat. Presenting a catch. Madushka made no mistake. Third wicket down for the West Indies, and then Kevin Hodge, after a long stay out in the middle, getting the outside edge. It was Prabhat Jayasuriya once more, producing a fourth wicket for Sri Lanka, and a second for himself. So success for Sri Lanka with the ball. Prabhat Jayasuriya climbing with his tally of wickets. Right up there with the highest number of wickets in his first 23 test matches. Best of the modern day players. Those two players beyond him. From the early days in test match cricket. Jayasuriya continues. It's just good news that Australia has just won the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. 7-time winners, getting the better of England in that final. It was played at Lord's in United Kingdom. Another spinner alongside me, Samuel Badri. Prabhat Jayasuriya before lunch bowled 10 overs. Beyond lunch, he's picked up 2 wickets, and that economy is so good once more.
Yeah, we just saw the number of wickets that he's taken inside 23 test matches, so he is a real threat, a real wicket taker for Sri Lanka. He just probes away relentlessly. And sometimes you aren't sure if it's turning away or if it will just hold its line. Sometimes the bowler himself isn't too sure. But what he's done well is his consistency and his variety. Nice and slow, generous flight at times. And he also has a quicker one.
I've been watching his action. Myself and Jimmy Adams, we spoke about the fact that he doesn't get into a jog or a run-up per se. He walks in. But if you take a look at that left leg of his after delivery, you can see it flipping up in the air to tell you the rotation of the front leg and the revs and the energy he puts to impart revs on the ball.
Hold it, hold it. Over ball.
169 for 4. John Campbell with a half century. This partnership, 25 from 50. Ratnaika. Interesting with that partnership, what we've seen is, of course, good rotation of strike, a sharing of the responsibility to score runs, sharing of the resistance. Always handy when you have partners sharing that workload. Campbell and King put on 33, then Hodge and Campbell had 89. Now this one, 25, and 13 of the 25, Samuel Badri and viewers, singles, to indicate that they both as batters rotate strike nicely. It's a major part of their approach to run scoring. What they've not allowed is for one Sri Lankan bowler to bowl a sequence of deliveries to any one batter. There again, another single. Bringing Shea Hope on strike.
Yeah, that's the currency, isn't it? Runs, when given opportunities to score, always be on the lookout for them. And you're right, you as a batter, you're trying to avoid the same bowler to try to set you up and to work you out. So the more you can do that, the better it is for both you and your partner. And these two have a very good relationship off the field as well, both from Barbados. They know each other well, they know their games inside out. And that helps as well when you're in the middle of battle against the opposition.
Good option to go short to Shea Hope. The first couple short deliveries to Hope enticed him to play the pull shot. Now Hope, with a change in approach, going under this delivery. Away, properly timed, and will go for 4. So good firm hands from Hope, and he gets 4.
Yeah, not bad from Ratnaika. Short delivery previously, and just checking to see if that has affected his footwork. Shea Hope gets it on the full, times it well, places it well, and gets 4. You can understand the thinking from the bowler. Short one, and he followed it up with a full one.
No!
174 for 4. Two wickets to Jayasuriya, 2 for Fernando.
Yeah, I mentioned his variety previously, Prabhat Jayasuriya. The generous flight that he offers from time to time. That's his modus operandi, and he generally lands it on a consistent spot. And then in addition to that, he just a flatter trajectory and hoping to catch the batter on the crease with no turn. There again, just two players in the game. The batter straight back down to the bowler.
Well, we saw a change in the field. There's no deep backward square. That fielder was brought over to the offside, so there is that short mid-wicket, short point, cover point, extra cover, and a long off. So I like this by Dhananjaya De Silva, because we spoke about the rotation of strike, the ease by which these two West Indian batters share batting. He's trying to plug the gaps, trying to sequence deliveries to one batter in this pair. That's how he will build pressure. And Jayasuriya does that in this over. Maiden one, 174 for 4. Tense test match cricket. Both teams aware of the status of this Sobers Tessera series. The West Indies 1 up, and a draw or win will ensure that they win another series against Sri Lanka. Last one was back in 2003, 23 years ago here in the Caribbean. Bowling change, Vijay Sundara.
Yeah, let's have a closer look at some of the varieties in his arsenal. A subtle variation from that release point. And those little things create different angles and different lines for the batters to contend with. In addition to that, there's the flight, the guile, and also that quicker one.
Also that left leg that is high in the air, driving over the hip. Inside edge. And I keep making mention of that left leg because what it tells you is he's rotating on landing, he's rotating, trying his best to try and get revs on the ball. His release points. Fairly wide. From round the wicket. Tries to get that angle in. Relatively tall man too, so with his height he can extract bounce. We haven't seen significant bounce from this surface. That's classical. Shea Hope is so balanced at the crease. A delivery like that wouldn't trouble him. Pierces the field, times the ball, and silky smooth from the right-hander.
Signature Shea, this is what he likes. He likes that front press, and those types of deliveries are way too easy for him. We've seen that shot so often in white ball cricket, particularly from Shea Hope, but that's the area he relishes on.
He's looking in good form, Shea Hope. Nice and fluent, 20 from 39 now. And for young spinners out there, coaches often talk about imparting revs on the ball. One way of doing that, of course, is with the energy on the ball itself, through your fingers, getting that angle on your landing foot and then rotating. Look at the rotation and that left leg driving over. That is how you get maximum or optimal revs on the ball for it to turn off the surface.
Yeah, that's where you generate your energy from that torque. A lot of time, coaches and bowlers only focus on that distal part, those fingers. But the energy starts from the larger body parts and the legs and that waist and your upper body as well. So you can generate that momentum and get the energy transferred finally to the ball on release. So it's not only about the fingers and the wrist position for the wrist spinners, but also from the start. 182 for 4.
Justin Graves, 17 from 36. He's very familiar with this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Already with 3 centuries at this venue, 2 in first-class cricket, 1 in test match cricket though. Worked away splendidly. That's a terrific stroke from Graves. We saw a couple in this direction early in his innings. This one the best.
Yeah, the equilibrium at the crease here is what's so important. And he doesn't try to hit it too hard, just all timing. Wonderful balance, one of the more difficult shots in the game against the perceived turn. But he was close enough to it to smother it and then place it to perfection.
Just wonder if Sri Lanka can use that stroke to their advantage. And I'll tell you why after this delivery. His leg side again with piece of fielding. Of course, the wind is bowling from leg to off, so there's a chance for Jasra to get some drift, blowing the ball to offside.
Yeah, this is where he imparts that torque, T-O-R-Q-U-E, to get the energy. Really good action. He doesn't have much of a run-up momentum into the ball. And much of his work is done on that delivery stride. So he pivots nicely and he gets all of his body to rotate. So where he loses on that momentum towards the crease, he makes up, more than makes up for it at the crease itself.
It gives him that advantage of slowing down. Yeah, so with Justin Graves, just wonder if Prabhat Jayasuriya could use his guile a little bit more, especially when he's playing through the onside. Having the opportunity to turn the ball to beat the outside edge, maybe get a leading edge from Graves' bat.
Yeah, just there. That trail leg, it comes across with some sort of force. And that is why he gets so much energy on the ball. 186 for 4.
increasing with this partnership. Hope and Graves. Shea Hope missed the last test match. Justin Graves only produced 3 from 10 deliveries in that first test. Bat inside edge. But you get a sense that Sri Lanka, they're testing Shea Hope with straighter lines. He's had to defend a lot of deliveries on the stumps, capitalize on a few deliveries that were over-pitched.
And that's the one area you're trying to avoid, though. You're trying to avoid getting too full at him. Some messaging being sent on, exchanged.
Changing the field, slip comes out, goes into that square leg, short square leg position. So now 5 fielders leg side. There's still that deep backward square for the short ball option. And he nibbles at one outside the off stump because that focus has been on the deliveries on the stump. It's a lapse in concentration.
Yeah, beats the inside, outside edge. A slip fielder just moved out from that region. Went to the leg side, maybe wasn't expecting that line.
It's really a game of chess. Sometimes as a batter, an opposition can make you overthink in a situation. With a change in the field, as we're seeing in this instance, there was an additional fielder to leg side, then the line was more offside. Shea Hope lured into playing a stroke. It's the reason why coaches and former players often talk about staying in the present. So little plan here from Sri Lanka. We saw that when Campbell was well set. Dhananjaya De Silva, the captain of Sri Lanka, went with a heavy leg side field and telegraphed to Campbell that they were going short of a length. And it produced a wicket, the breakthrough in that partnership between Campbell and Hodge. Now he's saying to Shea Hope, I'm trying to get you out court leg side with straighter line deliveries. Now that short square leg goes under the bat, goes to silly mid on. Nicely played. Shea Hope controlled on that occasion. Gets a single. So diffuses that plan from Dhananjaya De Silva and Sri Lanka.
And having a little chat with Justin Graves, maybe to get some information as to what the ball is doing. The plan is in operation for Graves as well, same field.
Well negotiated. One from the over, 187 for 4.
Senior commentary team, Badri and Ganga.
So the West Indies with work to do, still trailing by 362 runs, in desperate need of a partnership of some significance. This one between Shea Hope and Justin Greaves, still in its infancy. 43 partnership now of 80 deliveries. Sri Lanka looking for further breakthroughs in this, the second session of the day. Jayasuriya to continue.
ගහන්න අවුරුදු 5කින් ගහන්න මේ ගැවුවත් හරිනේ අවුරුද්ද
Interesting from Jayasuriya now electing to go over the wicket to Shea Hope. Has a little bit of rough that would have been outside a left-hander's off stump, which actually contributed to Amir Jangu's dismissal. Shea Hope has responded by just opening that stance a little bit to compensate for the wider angle coming down his blind side. Sitting beside me here for this stint, my namesake, Stacey Ann. How are you doing, Stace? Thoughts?
Yeah, West Indies, of course, hoping that these two can replicate what they did in New Zealand not too long ago. 196 runs partnership between them for that fifth wicket. Graves and Hope. But Jayasuriya certainly has the ball on a string. Can't see him being relieved of bowling duties anytime soon. Pace variations as well have been exceptional, keeping the West Indians guessing.
Two men catching in the covers for Justin Graves. A single off that over. It's 188 for 4. West Indies fighting hard here in Antigua, 188 for 4, trailing by 361 runs. Sri Lanka have been patient, they've been disciplined, and for the most part, they have bowled well in what are still batting-friendly conditions. Yeah, interesting field list by Vijay Sundara for both of these batters. A forward short leg, a short mid-wicket catching, short straight mid-wicket catching, as well as a man at cover catching, and a man at deep square leg and a fine leg mid-on. So heavily weighted towards a straighter line, Vijay Sundara.
Yeah, and that's where he's been targeting. It's a field that really says that they're planning to keep the stumps in play as long as possible. They've seen Hope and Graves play that drive to the onside really well, so hoping that the mistake can come from there. Maybe they're missing one or overbalancing, getting those fielders as well. That's very close, seeing an opportunity. But in fact, a player dismissed in that fashion already in this match.
Vijay Sundara still searching for that all-important first international wicket. Ups to keep the same field for Justin Graves, it looks like. Man standing at second slip, deep backward point, cover and a mid-off represent his support on the offside.
Yeah, he's toiled hard today, Vijay Sundara. He's bowling to the plans that the captain asks of him. Has good stamina as well. Notice when he comes in to bowl, bowls a number of overs. Yesterday in his opening spell, 7 overs on the trot. So physically fit.
Muted appeal from the Sri Lankans, hoping that there would have been some contact between the ball and the bowler. Had that been the case, then Shea Hope might have been in trouble. Hope himself was very quickly around, grounding his bat, sensing danger. Awful way for a batsman to get out, Stacey. Happened to me a couple of times. Brings back bad memories. Mistimed hook. He's going to get a boundary. A bit lucky, but it ends the 72nd over, and it's 193 for 4. The man of the moment, Jayasuriya, there as we look at the mistimed and misplaced hook shot from Justin Graves. Got enough bat in it. He might tell you that he placed it well enough. The result, though, a boundary takes Graves to 25. Persisting with his line over the wicket to Shea Hope. Shea Hope, this is the difference between these two batsmen. Shea Hope predominantly looking to score him through the offside, which might have been the reason why he has switched to over the wicket. Coming now to bowl to Justin Graves, who has been quite open to playing against the spin. They normally tell us to play with the spin, as we recognize that 50-run partnership between Hope and Graves. Slip, a leg slip and a forward short leg. So he's staying over the wicket to Justin Graves now. So this will pose a different challenge for Justin Graves. Incident that occurred in the previous over. Distance between ball and hand.
Yeah, I like that difference that you pointed out as well, Jimmy. You see already 2 balls in. The angle in which Graves is trying to play him to the leg side. Hope just opening up, allowing the ball to come around with the angle and then play him through the offside. A safer option. You see the way the field is set. You see the way the field is set. They want him to be hitting in that direction.
Graves, when Jayasuriya is bowling around the wicket, trusting the surface and getting close enough to hit against his spin and score through the wide mid-on, straight mid-wicket region. Jayasuriya showing his experience and his control, changing the angle, asking different questions, but the foundation remains the same. His control is immaculate. Who wants to take the chance to play a closed batted shot against him out of the rough is what we want to see, especially Graves, who has been doing it when he's been bowling around the wicket. Hope showing his experience, opening that bat blade and going through the offside for a safer shot. 73 overs gone, it's 197 for 4. Partnership between Hope and Greaves now worth 53. Building what could be a partnership that may take the West Indies out of a spot of bother, having lost 4 wickets to date. Sri Lanka continuing with Wijasundara, yet to get his first international test wicket. 19, this is his 20th over. Hint of in-swing, backed up on the onside with a mid-on, straight short mid-wicket catching, a forward short leg, and 2 men in the deep fine leg and deep backward square, giving him an option if he should want to go short. Just the solitary man at third slip behind the wicket catching.
You saw in the previous over his setup to Justin Graves. Good hand there by Madushka. He's been good all day there today, but that's the line that he was bowling to him consistently, him and Hope, and then surprised him with a shorter one in the last ball that got a bit big on him, surprised him. Luckily, Graves didn't get enough bat on it.
Pulled hard on this occasion, totally in control, but just a single.
You kind of expect that length to come as well. It's how he sequences last set of deliveries. That one not getting up as high, so Graves able to just swivel and pull it, and luckily as well pulling it down, although there is a strong breeze, so might even take the chance to hit it aerially, but no risk at all by these two.
Yes, this is a critical period now for both teams. You use the word risk. The West Indies will want to eliminate risk as we sort of approaching that pre-tea period. The people who procure data keep reminding us that wickets tend to fall just before and just after breaks. And the West Indies team squad will be hoping that these two can come into the break. Firm punch through the covers for a couple. And that brings up the West Indies 200. So a repair job on the go at the minute between Graves and Hope.
Yeah, these two will certainly need to answer the call. West Indies desperately in need of big partnership here to first of all avoid the follow-on and then try and challenge that first innings total from Sri Lanka. So far, I think these two are doing well. Concentration levels seem very high.
Beautifully pressed through mid-wicket. Shea Hope looking as if he's approaching his best. End of the over, it's 204 for 4. Few passengers departing the lovely island of Antigua, having probably spent a bit of time in good weather on the beaches here. But there's a lot happening in the ground at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. West Indies battling on.
Yeah, that is such a good shot from Shea Hope. It exemplifies his balance at the crease so far. Just waited on it and pressing on it. And it's such a good shot because it's the bravery, knowing how they're trying to get you out. And just ensuring that he keeps it down as well and places it in the gap. It's a really good execution from Hope so far and Graves in this partnership.
Jayasuriya employing a different line, and the response also has been different from both these batsmen. Shea Hope, if it isn't close enough for him to open the blade and go through the offside, is happy to kick out of the rough. Justin Graves, who's very fluent and has been fluent, working the balls from the better side of the wicket through wide mid-on, not finding it that easy to say no to the temptation. Interesting little duel happening, and it's really enjoyable watching a world-class spinner go about his trade, using angles, using whatever the wicket might be affording him, but ultimately built around such good control. As he has done so often, just going right back, turning it for a single. It's 207 for 4.
Yeah, Prabhat Jayasuriya, a large percentage, 34% of balls bowled for his team, 34.62. It's a large workload for him when he's playing.
Invariably, it means that when he does play, he does bowl.
And it just highlights as well that, you know, when he gets ball in hand, because of the control that he has, the captain can rely on him from one end to just kind of shut proceedings down and have his bowlers, other bowlers operate from the other. Maybe the captain can't get the ball out of his hand as well, Jimmy?
Well, it's playing out here. It's playing out here, Stacey, because we now have another change from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end with Asita replacing oh, beautifully played by Justin Graves. He had to reach for it a little bit, but timed it to perfection. And the spectators here showing their appreciation.
Yeah, gorgeous. Just using those long levers. He has a nice reach. Doesn't need to do much. Timing exceptional. Didn't need to overhit it either. Shows a man that's confident. She Hope quite like that also.
Digging that one out. That occasion, just a slight different approach between Asita and Wijisundara. Wijisundara was bowling a much straighter line to both batsmen with more protection on the onside. Asita has now 2 men catching at slip. Short cover, mid-off. He's going to try for maybe more 5th stump line to both these players. Almost the obligatory deep square leg and fine leg, which we've seen employed for most of today, giving all the seam as a short ball option. Clipped again, more runs for Shea Hope. Comfortable 2. Bit of a misfield. Udara, the man responsible. So what should have been 2 becomes 4.
Yeah, quite casual in his approach to pick up that ball, Udara. But Shea Hope again has been so good in that area. Just a flick off his pads here. Very casual from Udara. Then it just slipped through his legs. Couldn't catch up to it in the end to pull it back in. Yeah, Fernando not pleased.
A bouncer to finish. 2 boundaries in that over. It's 2-16 for 4. West Indies still trail by 333 runs. Repair work being done by the partnership of Justin Graves and Shea Hope. We're 72 now. A pair of them having faced 116 deliveries. It's been an interesting duel between the West Indian batsman and this man, Prabhat Jayasuriya, starting his 24th over. Started generally bowling around the wicket to the right-handers, and in the last few overs has decided to the right-handed pair to bowl over the wicket, utilizing a little bit of that rough area, which is just outside the leg stump of both right-handers, both of whom have used a different method in countering him.
I think they've adjusted well to his plans, particularly Shea Hope. I think a good combination of picking the line and length from Shea Hope. When it's fuller and the angle is coming across him, he's prepared to open up. And as you rightly said, when it's just outside, a bit shorter as well, just prepared to knock it away. He knows that. He knows that there, right there, when it's there, Shea Hope, he's prepared to just knock it away, because he knows that it's no threat, or should be no threat for LBW, because he's pitching outside.
Excellent work behind the stumps there from Kusal Mendes. Outside leg, no bounce, keeping low, probably hitting Kusal Mendes on his pad and rebounding onto the stump. Fielders around the bat creating a bit of vocal excitement. As he's done on so many occasions now, Justin Graves doing well, going deep in the crease, as deep as he can, giving himself all the time in the world just to place it past the man who is at leg slip. Gets another single. Different approach from Shea Hope to finish the over. It's 2:19 for 4. And the umpires confirm that it is now time for tea, with the West Indies now, after 77 overs, 219 for 4. So congratulations being shared around the Sri Lankan team. Jayasuriya, the man of the moment, having bowled almost all throughout that session. The West Indies still trailing by 330 runs, and a partnership of 75 between Shea Hope and Justin Graves. Hope on 38 of 66. Justin Graves on 36 from 64. So not much between both of them statistically. But the important thing was going into the break without losing another wicket. West Indies 219 for 4.
Sri Lanka bowling card. 2 wickets apiece for Asita Fernando and Jayasuriya. I think they've done well to just steady the flow of runs from West Indies.
So a summary of the game to this point. Sri Lanka using up 139.3 overs for 549 for 9 declared. Mammoth innings built around a superb 100 from Udara, who scored 188, his first Test 100, and ably supported by Dinusha 92, Kamindo Mendis 84, and Kusal Mendis 69. West Indian bowlers, they toiled. Seals in the process of getting his 100th Test wicket, 2 for 98. Samar Joseph, he got a couple for 98 as well, and 1 apiece for Kavem Hodge and Justin Graves. West Indies in 77 overs have replied, 219 for 4. John Campbell, top of the list, 72 from 154. And Hope and the Graves still there in their 30s. And we now will get a bit from our man on the ground, Gerard.
Yeah, I've got Flurry with me. Coach, just tell me about the batsman who's done well so far. John Campbell getting 72. Were you disappointed with how he got out?
Yeah, I think so far we're doing pretty well. John again got a start, but unfortunately, he didn't carry on to score a big 100. We lost a bit of wickets there after lunch, a bit of stumbling block, but I think we're back on track again with Hope and Graves at the crease. So we're looking forward for another big partnership between those guys.
Yeah, tell me how well they've been playing so far. How close do you think they can get you to that first innings?
I mean, these guys have been batting well in the nets. The preparation was good for over the last few weeks. Shea Hope is a class player, Justin as well. So I'm confident that these guys would, put together a good partnership. They understand what is required. We know what we're looking for at the end of the day as player. It was a good day for us. So I think we're on track.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Confident sounding Coach Reefer. 87 runs scored in the session of 27 overs. The loss of 2 wickets. Well, we've had an intriguing second session, and we look to have you back. We'll just go through a break.
That is top class.
The post-lunch session brought 2 wickets to Sri Lanka and a very good partnership of 75 between Hope and Graves. It's been tense test match cricket in this contest, but the West Indies, they still trail by 330 runs on day 3. It's been a tug of war, so to speak, in this test match. Good batting conditions. Sri Lanka, of course, making full use of it in just under 2 days, and now the West Indies showing good resistance with the bat. I'm joined by Mali Richards, Samuel Badri. Let's first, Samuel, talk about that 75-run partnership. What elements of that partnership really separates Shea and Justin from the other West Indian batting pairs?
Hello, Mali. Hello, Darren. Hello, everyone. I thought the way they constructed their innings, they showed great maturity. They have been at this level, at the international level, for some time now. So they knew exactly what they needed to do. As you mentioned, it's still very good batting conditions. That partnership was highlighted by a lot of balance at the crease. Those on drives were things of beauty, particularly from Shea Hope, and then latterly, Justin Graves played a few himself. So that, to me, highlighted that partnership, their patience, their resilience, and just them absorbing the pressure. Sri Lanka got a couple wickets quickly after that luncheon interval, and so they needed to absorb that and to exert back some pressure on Sri Lanka. Remember, Sri Lanka is chasing this game to level the series, so the onus really is on them.
Yeah, I really like how Graves and Hope, they've manipulated the field set by Dhananjaya de Silva. Everything he has thrown at this pair, they've responded to it positively. Now, Mali, this batting effort started with that half-century from John Campbell. Let's revisit how good he was in that innings.
Yeah, he was very good, apart from a few lapses in concentration. Not as many as we've grown accustomed to seeing from him. He left well outside the off-stump. He was severe on anything short, be it the pull shot or the cut shot. So up until his dismissal, he was playing in a very sound fashion, making good decisions. But he fell with quite a injudicious stroke at the end. The short ball, just taking on the option that he didn't really need to.
Samuel, not to belabor the point, but what would be his learnings from that dismissal? John Campbell?
Well, it's a question that we ask quite regularly when it comes to John Campbell, when we see his dismissal type. I really can't explain what he was trying to do there. We know the trap was set. He's hitting into the wind. Everything was going against him. And he himself will need to reflect on that and learn from this. It's something that we say repeatedly of him. He did learn from that first test. He actually carried on and converted. But here is a century on the offering for him, only one in his career. He really should have made sure that he converted and showed that appetite and that hunger. Good, as Mali said, up until that point, but so much for him to improve upon in his career.
Well, a couple positives for Sri Lanka with the ball. 2 wickets to them. The first of those 2 wickets, Amir Django. Mali, you saw that dismissal. You saw the shift in the line as well. Is that something that we'll see more of going into the 3rd session?
Yeah, you expect that. Prabhat Jayasuriya is a master practitioner of his art with his left arm orthodox. I thought Django was looking good, presenting a straight bat as well. His footwork was very positive, but in the end, just getting one to bite, that overspin that we heard from Gary Kirsten last night, they'll be looking for a lot more of that from Jayasuriya. Just getting one to bounce slightly, Django couldn't control it and he had to go.
Yes, Samuel, I saw you took time out to go and look at the surface at this interval. More wear and tear on that area outside the left-handers off stump?
Yeah, a little bit more, but there aren't any left-handers really left in that West Indian batting lineup, and that's the thing. So I wonder if Dhananjaya de Silva himself might be called upon a little bit more. There is some area of concern for the right-handers, but nothing really to talk about, and even those areas are very wide and very short, or a lot fuller than can create some problems. So for the left-hand orthodox bowler, there is something, but unfortunately for him, there aren't any left-handed batters in the wicket at the moment.
Well, Prabhat Jayasuriya operated from that Sir Andy Roberts end. He got the wicket, Mali, off Kavim Hodge.
with a more conventional line, more conventional left-arm spin delivery.
Yeah, he's a little wide to begin with to the right-handed Hodge, just forcing him to defend a bit wide, but the delivery that got him out, it spun off the straight, didn't it? And we always talk about just how valuable having spin bowlers in your lineup that can do that in not the most helpful conditions. We've got to remember, it's still very good batting conditions, so we've got to give kudos to Prabhat Jayasuriya. He's bowled really well, and they'll be hoping for a lot more of that from him in this final session.
Just a feather of an edge off the bat of Kavem Hodge to give Jayasuriya his second wicket. What I'd like to probably see from him is a little more guile in terms of flight, entice batters to go through that leg side and just hang the ball a little bit longer. Let's talk a little more about Sri Lanka and their collective effort. Ratnaika, of course, not amongst the wickets, but Asita Fernando. Samuel, he's been impressive.
He has been, even since yesterday in that late afternoon period when he bowled that very good spell. And every time he's on the ball, there seems to be something being created. So I like the fight which he has displayed. He's shown great responsibility, because remember, they are a depleted bunch in terms of their bowling attack. So he is the leader. That wicket late yesterday evening, a brilliant catch there, and then the setup to get rid of John Campbell. But outside of that, he's been probing. He's been quite economical. They've tried a few plans, but as we keep mentioning, still very good batting conditions, and they must chase the game a little bit more in this final session.
Finally, Mali, could we expect the same trend with the spin of Jayasuriya operating from one end and then De Silva rotating his fast bowlers from the other?
Well, I do anticipate that, considering just how well Jayasuriya's bowled. I heard Jimmy speaking about it. You almost, when he's on, you don't think about it. It allows you that luxury in hot conditions here to rotate your bowlers from the other end. So moving forward, I expect to see more of the same.
Samuel, 3 overs to that second new ball. Will you take it if you were captain?
It's a good question. It will all determine based on how the fast bowlers are feeling. I do think that there's something in there for the spinners, so maybe not immediately once it's available. Have a look for a few overs, and if nothing is happening, then perhaps.
Thank you for your comments, Samuel. Thank you, Mali. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Nothing is wrong with the spinner bowling the new ball too, but Sri Lanka, they'll be searching for the remaining 6 West Indian wickets. More action after the break.
That is absolutely perfect.
is top class.
We're back for the final session here on day 3. I anticipate this, after this session, we'll get a very good indication of where this match will go. So far, it's been smooth sailing for the Sri Lankans. West Indies 2-19 for 4. Partnership of 75 between Hope and Graves. Just adding an element of respectability to this West Indian performance. A much needed partnership. Fernando and Prabhas Jayasuriya, in their 27 overs. They've managed to just up that scoring rate slightly through some very controlled batting from this pair. So look at that. It's the partnership between these two. Hope has hit 4 boundaries, well, 4 boundaries apiece for the two Barbadians. They've looked so assured. They've played with a straight bat more often than not. They've set themselves up perfectly for a long innings. We're going to see the left armer, Sonal Danusha, for the first time in this match. The left arm orthodox. It's been Jayasuriya. I do wonder, as I'm joined by Stacey Ann, will they possibly go for spin from both ends?
Yeah, I think perhaps it's considering that the new ball is due in the next 3 overs. So just go into Danusha to get there quicker. Give the bowlers a bit of a break as well, the fast bowlers who are in operation previously from this end. That's my belief though. I will have to be seeing what their true plans are, but I've seen Danusha hasn't made an appearance at all in this bowling lineup so far. So by way of that, I'm thinking that's their train of thought.
Bowled a lot of overs in that first test match, 56. Just the one maiden, conceded 234, picked up 2 wickets as well. When he starts, and instantly you almost see the differences between the two left-arm orthodox. Jayasuriya looking to impart a lot more spin on these deliveries. But he's batted really well as Sonal Danusha in this series, as we see Andy Phillip, Ravi Rampal, Kamar Roach taking in the action from the dugout. Starts with just the one slip. If we think back to when Jayasuriya was bowling from this Sir Curtly Ambrose, then he had 2 slips in. So maybe just slightly more defensive with Danusha with ball in hand, but they've still got the 2 close catches, short leg and the first slip.
Yeah, and that's good from the Silver as well. Still given an opportunity to try and take a wicket. Although, you know, they have those fielders out on the boundary, have those 2 men close. There's still some rough as well around that area, so just in case you can land it there.
Putting your captaincy hat on for a second, Stacey Ann. As you said, new ball due pretty soon. What, 3.2 overs or so? What we've seen from Jayasuriya in particular, would you take it as soon as it's available, or would you give the spinners some more of an opportunity, considering Jayasuriya has picked up 2 wickets today as well?
I think it will depend on perhaps what happens in these next 2 overs. We'll talk more about that. 223 for 4.
Center.
Will trail by 326, Stacey, and you could get to that question now, putting your captaincy hat on, your imaginary captaincy hat.
Yeah, as I said, it might depend on what happens here in this Jayasuriya over, if there's some encouragement for him. But I think 2 overs remaining to get to that new ball, you'll want to take it. A little bit of spin there as well. So again, some more encouragement, but also like to know, you know, Jayasuriya perhaps can use that new ball. But I think they'll probably take it. A lot did happen with that new ball yesterday.
You think of the percentage of deliveries he has bowled while playing for this Sri Lankan team. He must have bowled with the new ball on quite a few occasions, especially in those Galle test matches. The majority of his cricket at home, Prabhat Jayasuriya. That first delivery really reared up, didn't it? Turn and bounce, real encouragement for the Sri Lankan spinner. With that bounce, extra bounce that's available to him, Shai Hope has to be mindful of not defending with the hands too low. Bringing the gloves into play, got the short leg in there just for that. That's where they've been very good. They've done that very well, this pair. Just rotated strike without taking too many risks.
Middle, please. Center. Thank you. Asita photo, pastel photo, himit ka daan ban meada.
It's again the outer half of the bat. 1 run from that Jayasuriya over. 224 for 4. .224 for 4, the Windies, in reply to Sri Lanka's 459 for 9 declared. 549 for 9 declared, sorry.
Bowling.
A long way to go for the West Indies, even to avoid this follow-on. 126 runs. So we're just starting to see a bit more turn now here on day 3. This was that first delivery of the previous over from Prabhat Jayasuriya. Have a look at that turn, big turn.
Another thing for De Silva to think about now, with that new ball just 3 deliveries away.
Only did it turn, there was a bit of bounce as well. the twins of twins with the flags. They've been here throughout this test series. Been giving the West Indies some great support. In addition to the Turners as well, you saw that feature during the luncheon interval. Elaine Turner, West Indian super fan. Penny for his thoughts at this stage. So a good solid over from Dinusha, just one from it, 2-2-5 for 4. Bunch of West Indian super fans here taking in the action, young and old, looking absolutely marvelous in their West Indian colors.
So they decided to stay with that older ball. And why not, yeah? Some encouragement in that last over from Jayasuriya. And it also give their bowlers, their faster bowlers, a bit of a break. For Fernando in particular, they'll want him to start with that new ball just before tea. He did have a bit of a spell.
This one's into that mid-wicket boundary for 4. So pressure being applied back onto Jayasuriya, just missing his length slightly, allowing Hope that extra time.
He's been good, Shea Hope, picking length. There you go again. Just able to recognize that it's shorter. Vacant area out there, very well timed. Hasn't tried to overhit anything. Shea Hope approaching a half century as well.
A really positive, assured footwork that from Shea Hope. Just had a little forward press, picked the length, rock back. Just there again. But just at times, which tells me, it happened to Kavem Hodge as well. Just at times, Jayasuriya catches the West Indian batters just on the crease, where they've just misread the length slightly with those subtle variations.
Yeah, it's a pace variation. At times, just holds it back, and then he will release it quicker also. So I've seen it happen a number of times, but luckily for them, they've managed to keep it out. Very smart operator, Jayasuriya.
Good ball. Oh!
Just one.
A single to end.
Over ball.
231 for 4.
Dead done. Get back on there.
Solid partnership this between this pair, 87 and counting. Stacey, and the new ball is available and the Sri Lankans are taking it. It will be the debutant Vijay Sundara from the Curtly Ambrose end. He's bowled 20 overs so far. He's gone wicketless. had that close LBW shot a bit earlier on. Probably thought, yes, I've picked up my maiden test wicket. Wasn't to be. Decision was reversed, but here he is with new ball in hand, and I think he's bowled quite well. He swung the ball, he seamed it at times. As we said, doesn't possess express pace, but he'll prove to be a challenge here once again. These batters are set though. If you think both these batters have previous history against the new ball, both having experience opening the batting. They both possess quite good techniques as well to see off this new ball. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about it. Edge found, edge found. Work for Milan Ratnaika to do at third man. Come back for two in the end. A bit of outswing there for Vijay Sundara.
Yeah, looking to drive there, Graves. Not sure he was in control of that shot. Yes, certainly inadvertently played, I believe. Very close to that man, Milan Ratnaika, as well on the boundary. A good effort from him in the first place and then pulling it back, ensuring that it didn't hit into the boundary.
There's a similar shot to what we saw in the dismissal of the Sri Lankan captain. Wide delivery, throwing the hands at it. That's better. It's a lot better, presenting a fuller face, looking to play in the V. It's when we've seen the best of this pair. When they've looked to play the ball straight, presented that full face. You see the maker's name. Hasn't quite found his length yet in this new spell, Vijay Sundara, and his pace is down. At times we saw him get up to 130, even 131 Ks earlier today. But so far in this final session, the pace is down, not quite having the same effect off the pitch just yet. And as we said, he's someone who absolutely relishes bowling with the new ball. Shot, class, right in the Justin Graves wheelhouse.
You mentioned it, hasn't quite found it in this spell with the new ball. Just over pitching, Justin Graves, full presentation of the bat face. Had one similar in the over before, that time just evading the bowler. Wonderfully played right under his eyes, good balance. It's been one of the standouts of this partnership. And these two batters, how well balanced they've been at the crease.
Good delivery to end, but good balance and very pleasing on the eye this pair. 237 for 4. Just 7 away from a much needed century partnership, this pair. The control that they've showed, it's been a hallmark. They haven't played too many rash strokes. They've taken what the Sri Lankans have given them, at times applied pressure, but it's largely been low risk scoring. Asita Fernando 2 for 57. He's been fantastic so far. Two slips and a gully in for him, the close catchers.
Keep going.
Hope gets off strike. It's just 2 away from a half century here.
Yes, it's also his best score against Sri Lanka. 15 innings against them, his previous best of 44. He's ticked off 1 box, getting his best score against them now to get to 50 and perhaps double that also. So important for these two to continue to bat and bat very long. You look at what Sri Lanka did yesterday, had a number of sessions that were wicketless. And West Indies will do well to replicate that effort from Sri Lanka. And so far, these two, a solid partnership of 94.
Would give the West Indian backroom staff some solace. It's the fact that they've seen Justin Greaves bat for long periods as well. In fact, both these batters possess the ability to concentrate for long periods. Delivery maybe didn't quite bounce as much as the batter expected, especially with the new ball. Not sure if it hit a crack or what, but that one scooted through.
Yeah, did not get up at all. Good take as well. Good stop, I should say, from the keeper, Mendes.
One from that Asita over. 238 for 4. That's a good illustration there of just how hard wickets have been to come by in this test match. Just 13 wickets have fallen so far here. We're into the final session on day 3. And Stace, I can't lie. Day 1, coming here, seeing this pitch, tinge of green, a few cracks. I was expecting a little bit more in terms of aiding the fast bowlers, but it hasn't proven to be the case. But more importantly, it just highlights how well the Sri Lankans have read these conditions.
Yeah, there are those cracks underneath, but that grass just ensuring that compactness that we've seen throughout this match so far.
I think just where the cracks are situated on this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium pitch, it's largely in the middle of the pitch, not in the business areas. The business areas have held up really well, making it still very good batting conditions. That one's clipped away. Good timing. We'll come back for 2. 50 for Shea Hope. Well played half century by the Barbadian right-hander. His 7th half century at this level.
Yeah, and his first against Sri Lanka, an important half century, tenacious in his efforts. He came in during a tough period with Jayasuriya all over the West Indies, picking up those 2 wickets, and has fought his way to a half century. Very good partnership as well between him and Graves. They complement each other quite well.
Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. We were speaking about just how pleasing on the eye this pair is. Shea Hope on this occasion with quite a sweet extra cover drive. 100 partnership up as well. The 26th boundary of this innings. And he's setting a foundation here, Hope, alongside his partner in Graves.
Yeah, quite delightful from Shea Hope. We've seen him play a number of shots to the leg side, timing it well. But this is an area that he favors. Just have to sit back and look at that. No words, really. Just the eyes upon that.
Perfection, as they'd say, Stace. This one just a little closer from Vijay Sundara. Tighter line. It's a highlight of the 50 so far from Shea Hope, to the great appreciation of the backroom staff and the players as well. Congratulations between this pair. They've got to go a lot longer and bigger as well. Stacey Ann, there's just something about 6th wicket partnerships in this series. I don't know what it is. Another one approaching. Well, it's 100 now. But 700 runs have been scored in this series by the 6th wicket partnerships of both teams. And another. First it was the offside, now it's down the ground. Once again presenting that full face, timing superb. Fantastic end to that over for the West Indies. It's 2 for 8 for 4. 100 partnership up between this pair. Hope 58. Justin Graves approaching a half-century of his own. This was the boundary of the final delivery. Look at the transference of weight, head position once again. Momentum into the stroke. Down the ground through mid-on, well balanced. That one's close, close, close indeed. Umpire's taking a long time. He says not out. That looked very adjacent to me. They've gone upstairs.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Front on first, please. Let's roll back 1 second for me. Yes, I can see a clear spike as the ball is next to the bat. Satisfied that the ball has made contact with the bat. Asan, you'll be staying with your not out decision. Stand by on screen. Signal now.
Once again, another fantastic decision. The inside edge coming to the aid of a West Indian batter. I thought that one was pretty dead. It looked adjacent. But the thick inside edge once again. Coming to the aid of the right-handed Graves.
He didn't get the wicket. That inside edge saving him, but shades of that Brandon King dismissal in his approach to the crease, how wide of the crease he delivered from. Asita Fernando, just to get that angle coming back in. Lost a review as well, Sri Lanka, the second one.
That's a sweet shot for none, as they'd say, straight to the fielder. But we're just seeing the importance of Asita Fernando to this Sri Lankan bowling lineup, especially with new ball in hand. Still managing to create uncertainty. 135 Ks as well. You see the disappointment of Kushal Mendis, the Sri Lankan wicketkeeper. He's thinking, whoa. Inside edge? Really? Again? Another good-looking shot straight to the fielder. But managing to build some pressure once again, 3 dots so far.
Yeah, these two have absorbed pressure well. It's a partnership, you can say, that was built off the back of, you know, quite a resilient partnership, given the situation that they walked into. A 5th wicket partnership, standing tall. Did mention that 196 runs partnership in New Zealand between these two, looking to take it beyond that now, certainly.
Said 6th wicket partnership. It's a 5th wicket partnership that's really proving to be fruitful for the West Indies here. Good delivery, bit of extra bounce in the business area, hitting quite high up on the bat. You can tell Justin Graves is having a look at that handle, getting that rubber down all the way.
A little bit of extra bounce hitting high up on the bat. It does well to keep it down. A picture of concentration, Justin Graves. This is all part of getting that concentration back when you go to the side and fix your glove and your bat.
Wide one and hammered. Stand and deliver. Justin Greaves got width outside the off stump. Slightly played on the up. It was in the air a little bit, but in the gap, no ball as well. Still a very good batting track this. You see that front foot just landing in front of the line, nothing behind that front line.
Too much width offered up. And I'm also going to think that he predicted that that line was also going to be a bit wider. A number of deliveries coming into him. So quite prescient from Justin Greaves, ensuring that he capitalized on that wider line. 250 up as well for West Indies.
Have a look at this shot again. Beauty on the up, standing tall through the gap. Good flourish as well. 50 for Justin Greaves. A well-played half century. Just his second 50 at this level to go along with 200s. Best of 202 coming against New Zealand. So he'll be hoping for a big innings here in still very good batting conditions, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, showing fight and showing heart, these two. Justin Greaves getting that pull shot away to get to his 50. Everyone applauding for his efforts. It's a familiar territory for him. Antigua plays a lot of cricket here. Has a good conversion rate also.
No. Over ball.
254 for 4. Windies trail by 295.
This partnership post-tea has been a treat to look at. A real delight from these two. 110. It's swollen to now. That's the, I suppose, risk with that new ball. Yes, you will get some swing, you will get some movement, but it also will bring runs. Ratnayaka into the attack. Describe this, Jimmy.
Well, it started with a couple of boundaries, just easing through the onside. Waited, did Shea Hope on the balls coming into him. But with this second new ball, we're seeing Shea Hope at his very best, punching straight, hitting through extra cover. Very easy on the eye. And very important this innings for the West Indies.
His countryman and counterpart, Justin Greaves, has registered a half-century of his own, epitomized by great decision-making and balance at the crease. Those strokes in particular, not the easiest to play. Full presentation of the bat face as well. Has grown in confidence, batting ahead of Captain Ruston Chase, as he did in that first test as well.
No, Shea, no, Shea, no, Shea.
Shea Hope when he just came to the wicket and it was a straight line to him from the Sri Lankan pacers. He was quick onto anything coming into his pads, not reaching for anything. But he is a driver. He likes to drive, especially through the offside, and he's really beginning to show the full spectrum of shots on both sides of the wicket. What was also commented on at the top of this partnership summit was the way they rotated strike. So they kept the run ticking, not necessarily through boundaries, but making sure that especially Jayasuriya wasn't able to settle into maiden after maiden. You look at where the boundaries have come from for Shea Hope, a lot of them straight, being clipped through wide mid-on.
Yeah, and I think that's the hallmark of it. You see that 28 and 39%. He's not going behind square. And a lot of batters turn the bat face or try to turn that bat face to go square, not Shea Hope. He's presenting as much of the face of the bat as possible, which allows you more of an opportunity to make contact and less of a risk of LBW. So he's mitigated that well, and he's also found ways to score. And that has really epitomized his innings, that balance at the crease and trying to play the ball in that proverbial V. Class act. He would have no doubt looked in that first test and saw the abundance of runs. That's another brilliant shot. That is a shot of beauty from Justin Graves. We'll have another look at it in the next over, but boy, oh boy, 258 for 4. This cameraman seemed to have a flight booked. He's been following that aircraft and a few others all day long. Last ball of that previous over, Jimmy.
Well, anything Shea Hope can do, I can do just as well. Glorious timing, waited on it. No great flourish, but again, presenting a full face and just turning the wrist at the last moment. Good batting.
Nice, yeah.
291 though, still the deficit, so Sri Lanka hoping to get a breakthrough, get to Ruston Chase, and then the bowlers. Remember that they have to get something out of this contest if they are to salvage a draw in the series. As it stands, the men in maroon, well, they're in whites now, but they're in charge of this series.
New ball, just a few overs old. Here's one for you, Sammy. How interested might you be in bringing Jayasuriya into this attack with the ball still hard as it is now, given what you've seen over the course of today?
Yeah, I'd be tempted, especially if he bowls from this end, the circuit, the Ambrose end, with that drift into the right-handers and sort of target that front pad. It's not something that he's unfamiliar with. He's done it regularly. And if he can get one or two to grip just to create
the doubts in the batter's mind, but more predominantly the one that goes straight on. And the reason why I mentioned this end, because of that wind factor, he'll get the drift into the right-handers. So I think it's a good shout. Ever so often, Jimmy, you come up with a few good ideas, you know.
I'll take that as a compliment. It's not to say that the seamers aren't bowling well. Asita, as he has done throughout a test and a half, is asking questions on a good line, bowling from his preferred end with a bit of a way swing.
Yeah, flat and docile conditions. I'm sure they're used to that type of deck back in Sri Lanka with not much assistance for the fast bowler. So you develop different skills in order to be successful. I'm sure Jayasuriya has bowled that new ball quite a lot as well in useful conditions. Full face of the bat as well. A nice little crowd has gathered down on that far end, close to the West Indian dugout. Nice way to spend your Sunday afternoon, evening at the cricket. No guesses for who they're supporting. Home support. Nice to see that they've come out. And they're looking for some more runs from these two. Some away swing, but well watched. 259 for 4. Remnants of our colonial past quite evident across the islands and territories in the West Indies.
A field set for Milan Ratnayaka that would seem to want to encourage him to bowl a fuller length. Short extra cover catching on the offside, short straightish mid-wicket catching on the leg side, as well as mid-off and mid-on. With only a slip and a straightish gully.
No.
Wasn't given the new ball, Ratnayaka, but based on how well he has bowled across 2 test matches, he's been brought into the attack after only a few overs from Vijay Sundara from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Strong breeze would push the ball into the right-hander.
Heavy diet of white ball cricket for many of these players. In fact, both Hope and Graves, Jimmy and viewers, would be in white ball action in less than a week's time against New Zealand. And they'll have to make that adjustment and adaptation. This part of the modern game. One format one day and literally at times the next format the next day.
It's a good point you raise, and I was asked recently to guess or to make a call on a player, a batsman, leaving red ball cricket with a substantial score or substantial run of scores. How much do you think that would contribute to potential form going into a white ball format? I didn't have an answer for him right away. I had to sit down and think about it. But it's an interesting way to look at trying to judge form at the start of a white ball series.
No, man.
Yeah, it is a good question. Confidence is something that I suppose you can transfer from one format to the next. And if you feel good in any format, you can take that across to the next. But yeah, interesting. These players, no doubt, are so used to it these days, though.
No!
Mid-Nova from Ratnayaka, 259 for 4. Midland run rate 3.6. This session, it's generally one of the more productive sessions for batting teams, especially if you batted through the course of the day. Fielding team would be a little bit tired, slightly fuller for the boundaries, and you can expect that searching with the new ball for some swing. What a shot, cracking shot just for one though. There is protection. There's some flair in that one from Graves.
Yes, there's a slightly fuller length on the balls that were hit for boundaries. These two coming together when the West Indies were in desperate need for partnership, and the response has been positive, watchful, and for the most part disciplined. I can't think of a bad decision by either. I might have missed it, but I think both of them really, their decision making has been spot on since they came together. Must give confidence to the West Indies dressing room. Both have a record of Test hundreds. Justin Greaves has a double. So they're not in uncharted territory here.
Yeah, crunched for one again. Yeah, it's one area that we've been speaking about rather for some time now. The batting department from the West Indies team. Their bowlers have, in the main, held their own, whether at home or away. generally speaking, but it's with the bat that they've let themselves down. And in the recent past, they seem to have shown some improvement. You want to see that consistently. We spoke about the number of centuries or lack thereof in this World Test Championship cycle. The lack of times they've scored 250 plus in their first innings. Stifle appeal.
You want him? You want him? Want him? No.
Might have missed most of the pad.
Huh?
There's always a little gap between the pad and that thigh pad that the ball somehow seemed to find. It can be quite painful. Yeah, just where those two intersect. So yeah, these are good signs from a West Indian standpoint. With the bat, yes, very useful conditions, and some people might argue about the quality of the bowling attack from the opposition, but take nothing away from the West Indians and the way they've batted. Sometimes it's a case of damned if you do, damned if you don't. This is quite useful.
That's it. Bowling from wide of the crease with a waist swing at the end of it. But it worked yesterday, certainly with Brandon King, pulling his hands away from him, inducing that edge. And we've also seen where he can get it to go straight on. So those would be the two deliveries he's working with at the minute. Thinking of a single, not on. It's 261 for 4.
For the first time in their history, Sri Lanka have scored over 500 runs in these parts. Dara, 188, that seemed like a lifetime ago, but what a knock it was. West Indies 261 for 4. John Campbell will still be rueing his dismissal and potentially what could have been dismissed on 72. Hope and Graves, though, they seem intent on making this count. Still trail by 288. Yeah, not for a lack of effort from Nayaka. And let's see the difference with the first new ball and that second new ball, 1.9 degrees as compared to 1.1, so significantly lower now for that first 10 overs of both new balls. Several reasons for that, no doubt. Sri Lanka have now bowled 89.2 overs in total, so fresher legs then, warier legs now. Also the
different bowlers in operation as well, perhaps. But yeah, credit to these two for their continued partnership.
Tactically, Sri Lanka have removed the fielder that was at short mid-wicket catching. So maybe it recognizes that Milan is holding a really good fifth stump line. They do have a deep backward square leg, which gives him an option to go short if he so wishes.
Yeah, this is evidence of that pliability, that flexibility. You tried plan A, maybe looking for swing bowling a little bit fuller. And that was thwarted by the batters. Now you revert to plan B, which is more back of a length and trying to hit the deck to get some lateral movement. There is still a slip and a gully. So I think they've moved into plan B mode now. So that's the type of length that you'd expect more frequently from the bowlers.
Middle, please. Thank you.
Both these batsmen needing to be in physical condition, having played big roles when Sri Lanka were batting. Shea Hope obviously keeping wicket over a number of overs. Justin Graves having to have bowled quite a few overs himself. Clipping and beautifully timed for another boundary. Hasn't missed any of those half volleys on leg to date. Justin Graves, pure timing. 266 for 4.
Couple wickets for Jayasuriya, a couple wickets for Asita Fernando. Outside of that, nothing in the wickets column. Last ball of that previous over, smoke for 4, getting too full, too straight. Just talking about the length that he would be operating on when searching, and the fielder that was there in a sort of catching position has been dispensed with. Yeah, he knows that's not the length that the captain requires, which is Sundara into the attack.
Right.
A wide signal. Didn't think that it was that wide when it passed the batter. Certainly swung after. Let's have a closer look. All right, there you go. Certainly swung after.
My co-commentator sounded as if he wasn't in agreement with that decision from umpire Raza. That wide, taking the partnership between these two to 123 now of 203 deliveries. Struggling to remember even a half chance by either of these players. It's been a demonstration of really good test match batsmanship.
You said it. Thank you.
Still, after this over, still 23 overs remaining in the day.
Let's reflect on what these two did. Came together at 144, and a little tricky period for the West Indies. Boundaries flowed from time to time, but it was an innings full of patience and application. And you will see all of the boundaries here in the highlights, but all of the hard work done in between that from these two.
Boundaries in the partnership. They haven't been shy to put away balls that were erring in length and line. But as you say, Sammy, been very disciplined on negotiating the better deliveries as Graves goes aerial just for a single. There is protection. West Indies would be hoping that these two can go into the close, still a ways away, and West Indies still trailing by 280 runs.
$270 for 4. Right, there is a change from the Sikatli Ambrose end, as you suggested, Jimmy. Prabhat Jayasuriya into the attack. Look for that drift and that inside edge of the right-handed batters. So he will challenge both edges now. As a deep backward square and a sweeper offside.
Bowling.
Target straight away.
Bowling, Papa. Papa. Come, Papa. Bowling it, Papa.
Going very deep in his crease when he's defending off the back foot, Shea Hope. But keeping himself alive to the ball coming straight on, protecting his stumps first.
Bowling.
There we see him going right back using as much of the crease as possible. Still not sure that he's completely free with that shoulder issue that he's having. He looks to be in a little bit of discomfort at times when he's driving. Had to reach for that one. Slowly flighted by Jayasuriya. Not afraid to tease these West Indian batsmen.
Big single, comfortably home. I think that's the only one I remember. And a run-out opportunity, Jimmy. 272 for 4. .272 for 4, trailed by 277 the West Indies. For posterity, all of the signatures, if you can identify any of those there. I've seen a J and maybe an Adams at the end there, at the very top. Lucky person in the air.
There's been a lot of communication between these two while they've been at the crease, Shea Hope and Justin Graves. From the same country, even though Justin Graves currently represents the Leeward Islands, while Shea Hope plays for Barbados. What has impressed me is the way they've almost forced the Sri Lankan seamers to bowl straighter. They've shown no interest whatsoever in that length just outside off stump, that line just outside off stump. Their hands have been close to them for the most part when they've driven. A lot of the drives have been straighter lines that they've waited on, coming to them under bodies that they were quite happy to tuck through the onside. Shea Hope looks to be batting on and or about off stump, which gives him an early indication on whether the balls will be threatening his stumps or not. Just grinding out this partnership, trying to bat West Indies to a position of relative safety.
Vijay Sundara must be wondering on what did I make my debut. Closer this time, forces him to play. No fortune for him. Beaten all ends up there, Shea Hope.
Excellent delivery. Wide of the stumps, angled in to Shea Hope. He had to play it. There's no way he could have left that. And enough movement away from the bat.
Well, watched 273 for 4. And it's about time for everyone to have a little drink. It's the drinks break.
$273 for 4. Open Graves 64 and 62 respectively. Just the 4 wickets for Sri Lanka. Sita Fernando and Jayasuriya picking up the other 2. Spectators enjoying themselves here at the Sir Vivian Richards ground. Yeah, this game is called Worry, some checkers as well. So lots of games played here. I've seen wrestling, wrestling some dominoes. Full concentration there. And a game of checkers. And so far, 549 for 9 declared. Got those 4 wickets, but these 2 are in the middle of a strong partnership for West Indies. Still trailed by 276 runs though. Darren Ganga here alongside me. Darren Ganga, we have you seen the post-lunch session or post-tea session?
Well, as flawless a partnership you'd see in Test match cricket. This partnership of 129 from 220, just shy of 60 in terms of strike rate. It was that one run-out opportunity that Sri Lanka didn't take. Quite early in the piece, Justin Graves made a tight call. The direct hit would have resulted in his wicket.
Nice, beautiful shot of Shirley Heights. Quite a way to get up there. Very high up. Looks to be having a function as well. A large gathering there. Yes, a Jayasuriya back with ball in hand. Having a Sunday function perhaps up there at Shirley Heights. Looks to be a popular spot here in Antigua. Yes, a Jayasuriya back with ball in hand. Not much happened for the Pacers early on, so you would think wouldn't have stayed too long before the skipper got back his key man with ball in hand.
Interestingly, he bowled after 11 overs of that second new ball. Did talk about him using more guile with his bowling. He's very economical, but when you're searching for wickets, it needs to be a little bit more. Haven't really seen him deliver the ball from behind the crease. That's one subtle way of varying things, luring batters into a false sense of length. That's surely a lure. Shehope driving, not making contact.
Yeah, toss this one up. A little bit of turn as well on that. Drawing him into that drive. Just narrowly missing the bat. He asked the question.
Good work behind the stumps too. Kusal Mendes. He's been very, very efficient in that position. Had a good innings. Kusal Mendes, 69 in that first outing with the bat in this second test.
Two runs from it, 275 for 4. West Indies still trailing by 274 runs. But these two have, so far today, good sessions for West Indies, particularly the third, 2 wickets in that second session. But these two have rode the wave out there. Inside edge. Very lucky from Shehope. When you're batting that well, sometimes you get that luck.
In the last 3 or 4 overs, we've seen some impatience from Hope for those deliveries outside the off stump. Importantly, on this occasion, he covers the line sufficiently, maybe too much. Hence the reason the ball coming off the inside edge. So he's hitting outside the line of the ball, maybe catering for that outswing from Vijayasundara.
Just the bowler interested in that one. But perhaps one of the few times we've seen his hands leave his body. Jimmy Adams speak a lot about that. Batters just allowing the ball to come to them under the eye and leaving when it's out there.
You can understand why Jasundara is so excited, still searching for his maiden test match wicket. Remember, he's on debut. And maybe this is a little period or phase in the game that Dhananjaya De Silva need to keep his troops switched on. Always very important as a captain to feel the pulse of the game. This quiet moment. She hope we've seen a few false strokes from him, maybe after that drinks break. He's very relaxed. This partnership 135, both batters might feel that they're in full control of everything, all the bowlers, the conditions. So that complacency might present a wicket-taking opportunity. And the Sri Lankans, they must be switched on for it.
Yeah, sometimes as a skipper, especially when you're searching for wickets, you have to think of these breaks. Yes, it was a drinks break. It was a lot shorter. But sometimes you have to think of it as the batter. They have to refocus. They have to start over, essentially. So sometimes an opportunity just might present themselves if they are bereft of concentration.
Yeah, it's pretty much like the art of war. 5 days of test match cricket. Not all the time you'll be in front or in the ascendancy, but it's very important for you to time your attack.
Solid. Solid and gorgeous from Shihop.
Get a sense that he was looking for an over-pitch delivery. Of course, he's been very fluent in his innings, so that rhythm in his batting is critical to Shihop's success. He finally gets one off the middle after the break. Batting way out of his crease too, so that is an indication that he wants to capitalize on the over-pitch delivery from this bowler. So in 1 over, he took 12 off him, 3 fours, some lovely straight drives, on drives and extra cover drives.
Yeah, 2 fours coming in that over, 283 for 4. Yeah, just 3 wickets on day 3. All throughout this test match, I think the run rate has been 3 and above. Jayasuriya to continue. Yeah, there's a loud appeal. It kept a bit low, but looked to be heading down from my perspective. Don't know if there was some bat on it, but tempted, but the bowler didn't seem too interested in that one.
Bit of humour there from the Sri Lankan captain, Dhananjaya De Silva. One that angled in, kept a little bit low. Was close though.
Yeah, now with the replay, it looked very close. I'm wondering if there was bat on it.
Oh, they're in the ball, they're in the ball, they're in the ball!
Quick single. Well judged in the end.
Few events happening in this little phase. What's that appeal?
Oh, they're in the ball, they're in the ball!
Now a quick single. Midfielder not totally switched on. So it allowed for that single and rotation of strike.
let's go! All right. Oh, bowling.
Get a sense that Jasri is attempting to get either Graves or Shea Hope LBW with one that skids on with the angle from round the wicket. Of course, he's known for turning the ball, so him get the outside edge of Kavem Hodge. But with the new ball, it being hard, the ball will slide on a little bit more, have a little more slick off the surface, less time for batters. So Stacey and viewers, you can beat the batter with pace. And that's the guile that he has to show with this ball.
Another single to end the over. 284, 285 in fact, for 4. Good session so far for West Indies, no wickets in it.
Last over there was an LBW appeal. Sri Lanka didn't take the review. There was that bottom edge, so good decision not to take it. Curious to find out if the ball would have gone on to hit the stumps too. Looked pretty adjacent.
Yeah, but clear plans from Sri Lanka, just looking to keep those stumps in play. Late here in the afternoon, we spoke about the timing of your attack on the batters, 2 set batters there. One thing to note as well, along with timing, that it's also the bowlers that you utilize in that situation.
What we've seen is, of course, 6 bowlers deployed by Sri Lanka. Oftentimes, when you're well set, like Shea Hope or Justin Graves, and there is a significant partnership, like 141 at this point in time, as a batter, you've already sized up the opposition bowlers individually. You know which bowler you can dominate, which bowler is a little more testing for you as a batter, where you have to exercise more caution. That is why Shea Hope to Vijay Sundara was a little ultra-aggressive with his approach. I'm sure, given what we've seen historically with Shea Hope and that bowler, he felt like he could continue that domination and push his individual scoring.
Really nice, huh?
But cricket is not played like that. On any given day, a bowler could produce a peach of a delivery to dismiss you. And therein lies the challenge. When you're well set, you often hear coaches talk about complacency, keeping balance to your game, respecting bowlers, being very calculated in your approach. These 2 West Indian batters, they need to do that.
Yeah, so far, so good. Momentary lapse in concentration 2 overs ago. But back on target, Shea Hope. It's just so important. I'll also add that you have to outlast the plans that the opposition throw at you when you're batting and get them to resort to other plans and then outlast that as well. These 2, they have all the shots required to do that. Just need to be able to concentrate longer. The focus has been good so far. Have to continue to grind down Sri Lanka. The more runs you score, the closer you get to 500 in this match, or 549 that they put on the board, is the more disappointed that they'll feel. As the closer they'll see that test match slipping away from them as well. Nice one to finish there from Milan Rathnayaka. 286 for 4. Some more games being played there on the beach, looking like volleyball this time. But Jayasuriya to continue. Some plans against these two West Indian batters, looking to attack the stump, get them LBW.
Oh.
Little change in the field there for Shea Hope. The backward square comes in to cut a single, maybe for Justin Graves. That fielder will go further back. Jayasuriya wants him in. I think it's an opportunity to probably bring that long off in, create a little bit of pressure, not allow for the easy single.
Oh, yes.
And the reason why I say that is because the line is very straight. And he does it now. So these subtle changes will play a part. Just moves to 3/4. Not fully in that circle. But for Jayasuriya, the length will be important. Both Shea and Justin, they've looked comfortable playing forward, long forward. Has to find that length where he pushes them back onto the back foot. You're just there, that in-between length, where there is indecision as to whether to play forward or play back. That is when the issues arise.
Oh!
That will also spring a thought in the mind of Justin Graves. Because even though he's playing forward, he's well aware that Jayasuriya could turn the ball and beat the outside edge. Generally speaking, he's been trying to beat the inside edge with the angle, the arm ball.
Top shot. Really well executed there from Graves to end that over. 291 for 4. These two looking quite comfortable for West Indies. 72 from Campbell earlier. Hope now the highest run scorer in this match for West Indies. So important that they got him back. He was out injured in that first game. There was never any question around whether he will play in this match, but questions around who will have to make way for him.
Yeah, just take off.
Well, Justin Graves in that last over shows exactly why he is highly rated with the bat. Scored a double century against New Zealand recently. And two things from that stroke. Shows his mental strength. Remember, the over before one kept low. It was an LBW shot. Played the bottom of the bat. He's gone about batting unfazed despite that happening. And then the way he pounces on that fractionally short delivery shows that he's picking lengths very early off the spinner. And that to me is the hallmark of the very good batters against spin bowling. You judge length, you apply precise footwork, and you make use of scoring opportunities when they present themselves. He's been one of the most prolific batters in domestic cricket in the West Indies too. List A cricket, multiple consecutive hundreds. First-class cricket, he's always a performer with the bat. And that attitude has transcended to the international level.
He's a settled batter at number 6 for them. Someone that they've been searching for, I believe. Someone who can contribute with bat and ball. So to have someone like that in your setup is gold. And he is performing as well.
Must also compliment his outlook. He's physically fit, very agile. Gives you an indication as to how he values his fitness. He's considered an all-rounder in this West Indian side. Picked up 3 wickets in that first test match for the West Indies. You can say he's a consummate professional in this West Indian 11. Always very business-like. With his body language, his personality. When you meet him, he's always very courteous. A real positive sign for the West Indies. There again, he's technically sound against short pitch deliveries. Very comfortable with his game. Has control. Early in his innings, he played a couple pull shots. On that occasion, just left it.
And they come back for 2. He gets there, Graves, and that's a 150 runs partnership. These two have a habit of putting up big partnerships for West Indies. 294 for 4. $150 runs partnership between Graves and Hope. Almost equal contributions from them. 194 for 4 now. Really good partnership between these two. Tell me how much these two complement each other. Apart from being from Barbados, of course.
They're quite similar in batting styles. technical ability. Both players are very balanced at the crease. You don't often see them falling over. Wonderful timers of the cricket ball. They don't try to muscle their strokes when they're on the attack. They have that situational awareness too, recognizing when it's important for a partnership to give their team an advantage. That is something they've done. 150, the partnership. It's been achieved in a classical manner. Lots of boundaries all along the ground. Straight drive in particular was a real beauty from Shea Hope.
Yeah, 150. Big partnership when West Indies really needed it as well. Yeah, Justin Graves along with Shea Hope. Very similar in the way they scored their runs as well. Justin Graves played a number of shots that on drive in particular. Both spin and pace plays them very well, particularly that drive. Very confident in his execution. Looks quite focused when you looked in his eyes there. 294 for 4, still trailing by 255, but don't think that will be in the back of their minds too much. They just need batters to continue to bat the rest of today and into tomorrow.
Importantly for the West Indies, 54 more runs, and Sri Lanka will have to bat a second time in this test. During the break, Shea Hope just getting some attention. He's always gloved up. Whether he's behind the stumps with the bat. I just also want to make the point about Justin Graves. You alluded to it. Played the pull stroke when facing bowlers from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end so that he was hitting with the wind. If he got a short delivery from bowlers from the Sandy Roberts end, he never tried to hit the ball into the wind.
Oh, yes.
That's real smart.
In the last ball of the previous over against the seam bowler, I noticed that and I said, this guy has a high IQ when it comes to batting. Field was set as well. There were two fielders there on that boundary in line in weight, but understands conditions really well.
A little more pressure now for Shea Hope. There is a cover point, an extra cover. We're starting to see a few deliveries off that length. Keep a little bit low, fractionally low. This is a perfect length where you push the batter back and you possibly try to breach his defense.
It's playing him very deep in the crease as well, Shea Hope.
Yeah, and Shea Hope's counter will be to stand back for a few deliveries that he should be going forward to, just to lure Jayasuriya to get fuller.
Bowling.
100 overs bowled, maiden 294 for 4. And 100 overs bowled, 294 for 4. Sri Lanka hunting for wickets. These two have managed to keep them out for 262 balls.
Right. Let's see. There seems to be a clear plan now to Justin Graves. Maybe that short pitch delivery plan. We spoke about Justin Graves being smart, not to execute the pull stroke, going into the wind. For bowlers operating, fast bowlers, that is, operating from the Sandy Roberts end. Leaves it alone. So there is a deep fine leg, there's a deep backward square, there's a man in front of square, and also a mid-wicket that is halfway to the boundary. So Sri Lanka once more telegraphing their plans.
Once it get up to that height, he'll continue to duck under it, Justin Graves. It's a deep understanding of what the bowling team is trying to do. But what I want to see from the bowler, though, is just a deviation from that plan, just to surprise him, just to see if he has his wits about him.
Well, importantly, I think all West Indians will hope that John Campbell is watching Justin Graves' approach to this plan from Sri Lanka. Similar plan deployed to John Campbell. Yeah, this was a wicket of John Campbell. With a similar field, he picked his man out. And that's too easy a giveaway for a batter that is well set.
When you look at Justin Graves' approach, not just to this over, but the entirety of his innings, he's a type of batter that's asking the field inside to work hard to get his wickets. He's not just going to give it away. He looks to be a very particular person as well. He's set, he's there. Looks like he's always thinking runs. He knows that you can only score runs if you're out there.
It's been thought to Milan Ratnaika so late in day 3, having to put in the effort to get the ball up. And he does it once more. Fast bowling is not an easy craft, especially when you're into your 19th over.
And the entirety of this series as well, we say that Sri Lanka have spent a lot of time in the field. When you look back to that first test match, the number of overs that all of the bowlers had to put in. And here now once more, if the West Indies can just continue to let them bowl a bit longer. Sharp ball plan, looking to continue to tire out these bowlers, West Indies. 294 for 4.
For the partnership, 150 between these two. They've been so patient throughout this partnership. One or two indiscretions rather. But you get that sometimes, and when you do get away with them, you really want to make them count. A few loose strokes from Shea Hope from time to time, but he looks determined. Marley Richards alongside me. This has been an impressive partnership, hasn't it?
Superb from a West Indian perspective. As you said, just a few transgressions here or there. But largely, they've been in control. And it's just what the doctor would have ordered from a West Indian perspective. They were under pressure. This 150 partnership has to go even bigger.
Shea Hope has shown a lot of trust in this surface, using the depth of the crease. And even if those deliveries are a little bit fuller, he can play on the back foot. And just bide his time. There was a case made against this pitch earlier today, Mali. The defense said that they'll present some evidence to see if it has changed. But it continues to be complicit in conspiracy with the batters. 294 for 4. There's some candidates for the Antigua and Barbuda national football team. The great man, Sir Vivian Richards, actually represented the Twin Island nation in the sport of football as well. Multi-talented. Asita Fernando returns. Starts wrong the wicket though, so maybe that short ball plan will continue. The field set, so it seems as though that's the plan.
Reeves is slightly different in terms of how he tackles the short ball. He's slightly taller as well. Looks to use his height, ride the bounce. Shea Hope is a little bit more compulsive in taking on these short deliveries. Have a look at that bat. It's looking very broad indeed. He's presented that full face. Both batters have, to be fair, more often than not. And that's just aiding them having the control that they're having at this stage of the innings.
Yes, super fan. We had a little interview with her earlier today. Right, so there's a change in field for Shea Hope. The silly mid-on being employed. There is a fielder in that slip cordon, maybe fourth slip or straightish gully. Lots of protection leg side. So trying to prevent them from just riding that short delivery. Two is the call. Just a very good running actually. Good awareness from Shea Hope.
Yeah, just opening the face this time. Shea Hope shows good dexterity both sides of the wicket. I'm not sure Asita Fernando has the pace at this stage here late on day 3. He's got to try and get something up high above the eye line of these West Indian batters. Lights are on. Slightly overcast here, slightly cloudy, shall I say.
Switches the angle now. She-Hoop squeeze under that one. Well, this is... It's good in the sense that they've got that fielder and that silly mid-on area, so they just can't ride it and get a single. If you want to take it on, well, there's a lot of protection there, so they're almost forcing them now to go under. Let's see the next couple deliveries or so if that will continue.
He's got two decisions to make here, Shea-Hope. Does he just allow that bouncer to go through, get under or sway out the way, as you see one signal for the over there? Or does he take it on? I think he's best served to just let these deliveries go. We've had good true bounce throughout. Not too much variable bounce.
Watch him, bro. Two left.
But the cracks here on this pitch are in the middle of the wicket. Opting to change the angle once again. Going around the wicket, Fernando.
And that's not going to trouble him unless he decides to either ride it for a single or take it on for... I'm not sure what he's going to take it on for, because the number of fielders position leg side and it's also into the wind. Just be patient would be the best bit of advice from a West Indian camp. They've tried. They really have tried. They've toiled in placid conditions here at this stadium. And over with only short balls, 297 for 4.
Trail by 252. 297 for 4. Got some 53 runs or so away from avoiding that follow-on.
Faster delivery, angling down the leg side though. But good on Jayasuriya. He's just looking to tickle it is what he's saying there. Big difference in pace.
Yeah, and just a subtle change as well. 97 Ks on that delivery. Just doing Graves for a bit of pace. Good wily stuff this from the left arm orthodox. Next delivery follows up with a slightly flighted delivery.
There's a loud appeal from Kushal Mendes. I'm not sure for what. And that was a couple deliveries ago. Nothing from the rifle. Yeah, he's very animated behind the stumps, Kushal Mendes. Yeah, just trying to have some fun, and why not? Can be a long day out there if you're not smiling, if you're not enjoying it. I have no idea what that appeal was for.
Not amused.
Oh!
They're hunting one here. They're trying to find a way to pick up a wicket by any means necessary. The Sri Lankans just looking to put off Justin Graves, maybe just affect that concentration.
Oh!
Well flighted, well watched, 297 for 4. Yeah, closing in on the end of day 3. 13 wickets falling across the 3 days. And you can do the maths, how many runs scored there. I make it 846. Right, a change in plan this time. There 2 fielders in that cordon. Right, he goes in a more traditional length and line.
Yeah, opting to abandon the short ball for now. Still got deep backward square. The advent of a top edge or so from Shea Hope. But they love to pick up their 5th wicket here at the end of this 3rd day. Put them right back in the driving seat, the Sri Lankans.
Shea Hope spent a lot of time in the field behind the stumps. When Sri Lanka batted, he's been out there for quite some time as well. It's also been a hallmark of his game, his fitness. Worked assiduously on that aspect. Something that young players looking on can also adhere to. A strength and conditioning routine. Tempting, tempting. He thought about it for much of that one, Justin Graves. At the last moment, decided against it.
So clever a seater, isn't he? Just hanging that one outside the off stump, slightly fuller in length. In the end, it got quite close to the toe of the bat.
Yeah, he pulled away very late again, Justin Graves. And I cast my mind back to that first test when he was dismissed doing exactly that. Yeah, if we reflect on that first test and that dismissal when he tried to leave alone. And that catch from Kushal Mendes, he didn't get the bat out of the way in time. He decided a little bit too late, not dissimilar to what we just witnessed. Asita Fernando was the bowler then as well. And just a few moments ago, eerily similar.
Well to pull out of that stroke in the end. Looked like he was fully committed. Luckily for him, just missing the toe.
Wants two, will get those comfortably, brings up the 300 for the West Indies.
So good.
You hear ever so often on the stump mic, Justin Graves and Shea Hope communicating, just reminding each other of how many deliveries left. Typically at the end of the over, so you don't lose concentration. So important as a batter. You're there on your own facing this delivery, but non-striker so important as well to get you through.
Oh,
301 for 4.
So far, wicketless in this third session for the Sri Lankans. West Indies for this partnership, 157. It's really gone a long way to keep the West Indies in this match. Still trail by 248. Roughly around 20 minutes or so till the end of play. It'll be Jayasuriya to continue.
Oh! Huh?
Slightly quicker delivery once again. Have a look at the speed, 81 Ks. Slightly quicker than his stock ball. Roughly around 77, 78. He loves to operate in that area. Every now and again, that subtle variation.
Yeah, that strike rotation as well important, so he doesn't settle down on just one batter. And they both play him differently. Shea Hope relies on the thrust of the surface and uses that depth of the crease. And you can see his quite open stance because he knows that that's the target for Jayasuriya. Targeting that front part, so he sort of gets it out of the way quite early. Look at that speed. Taking everything out of that one.
It's good bowling, this. Just tossing that one up slightly slower, just forcing Shea Hope to just wait that split second longer.
Yeah, that's evidence of use of the depth of the crease. 302 for 4. Quite picturesque, that site from Shirley Heights overlooking English Harbour. Popular tourist destination here on the island. And it's Sunday, so Shirley Heights will be quite busy today. Mali wants to escape, but not yet.
Not yet, Sammy B. He's pumping now, I imagine. A few steel bands, a few local artists. Quite a few tourists and locals enjoy the Shirley Heights.
If you see from here,
Have a look at that. Have a look at that. Beautiful sight. Not sure what this guy at the front is doing. He should get back over the wall, youngster. It's not safe over there. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful sight. It's a place where a lot of weddings happen, destination weddings. I know you'll be there later, Sammy.
I was there last year, Sunday evening. As you mentioned, it's quite busy, quite active, lots of beverages available, food. The cuisine is quite exquisite up at the Shirley Heights on a Sunday. Different genres of music as well. Wonderful, relaxing Sunday evening. The calabash shells, the steel band, providing entertainment, and then the cuisine that I mentioned. Tourists enjoying all that the island has to offer. You might just find Sir Kirtley up there one of these days, providing live entertainment. Sir Richie Richardson as well. They do enjoy their performances. Just a smidgen of what Antigua and Barbuda has to offer. Did I mention the 365 beaches as yet? I might have at some point during the course of this test series.
Still movement through the air though for Asita Fernando here late on day 3. Justin Greaves spent quite a bit of time at the crease. 146 deliveries, well watched, just allowed that to go past the off stump. But you're seeing everything that Asita Fernando is about. Maybe his speed's just a little down. You do expect that. But he's still possessing that ability to get the ball to move.
Yeah, wide of the crease on that occasion, trying to tempt Justin Greaves. 302 for 4. Yeah, capturing pictures and footage from the Shirley Heights. Right, there's a change in bowling from the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end. Sunal Dinusha into the attack. One left unorthodox replaces the other. Very different in their style and their modus operandi. Very short, or shorter I should say rather, Dinusha. And generally a flatter trajectory. Two is the call. Should get those quite easily. Again, use of the crease to deflect it for a couple.
Yeah, it's what they've done so well, this pair. They've run magnificently between the wickets. They've rotated strike. They've showed that dexterity, and as you said, at times, Shea Hope in particular, using that depth of the crease to buy himself that extra time in which to maneuver the ball into the gaps. It's been very good batting here, good batting display from this pair.
So now Dinusha would be hoping that he could do what was done to him. Sometimes the lesser established bowlers can get the breakthrough when the batters relax just a little bit. He'll remember Kavem Hodge getting him out dismissed in the 90s. So this is the period in time where you intensify your focus and your concentration, not only because of Dinusha, but because of the time. He's played that shot really well all day today. Even Shea Hope said, "Shot boy," when it was played. Placement sublime.
And it's so pleasing on the eye when he just leans on those deliveries and just caresses it through the onside. Once again, tossed up. Played sweetly right out the middle of the bat. He's picked the gap superbly as well. And it's raced away across this quick outfield. Really balanced stuff, this from Justin Greaves.
Another fielder position at that straight mid-wicket area. For me, it's where he's trying to hit the ball. He's not turning the face of the bat to go square. He's still trying to go just wide of mid-on, still aiming in the direction from where the ball came. And that's the key in those crisp on drives. Gets a single to retain the strike. 310 for 4. Wicketless session, the final one of day 3. Right, spin from the other end as well. Both openers looking on intently. You feel as though you've missed out, particularly John Campbell. Jayasuriya switches ends.
Oh, boleh Papa, boleh Papa. Top boleh Papa. Sorry. Come Mbappe. Yeah, sure. Bye. Huh?
Can they find some success late on day 3?
Halfway.
think if they don't get a wicket, this would be the first time in this test match that session 3 doesn't produce one. Still some time left though, 4 minutes after this one.
Boleh, Papa.
Might get at least another one in. With the two spinners in operation, could potentially be a couple. Just a single from that Jayasuriya over 311 for 4.
This 167-run partnership for the 5th wicket. Sammy, we're just speaking about how well this pair would have played. A good illustration of that would be this 168 now run partnership being the best 5th wicket partnership between these two very proud cricketing nations. So once again, another record tumbles here in this series.
Yeah, that's evidence of him trusting the surface. That was a full delivery. And yet still he's sort of playing that on the crease. And on the back foot, you can see how full that was. But he has so much confidence in the surface. He can do that. Yeah, look how deep he goes. Look how full that pitch is. They aren't too perturbed, so they wouldn't mind another over. The West Indians, we should get one more in. Maybe not. Yeah, that single just allows the clock to run over a little bit.
Over.
314 for 4. And potentially another over left in the day's play. We'll keep a close eye on Mr. Rifle. Yep, I think we might just get one more in.
Umpire Rifle wanted that last over to be the last one. Just slowly getting to his mark there at square leg.
Should get a couple. This is well timed. Both batters into the 80s now. Yeah, Kushal Mendes just giving him a little assistance to get to his position, but it was in the wrong direction.
Go, Papa!
Might have kept a little bit low there, that one, but a pillar of concentration is Justin Graves.
Boleh, Mbappe!
Yeah, I would have liked to see a bad pad, a silly mid-on or silly mid-off for this over, just to exert some element of pressure, perceived or real. The last over before the close of play, you know the batters are going to set up stall, they're going to close down any opportunity, so you want to exert a little bit of pressure on them. So I would have encouraged the use of a bat pad for Justin Graves, because that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Just bring a couple close fielders into that batter's eye line. There's one delivery remaining here on day 3.
Well watched by Justin Graves, and wonderful session for the West Indies. And that's the end of play on day 3. West Indies would close on 318 for 4. This partnership has swollen to 174. Both batters into the 80s. They'll sleep and no doubt think about triple figures tomorrow. Smile from Shehoop. Wonderful job. They got together when West Indies were precariously positioned at 144 for 4. Batted the entirety of this session unscathed. Shehoop, the senior partner, on 86, Graves on 85. Has been a good workout for the Sri Lankans in the field. They toiled, they tried plans A, B, C, sometimes D. And the understandable applause from their teammates. They'll rest, reflect, recuperate, and come again tomorrow, the Sri Lankans. This is the West Indian batting card. Campbell, you know, a lot will be spoken about his dismissal. King was dismissed late yesterday. Hodge and Django really didn't get going. Hodge spent a lot of time out in the middle, but that partnership between Hope and Graves really propelled the West Indies to where they are currently positioned.
Just the 4 wickets for the Sri Lankans. 3 wickets today on day 3. 2 to Jayasuri and the 1 to Asita. It's been a toil, but they can take some solace out of the fact that they haven't let the West Indies get away. They've managed to keep some element of control. Proving to be the most fruitful for the West Indies. 99 runs, no wickets lost. 2.91 that run rate. They'll take a lot of confidence from that performance here in that 3rd session. We will take a break now. When we come back, we'll have the post show with Darren Ganga.
What a start. That is top class. That's power. Pure power. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
A record 5th wicket partnership in Windies Sri Lanka Test matches achieved by Shea Hope and Justin Graves. A partnership worth 174, getting the West Indies to 318 for 4 and a trail by 231 runs to Sri Lanka's 549 for 9, batting first in this second Test match. A brilliant day with the bat for the West Indies. They scored 260 runs just for the loss of 3 wickets in this day 3 of this second Test. And it's really a special effort. You can say Samuel Badri, Jimmy Adams alongside me. When you look at that partnership, it's exactly what the West Indies required in this situation, Samuel.
Yeah, hello Jimmy, hello Darren, hello everyone. They came in together when the West Indies lost a couple wickets quite quickly and still staring down the barrel of a heavy first innings score by the Sri Lankans. So they needed to stitch together that partnership, and as you mentioned, a record-breaking one. And for most of that partnership, they look unbothered, they look unperturbed, untroubled, very good batting conditions, but they showed that resilience and that application that West Indian fans have been searching for such a long time. Shea Hope missed out in that first Test. He didn't want to miss out in this one, and he's gotten off to a wonderful start. Justin Graves as well has looked excellently.
Jimmy, let's talk about Shea Hope. 86 runs in this innings.
Yeah.
What impressed you about that effort?
I think for me it was just his calmness. He came in, the game was well poised, and just the way he went about it, he got himself in. I still think he's carrying a little bit with his shoulder, but he didn't go searching. He waited for the bad balls to come in, and he just picked off boundaries early on, specifically through the onside, and he opened up a little bit towards the end, but never got out of that bubble. He stayed in that bubble for the entire innings, and just calmness personified. And I think it's transmitted itself through his partner and also the rest of the team.
Yeah, very impressive indeed from the right-hander from Barbados. Let me welcome Justin Graves to this little post-match discussion. Congratulations on your innings. We're analyzing Shea Hope, and we have a graphic here we want to share because whilst you guys batted with a similar tempo, the approach was slightly different because if you look at the guard that Shea Hope used when he was batting in this innings, he was batting on an off-stump guard. So how does that resonate with you, Samuel, before we get Graves in?
Yeah, because he wants to get close to the ball, and if you can notice as well, that sort of open front foot, because he wants to make sure that he has access to the ball as much as possible. And it's very much an individual thing. That's his modus operandi. That's what he feels comfortable with, and something that he's used for much of his career, particularly in the latter part. So I would say it's very individual, and it has allowed him to get that success.
Yeah, we saw very good judgment with lines outside the off-stump early in his innings. He wasn't playing at wide deliveries. That impeccable judgment may be the outcome of that approach. Justin, you looked at that graphic there with you batting with a middle and leg. What's your approach to deliveries outside the off-stump? You were quite good as well in terms of judging lines.
Yeah, for me, pretty much it's just wanting the ball to be on this side of me a little bit more. So as you said, it's preference for batsmen, and really well played to Shea today.
Talk us through the discussions while this partnership was unfolding. What were the challenges for you? How did you overcome those challenges?
Yeah, not having a score last game. New day, new opportunity, as Shea told me when I went out to bat, and just take it one ball at a time. Try to make solid decisions up front. And try to keep that tempo throughout the innings.
We saw smarts in your batting. We did highlight when you had seam bowlers operating from this Andy Robertson. You never took on the pull shot. Was that because of the wind factor?
Yeah, just a little bit. But as soon as they switched ends and went to the short ball plan, it was just a no-go for me.
Jimmy, I know you spoke highly about Prabhat Jayasuriya. I know we would want to have your thoughts on him as a bowler playing in his first Test match in the series. Was it very challenging, and how did you sort of managed to keep him out and to score for him?
Yeah, every bowler at international cricket, you know, they have their strengths and obviously weaknesses. And for me, him bowling very stump to stump, staying on the stumps pretty much throughout the day, you know, I just had to find a way to come for that.
Yeah, one of the things that was quite noticeable in your innings, Justin, is that on drive that you played with perfection, maintaining a lot of balance. What pleased you most so far in your innings to date?
Just the temperament and the fight, you know, to stay out there as long as possible. You know, the team really needed it. Had a lot of discussions with the batting coach as well. So, you know, once I stayed out there, enjoyed my partnership with Shea, and, you know, he pretty much talked me through it as well.
One of the things that we heard on the stump mic quite often around the 4th, 5th ball, both you and Shea were telling each other one ball to come, keep going. Is that something that you guys prefer, that sort of assistance from each other?
Yeah, Shea and I have been playing cricket for a very, very long time together. We've got a really good connection when we bat in the middle. Some really good partnerships in international cricket so far. And, you know, that's all it's been, positive communication between us, regardless on how tough the situation might be. You know, and just every 3rd ball, every 4th ball, you know, just keep reminding them just to keep going and stay positive, make solid decisions throughout.
Was it very important for you to rotate stride, because we saw that in that partnership, many singles, not allowing bowlers to sequence deliveries to one particular batter? Is that something that you spoke about while the partnership was unfolding, or is that like a team discussion and prep for big partnership goals?
You know, just understanding your partner as well. You know what Shea is looking to do. Sometimes you don't even need to call. You know, you just look up and, you know, you have that communication between us. As I said, Shea and I have been really good friends for a very, very long time. So, you know, it's kind of easy batting with him in the middle.
Right, you approaching day 4 of this test match. It already appears that Sri Lanka will have to bat again. What's the plan?
Bat as long as possible. You know, you just got to keep enjoying batting, you know. If there's one thing the legend Kemar Roach always says, you know, in the dressing room, just stay hungry. You know, don't settle for big 50s in the group anymore. You know, we always talk about scoring hundreds. The captain said it to us leading up to the series. Let's see if we can get 100 every single game. So, you know, for us, big scores all the time. That's what we're looking at.
Yeah, you missed out, if I can just interject, Darren, in the first test, as you mentioned, trying to leave one, didn't get your bat out of the way in time. There were a couple times today you tried to leave the ball as well, but this time managed to get the bat out of the way. Tell us a little bit about conditions out there. It seems to be quite flat, quite docile, batters enjoying themselves.
Yeah, no, it's a good pitch, you know. Once you put the effort in, whether you're batting or bowling, you really get good response, and, you know, just making solid decisions at the end of the day.
Jimmy, I know you're itching to ask Justin something.
Listen, Justin, first of all, congrats. It was great to watch. It's a good example of batsmanship, both yourself and Shea. Just walk me through that one period when Jayasuriya went over the wicket into the rough. I know it's not something that, as a right-hander, you see a lot of, but how you managed to counter that little passage of play there?
To be honest, Shea was just trying to guide me through it in terms of just remember the leg slips around the corner, so don't be too tentative in terms of when you're playing the ball. Just stay really positive, try not to turn the ball too much out of the rough, and just try to keep it up front.
Nice, nice. It was noticeable. You still were able to clip a few through square where Shea tended to wait, open the blade, and go offside. So different approaches, but brilliant effort, and good luck tomorrow.
Cheers, thanks.
Justin, I've watched you at the first-class level, the List A level. I've seen your consistency with bat, ball in the field, your professionalism as well, heightened. To what do you attribute that consistency that you're achieving at the international level?
I just think it's being raised properly, man. Yeah, man, being disciplined through it all. You know, you always got to... Not everyone has the privilege to play for West Indies, you know, and, you know, it's a real honor. So once you put in the work, you know, you want to be here. You know, you got long days, very tough days as well. So when you get days like this, you always got to try to enjoy them.
We feel that you're slightly underrated as a bowler. You've shown that every time you take the ball, you make a contribution in terms of wickets. We saw that in the Australian series in 2005, and yet again in that first test match, you picked up 3. How do you balance those multiple roles that you carry?
I always say the all-rounder role is a very, very difficult role. So, you know, when it comes to training, put in really big effort at both. Some days I just bat alone, some days I just bowl alone. But for me, it's just trying to do what the team requires at the end of the day. So once the captain throws the ball to me, I always try to give him 100%.
Well, we've been very impressed with your attitude, your performances. Good luck tomorrow. Hope you get to 3 figures because it's been the trend with this West Indies batting lineup of late. So congratulations again. Justin Graves. We'll take a break and come back with more.
That is absolutely perfect. That is top class.
Only 3 West Indian wickets fell on day 3, so a solid batting effort by the West Indians. We continue to reflect on the day's play. Samuel Badri, Jimmy Adams here. Let's continue to talk about Shea Hope. Of course, his re-entry into Test match cricket happened in that Australian series in 2025. A mid-30 average, he picked up 2 further Test hundreds, and yet again he's on the cusp of a 3rd 100 in this re-entry phase. Is that a transformation that is now settled, that we are now seeing the rewards of his investment in his game?
Well, listen, I don't think at this level we're dealing with luck here. I think the young man has invested time and effort in his preparation, thinking about his game, his strengths, his weaknesses. The world believes that there is an issue with the short pitch ball. We saw a little bit of it in New Zealand. But despite that, he continues to get starts, and since he has come back in, he has converted. So Test 100 since he has come back, a 50 today that he might convert. I think maybe like a few other players that I can think of, Carl Hooper being the one that comes immediately to mind. Something has happened in that time away from the red ball game, and a lot of it starts with reflection. Who am I? What are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? And what do I have to work on if I'm going to be successful? And I will say, just watching him go about constructing his innings today, he was totally in control. His decision making from the very first ball to the end was superb. He never gave the impression that he was under any pressure, and they threw everything at him. Over the wicket, around the wicket, from the spinners, length, short balls from the seamers, totally in control. And if this is what we are going to see going forward, a lot more runs to come.
Well, he closed the day on 86 not out. He'll come tomorrow. Maybe some of what Jimmy said is a transfer of his white ball form, Samuel Badri. And when you have a player like Shea Home in your dressing room, maybe a player like John Campbell can learn a thing or two, because John Campbell played well today too.
Yeah, he did, up until he was dismissed. We've spoken at length about him, but Shea Hope is too good a player not to produce these types of results at the international level. John Campbell was looking really good, as you mentioned, in that pre-lunch session, very much in control. And he showed really good patience and temperament. And just when everyone felt that he was going to convert this now into something substantial, just the one test match century in all of the test matches that he's played so far, not too many first-class hundreds as well. So he doesn't have a habit of converting when he gets to these types of scores. But that dismissal, I think someone really needs to have a word with him about it, because it has become a familiar pattern, a familiar theme for him. When he gets set, he sort of gives his wicket away. That was a 3-ball sort of scenario where he played, and then with the trap set, almost picking out the fielder to perfection. And you saw the blank stare on his face after he got dismissed. Too little, too late at that point.
Maybe some more self-talk from John Campbell in those sort of situations when teams show clear plans to get him out. He can probably take a word or two or some advice from Justin Graves, because we saw how he approached a similar plan deployed by Sri Lanka. Now let's shift to Sri Lanka bowling. 2 wickets for Prabhat Jayasuriya, 2 for 77 in 36 overs. He was impressive.
He was consistent right the way through. He kept scoring, got the first 2 wickets, and really looked as if he might be on the cusp of bowling Sri Lanka back into this contest on a really good wicket. And I can't stress enough, the wicket here is so good for batting. He clocked 35, 36 overs today, so he got his workload in. Always in control, always giving his captain control. So really not much more that I think he could have done, given the conditions. There wasn't a lot of purchase off the surface. He's done well. Captain's dream in conditions like this. Kept plugging away round the wicket to the right-handers. At times he went over, but he kept asking questions. There we see him bowling into the rough, over the wicket to the right-handers. So very experienced, he knows what he's doing, but the conditions here, not that helpful. But despite that, quality bowler, Darren.
Samuel, elaborate a little bit more on his control and the turn that he was able to extract.
Yeah, you can see quite clearly there that conglomeration of deliveries, 54% in that good zone. And he was able to show a lot of variety in that spell, nice and slow at times. And then that faster delivery came out. And as everyone keeps saying, the pitch is not assistive to him, but he was still creating some element of issues for the West Indian batters. So I agree with you, Jimmy. Not much more that the Sri Lankans could have done. They tried plan A, plan B, sometimes plan C and plan D, and it really didn't work. And credit has to be given to the West Indian batters, but it was a tough day out in the field for them.
Yeah, indeed. So 2 wickets to Prabhat Jayasuriya, 2 wickets to Asita Fernando. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have some more.
That is absolutely perfect. is top class.
The West Indies 32 runs away from making Sri Lanka bat again in this second test match, and they have 6 wickets in hand. So that's quite realistic. We continue to discuss the day's play. Samuel, Jimmy, let's look ahead. Day 4. Can we expect this continuation of good batting conditions and more runs being scored?
Well, I think so, especially with those 2 batters in their 80s. They'll want to make sure that they convert that to another test match 100. And we just heard Justin Graves said it there. The plan is, when you ask him, is to just bat and bat and bat. Get that hunger, get that appetite, and try to score that 100 firstly, and see if you can emulate someone like just Amir Django and get a double century. So I do expect that the conditions wouldn't change as much. It will still be quite favorable. It will be a wary Sri Lankan bowling lineup, so expect more runs, expect lots of batting partnerships again from West Indies.
Jimmy, let's shift to the Sri Lanka dressing room.
Yeah.
Gary Kirsten and his discussion with the bowlers for day 4. What will that sound like?
Well, he'll have to find a way to pick them up. I mean, the conditions are tough for them, as they were for the West Indies. But they're going to have to really make a big push in that first over. That first over for me will determine where day 4 ends up at the end of play. The West Indies obviously want to keep wickets in hand. They need a breakthrough. They need an early breakthrough. Who will be the 2 bowlers that begin that process in the morning? And they will look back at footage overnight to see if they can detect any chinks potentially in the armour of Graves and Shea Hope, and really have a go first hour. And if not, then it could be a sort of sit back and wait sort of period where we see where the game is by, say, between lunch and tea. But that first hour is going to be crucial. So a lot of planning overnight. They were going to say, listen, let's get 1 wicket first and then see where we go from there.
Yeah, interesting. One of the things we picked up during the course of the day, of course, it's the fact that a few deliveries kept a little bit low. Samuel, you've been assessing the pitch and conditions. When you look at these deliveries, will this increase on day 4, in your estimation?
Well, there will be some variability as you go deeper into a test match, and as the sun has baked onto the surface, you expect this happening. You expect the cracks to widen a little bit, the footmarks to be there, but those deliveries were few and far between. So I still expect very good batting conditions. Yes, you will expect challenges on day 4 in any test match and on any pitch, but in the main, it will still be good batting conditions.
Well, very quietly, I looked at the weather forecast.
Yeah.
On the 5th day, there's rain predicted, so I don't know if this will shift the thoughts of the Sri Lankans in any way possible.
This is Antigua. We've been talking about rain now for 2 weeks. Our resident weatherman, Mally Richards, has promised us rain, and I have to see to believe it personally.
Well, thank you, Jimmy. Thank you very much, Samuel Badri. We've enjoyed the day's play. If you're a West Indian fan, you'll be proud with the batting effort by the West Indians. There are no guarantees in cricket, as you know, but one thing for sure, we'll be here tomorrow for the start of day 4, 9:30 a.m. local time, to start the broadcast, to bring you the action, and this test match will continue. We've enjoyed the day's play. The West Indies battling back in this test match. We hope that you continue to be with us tomorrow. From all of us here, it's bye-bye for now.
Thank you
Good.
very much. All right, Coach, 3 wickets today. What did you make of the surface and how your bowlers toiled today?
Yeah, another tough day. I think both teams have toiled out there.
in their innings. I thought this morning we remained really patient and got a little bit of reward after lunch, but then yeah, I thought the two batters that are in at the moment, Greaves and Hope, batted brilliantly with a lot of patience and took their time getting in and put away any bad balls we threw at them. So a tough session, but still 240 runs to play with. And you know, anything, it's Test cricket, so it can happen quickly. So we just got to keep making sure we put the ball in the right places.
Based on your observation, is there anything you thought the team could have done differently based on the surface and what was thrown up by the batters?
No, not really. I think you know, in a perfect world, we probably thought the wicket might just start to offer a little bit more. I think with Django's wicket out of the rough, and you know, the ball starting to grip a little bit every now and again, we thought it would continue to do so. But in the end, it played really well. And I thought we tried quite a few plans, and I thought those two batters batted brilliantly in the last session.
Yeah, a couple more questions. Your debutant, Isita Wijesunjara, what do you make of him going 25 overs so far in his debut?
Yeah, welcome to Test cricket. It's a difficult space, but I thought he bowled brilliantly this morning, and then always difficult coming back, as you mentioned, 25 overs, when you've got to keep coming back on a wicket that's not offering a huge amount. There is a little bit of swing out there, but I thought the wicket played really well all day today, and coming back for a young guy like that, he's got lots to learn, but I thought he did a great job.
Yeah, finally, you said 231 runs ahead still. Tomorrow, the fourth day, what is it you probably want to see from the bowling group?
Yeah, I think on a wicket like this, we've going to continue to come up with some smart plans. You've got to think outside the box when not a lot is happening, and I think tomorrow morning we'll come out with some fresh ideas and some new thinking, and hopefully we can make some early inroads. And as I said, Test cricket moves quite quickly, so we'll see what we can do.
All right, thank you, Coach.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Here to the air.
Ready? All right, Coach. 380 for 4, based on how things have gone on for the day. How do you assess the team's position at this point?
Yeah, I think we're in a very good position. At the start of the day, you know, we asked ourselves what would be a good day for us. You know, we're talking about losing 1 wicket each session. You know, although we lost 2 wickets between lunch and tea, you know, Shea Hope and Justin Grace batting really well, you know, to bat through the day. You know, they were patient, you know, they were disciplined, played some lovely cricket shots. You know, so I thought we did well today.
The partnership, as you mentioned, between Hope and Graves, how pleasing was that for you to watch from the balcony?
Yeah, it was very pleasing to see that, you know, although we lost a couple of wickets there between lunch and tea, the way how they consolidated, the conversations that they had, you know, mid-pitch, the conversations they had at the tea break, you know, what they wanted to do and how they were going about it, you know, looking at the different plans that the opposition came with and tried to counteract that, which is good. You know, they understood the different phases of the game, you know, when the bowlers were on top, and they understood when we were in control of the game and stayed in control of the game. So I thought both of them batted really well, you know, played some beautiful cricket shots, like I said before. So it was very entertaining for us and very pleasing.
Obviously, 3 batters getting half centuries. Tomorrow is another day. Obviously, I think the team wants to bat even deeper into tomorrow. What is it you want to see? How much further you want the team to go for?
Well, I mean, listen, today is gone, history. You know, tomorrow's a new day, a new opportunity, and for us, it's just to continue to do what we were doing today. You know, Test cricket is doing the right things for long periods of time, so we come back tomorrow again, we reassess, you know, we try to, you know, win the first hour, then win the second hour, you know, break down the sessions hour by hour, just like what we did today, and, you know, look to back the whole day again.
That's it.
a start. That is top class. That's power. Pure power. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
It's been a batting paradise so far here. Hello and welcome to day 3 of the second test in North Sound Antigua. West Indies up against Sri Lanka. Lots of runs and very few wickets. Just to reflect then on where things currently stand. 549 for 9 declared. First time that they've broached 500 in these shores, Sri Lanka. West Indies 24 overs for their 58 for 1, still trailing by a handsome 491 runs.
Play.
That's all set for the first ball of day 3. Asita Fernando. First run of the day. Challenging period here for John Campbell as well in the 30s. Moves on to 37 now with that boundary. That's a shot of authority.
Yeah, the first boundary of the morning so far for the Windies. Slightly different action once again, that double pump on show. Standing tall was Johnny Campbell. That's his area. Loves anything short and wide. Kept his eye on it.
That's in there. There is a fielder there, but he watches it sail over his head. That's with the win for John Campbell. Confident strike.
Very confident indeed. Was quick on that short delivery. Asita Fernando doesn't possess express pace. When he opts to go short, that didn't get high enough. Similar to the West Indian bowlers yesterday, when they bowled the short deliveries, they weren't high enough. It was comfortable. Or comfortably played.
And an attempted bouncer just nowhere near the target. No chance for wicketkeeper Kusal Mendes. And that brings up the 50 partnership between these two.
A real positive for the West Indies early on day 3. This partnership, exactly what they would have spoken about before the start of the day's play. Something we heard the batting coach impress upon the West Indies team, Floyd Reefer. Pulled in front of square, and that's 50, a 4th test match half century for John Campbell. Good aggression, good defense, and he's batting like a man in full control.
Just erring on length, Ratnaika, and John Campbell quickly on it, pulling it in front of square, which meant that he had all the time in the world. Not the quickest, Ratnaika, and just erring on length. And John Campbell moves to his 4th half century in international test cricket.
Went for the pull, mindful of that deep fielder in front of square. He goes behind square now and finds the gap perfectly. Too short on that occasion from Milan.
But they seem to be persisting with a short ball ploy to the left-handed Campbell. But on this occasion, Campbell equal to the task.
He's picked that line very well. Hodge, very good execution from him.
This is good batting, as we were saying earlier, Stacey, and he's really soaked up a lot of pressure. But here he gets one, which he likes in his area. Good sweep, gets low. No real threat of that extra bounce.
on his knees now. He's on his knees. And Azan Raza raises his finger. He agrees with him, but Kavim Hodge wants to have another look.
If he got a little tickle on this one, Stacey Ann. Decided to go
TV
upstairs.
Umpire Director, we have a
Kavim
player
Hodge.
review for LBW. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Can I have a look at the front and first, please? Yeah, I can see the ball has hit the bat first before he's hitting the pad. There's a clear spike as the ball is next to the bat. Asan, you need to change your decision from out to not out. Stand by on screen. Signal now.
The decision will be overturned, but you have a look at how close it was. Why the umpire decided to make that decision, that fuller length. Kavim Hodge lucky enough to get some bat on it, barely.
In the air, but importantly in the gap, another boundary. Streaky for Kavim Hodge. Vijay Sundara still searching for his first. Hello, Jimmy.
Hi, Samuel. Yes, just allowing his hands to leave his body for that delivery, but making enough contact. A little bit fortunate that found the gap. He was not in control, but he will take it. He's been there now for 100 deliveries, Kavim Hodge, for his 21.
He backs away and he goes offside. Good batting from John Campbell.
A very proactive approach from John Campbell. 99% sure on the length, but just backing away to ensure that he had a free hit to off. Wasn't concerned about trying to keep it down, didn't have to. There was just the solitary man at mid-off. And another boundary takes him now into the 70s.
In the air and straight to the field, and the plan works. Look at the emotion from Asita Fernando. This is real disappointment, and I'll have to say, not for the first time from John Campbell. Knew exactly what the plan was and still falls into the trap. They are speechless.
Again, backing away to give himself room. He was cramped on the shot, John Campbell, not managing to keep it down, and Chandimal gratefully accepting that catch that gives Sri Lanka the breakthrough. Scenes of delight from Asita Fernando. Campbell has to go 72. It's 122 for 2.
Player of the match from the first test, Amir Jangu, makes his way out to the middle. Look at that average, healthy average. Only his, what, third test now. Century on ODI debut, a double century in your third test match innings. A brilliant start to international cricket for him. Let's see where this can take him. Down the leg side. Might be leg buys. We'll wait to see. Runs given. That's 132 for 2. After 50 overs. Might be the last activity for the first session on day 3. Players are making their way off, and that would be the end of session 1, day 3. 132 for 2. This is where this test match sits. 400, 549 rather for 9. 132 for 2. West Indies still trail by 417 runs. Hello and welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua. Day 3 of the second test. 26 overs for 74 runs. So some grit and application shown on both sides actually. Just there, that's the area given. That's the spot that we've been speaking about. And as soon as it was pitched there, he gets the wicket of Amir Jangu. Brilliant stuff from Prabhat Jayasuriya. A wicket in the West Indies.
That rough coming into play right away is like you telegraphed it. Samuel, you spoke about that short leg in place. Very good field setting and planning from Sri Lanka to get that wicket into that rough. Amir Jangu unable to keep it down. He was pressing forward but unable to keep it down. Sri Lanka elated with that wicket. Amir Jangu has to go back for 9. 135 now for 3.
Return. He's given. There was a feather, was there? Kavem Hodge will have a little discussion with Shea Hope, maybe. Yeah, he says he's not there. That indicates that he's edged it. What a delivery from Jayasuriya. Generous flight again.
Kavem Hodge pressing forward, just a feather of an edge on it. Getting some turn as well, and as a umpire Azan Raza raises the finger. Sri Lanka, they are up and about here after lunch. Kavem Hodge has to go back for 31. West Indies, 144 for 4.
Played in the gap nicely, timed, bit of work for the fielder to do. He'll lose that race. So Greaves picks up his first 4, just over pitch slightly by Jayasuriya.
A delightful shot from Justin Greaves, walking into this on drive, not hitting it too hard, just literally caressing it through wide mid-on. Didn't hit it too hard, but timed it to perfection. Wayward, no chance for wicketkeeper Kusal Mendes. He's had a few of those. He won't be happy.
Yeah, it's all about patience here. A real waiting game being played, and he just got a little greedy, did Milan Rathnayaka. Opting to go a bit straighter, completely lost that one. Started wide, ended up going wider down.
Looked away, properly timed. And will go for 4. So good firm hands from Hope. And he gets 4.
Yeah, not bad from Ratnayaka. Short delivery previously, and just checking to see if that has affected his footwork. Shea Hope gets it on the full, times it well, places it well, and gets 4.
That's classical. Shea Hope is so balanced at the crease. A delivery like that wouldn't trouble him. Pierces the field, times the ball, and silky smooth from the right-hander.
Signature Shea, this is what he likes. He likes that front press, and those types of deliveries are way too easy for him.
He's very familiar with this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Already with 3 centuries at this venue, 2 in first-class cricket, 1 in test match cricket though. Worked away splendidly. That's a terrific stroke from Graves. We saw a couple in this direction early in his innings. This one the best.
Yeah, the equilibrium at the crease here is what's so important. And he doesn't try to hit it too hard, just all timing. Wonderful balance, one of the more difficult shots in the game.
Mistimed hook. He's going to get a boundary. A bit lucky, but it ends the 72nd over, and it's 193 for 4. Firm punch through the covers for a couple. And that brings up the West Indies 200. So a repair job on the go at the minute between Graves and Hope. Beautifully pressed through mid-wicket. Shea Hope looking as if he's approaching his best. End of the over, it's 204 for 4. Oh, beautifully played by Justin Graves. He had to reach for it a little bit, but timed it to perfection. Clipped again, more runs for Shea Hope. Comfortable too. Bit of a misfield. Udara, the man responsible. So what should have been 2 becomes 4.
Yeah, quite casual in his approach to pick up that ball, Udara. But Shea Hope again has been so good in that area. Just a flick off his pads here. Very casual from Udara. Then it just slipped through his legs. Couldn't catch up to it in the end to pull it back in. Yeah, Fernando not pleased.
Different approach from Shea Hope to finish the over. It's 219 for 4. And the umpires confirm that it is now time for tea, with the West Indies now, after 77 overs, 219 for 4. So a summary of the game to this point. Sri Lanka using up 139.3 overs for 549 for 9 declared. Mammoth innings built around a superb 100 from Udara, who scored 188, his first Test 100, and ably supported by Dinusha 92, Kamindo Mendes 84, and Kusal Mendes 69. West Indian bowlers, they toiled. Seals in the process of getting his 100th Test wicket, 2 for 98. Samar Joseph, he got a couple for 98 as well, and 1 apiece for Kavem Hodge and Justin Graves.
First 2 sessions so far. The second one, West Indies losing 2 wickets, but scoring 87 in their 27 overs. They've managed to just up that scoring rate slightly. Do some very controlled batting from this field. This one's into that mid-wicket boundary for 4. So pressure being applied back onto Jayasuriya, just missing his length slightly, allowing Hope that extra time.
He's been good, Shea Hope, picking length. There you go again. Just able to recognize that it's shorter. Vacant area out there, very well timed. Hasn't tried to overhit anything.
Edge found, edge found. Work for Milan Rathnayaka to do at third man.
Look.
Come back for 2 in the end. A bit of outswing there for Vijay Sundara. Shot, class, right in the Justin Graves wheelhouse.
You mentioned it, hasn't quite found it in this spell with the new ball. Just over pitching Justin Graves. full presentation of the bat face. Had one similar in the over before, that time just evading the bowler. And wonderfully played right under his eyes. Good balance. It's been one of the standouts of this partnership.
That one's clipped away. Good timing. We'll come back for 2. 50 for Shea Hope. Well played half century by the Barbadian right-hander. His 7th half century at this level. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. We were speaking about just how pleasing on the eye this pair is. Shea Hope on this occasion with quite a sweet extra cover drive. 100 partnership up as well. The 26th boundary of this innings. And he's setting a foundation here, Hope, alongside his partner in Graves.
Yeah, quite delightful from Shea Hope. We've seen him play a number of shots to the leg side, timing it well. But this is an area that he favors. Just have to sit back and look at that.
And another. First it was the offside, now it's down the ground. Once again presenting that full face, timing superb. Wide one and hammered. Stand and deliver. Justin Greaves got width outside the off stump, slightly played on the up. It was in the air a little bit, but in the gap, no ball as well. 50 for Justin Greaves. A well-played half century. Just his 2nd 50 at this level to go along with 200s. Best of 202 coming against New Zealand.
That's another brilliant shot. That is a shot of beauty from Justin Greaves.
Clipping and beautifully timed for another boundary. Hasn't missed any of those half volleys on leg to date. Justin Greaves, pure timing.
Solid and gorgeous from Shea Hope.
Get a sense that he was looking for an over-pitch delivery.
Top shot. Really well executed there from Greaves to end that over. 291 for 4.
Once 2, will get those comfortably, brings up the 300 for the West Indies. He's played that shot really well all day today. Even Shea Hope said shot boy when it was played. Placement sublime.
And it's so pleasing on the eye when he just leans on those deliveries and just caresses it through the onside. Once again, tossed up. Played sweetly right out the middle of the bat. He's picked the gap superbly as well. And it's raced away across this quick outfield. Really balanced stuff, this from Justin Greaves.
Oh! Well watched by Justin Greaves, and a wonderful session for the West Indies. That's the end of play on day 3. Batted the entirety of this session unscathed. Shea Hope, the senior partner, on 86, Greaves on 85. Has been a good workout for the Sri Lankans in the field. They toiled, they tried plans A, B, C, sometimes D. The understandable applause from their teammates. They'll rest, reflect, recuperate, and come again tomorrow, the Sri Lankans. This is the West Indian batting card. Campbell, you know, a lot will be spoken about his dismissal. King was dismissed late yesterday. Hodge and Django really didn't get going. Hodge spent a lot of time out in the middle, but that partnership between Hope and Graves really propelled the West Indies to where they are currently positioned.
Just the 4 wickets for the Sri Lankans. 3 wickets today on day 3. 2 to Jayasuriya and 1 to Asita. It's been a toil, but they can take some solace out of the fact that they haven't let the West Indies get away. They've managed to keep some element of control throughout. For 4 from 111 overs, 86 not out. Just Shea Hope and Justin Greaves, 85. Partnership of 174 for the 5th wicket. So session by session, we see moving day here, day 3. The 3rd session proving to be the most fruitful for the West Indies. 99 runs, no wickets lost. 2.91 that run rate. They'll take a lot of confidence from that performance here in that 3rd session.